While the trailer's running, welcome to the translation stream with Siri and
Kathi.
Yeah, I hope the headphones work as intended and, well, enjoy the trailer.
Guten Morgen, Republika!
Good morning, Republika. Wow.
Kein GIF kann meine Gefühle ausdrücken.
No GIF can express my
Good
feelings.
morning, Republika!
Good-
I can't tell you how much it fills my heart with joy to see you all flood in and fill this empty hall. Thank you so much for coming and joining us for our 11th edition of Republika. This opening ceremony is going to take place in German, so if you don't speak German, don't worry, we have live translation into English.
Hi there.
For most German talks on the stage and stage 2 happening, you can grab yourself a headset over there by the entrance and then follow what's going to happen here in the next half hour. Ja, aber erstmal zu den Vorstellungen. Mein Name ist Geraldine
Let me introduce ourselves. I'm
Schön bei euch zu sein.
und wir freuen uns
Geraldine
sehr,
Bastel
die nächsten
und
3
ich,
Tage
and I'm Michael Pretorius, and we're happy to be here.
Vier, die alles gegeben
And now the four who did everything the last year with a giant team, and we want a big round of cheers for Tanja and Johnny Preisler.
zu Markus
Beckedahl.
Markus Beckedahl
und zu Andreas.
and
Kepa.
Andreas Kepa.
Herzlich willkommen.
Welcome.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Guten Morgen,
It's a bit mean. Guten Morgen, Republika.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen. Good morning.
Schön euch zu sehen.
Nice to see you.
Hört man mich?
Do you hear me?
Doch, jetzt kann ich mich
Ah, yeah, I can hear myself.
zu sehen,
Nice to see you all.
zu stehen.
Nice to be here.
Unser Team ist super in allem.
Our
was
team is really
aber
good in everything what it is.
Einmal kurz einen extra
but
Applaus für das Art
please-
Sind wir schön.
An extra round of applause for the art department. Are we looking good?
Im letzten Jahr zur 10.
Last year for the 10th Republika, we talked a lot about being mature now, and it didn't feel quite right because on the way to being an adult, a lot of things get lost. We know that. When I wasn't in the 80s, we were hippies or punks, and we had some slogans on our T-shirts and parkas, and had a lot of utopias in our mind. We wanted to make the world more just, more ours. Now I'm adult, I'm responsible, I'm professional. Yeah, thanks. But my heart, I'm still the teenager, and I'm still desperate and angry when I read the news, and I don't want it to happen that way. But I don't have the time for radical fights, and I just hope others could do this for me.
Bist du da?
Is Kypra here?
Okay, vielleicht schaust du uns trotzdem zu.
Okay, maybe you were seeing us at the RP10. You talked about how we can break if we try to stand against the waves of hatred on the net, and you wanted us to show more love and some organized love. And Kypra, if you can do one thing, it's organizing. Your idea reminded
das
us
hier alles anfing.
how this all started here.
Die Republika war schließlich
The
auch eine
Youthful
Ansammlung
Republica
von
was an
Idealisten,
assembly
denen
of
etwas am Herzen
idealists
lag, mit
who
Ideen, die
felt
viel
ideas in their
überspitzt waren,
heart
die aber auch einfach nicht
that were
begriffen
too
waren,
radical
so
for
neu waren.
some or didn't understand because they were too new,
Und es mag sein, dass wir jetzt
stupid,
professioneller
chaotic,
sind als damals,
and maybe we are
aber
more professional
Erwachsene
now,
sind noch
but we are still not
Die
adults,
Welt, auch die
and the
virtuelle,
world,
wollen wir noch immer nicht den
not
Arschlöchern
the virtual as
überlassen.
well.
Deswegen
We don't want
sagt
to
ihr,
put this
jetzt
to
laugh out loud.
leave it to the assholes, and that's why, yeah, laugh out loud.
Well, I'm convinced that most people who use the net actively, they use it as a free, uncensored place. Maybe sometimes a little rough, and different opinions come up there, but we know that people aren't perfect. We don't always, we are not always in a good mood, and you know, we can be quite grumpy, and we don't choose every word we post. We're quite critical, and we criticize people really hard. We are even sometimes a little bit nasty. Every one of us has already posted a tweet when they were drunk. Sometimes it was even the best we ever had. The life isn't a Republica, Republica space, and we need to figure that it's not about reality, far from reality things. It's not an esoteric meeting, but I understand that this motto is pretty close to reality. I understand it as a kind of wish and a request for digital courage. Also something to stand beside people who are victims of attacks. Sometimes it's enough to post one tweet or one comment which brings you into the crossfire. And sometimes a direct message to someone helps to show them, you're not alone, because this is all about not being alone in the internet. Living without other people is nothing. And there's people on the internet being attacked by people from really hard words, and we have to show solidarity. We have to arrange with it, and we have to stand up for people, and we should make this net our own. And if we want to make it some kind of living room for everyone, where everyone has a space and feels safe, no matter if men or women or between or wherever, no matter if poor or rich, on wheels, on legs, whatever, if we want to have the net showing the diversity of people, and we don't leave it to other people who want to prevent it to be that, we have to, we have to take part, and we have to fight for it, and we have to be loud. And this is what the Republika is for, and that's why I love out loud.
Yeah, hello. I have some statistics and the microphone, thanks. And while we created the program, the speakers increased in numbers. We have 950 speakers communicated. With our last inventory yesterday, we saw we have 1,180 speakers, but, well, one can't come because his child came a bit earlier. We have 525 sessions and speakers from 65 different countries and 16 states, federal states. What we didn't get this year, even though we tried, is a 50% quota of women on panels. We only have 47%. Well, it is some kind of record for us. And another number that's a bit more sad, more than 350 people sit in prison worldwide as journalists, bloggers, activists, because they do what we do, and we want to use this Republika to show solidarity with these people and with their societies worldwide, and sensibilize you to be to show solidarity with them and look at these people and look at how human rights worldwide are violated. Our opening keynote this year is a bit more split between people from Hungary, Poland, Egypt and Turkey, who will speak for many other people on our stage so they can tell us how it feels to work in other countries and doing what we do. Just the oppression is much more hard, and it's just as these people want to do what we can do, use communications freedom and freedom of press. We have a lot of sessions here, and yeah, I would suggest look at all of these. If you're not really that interested in it as of now, it's really a thing for all of us, because freedom of press is a danger in Germany as well, with a lot of laws that are little cuts into the freedom of press, freedom of communication. And the Republika was always a place where we talked about this and wanted you to get active as well, because these rights are nothing that is given by God. It's nothing that's forever. It's only there if we are active and fight for it. And docking onto that, this day is the day where we have to say thanks, and thanks, you know it, 8th of May, the freedom we all have is freedom the Allies gave us. They freed us as Germans on 8th of May 1954. And let's think about this for a second, that the freedoms we have today are there because the fascism was destroyed. We can't forget the elections yesterday in France. 1/3 of French people voted on the far right. We have to get these people back, because it's about freedom, and that's why we're here, and we can use this freedom, and we should. And we have to thank for this all the people who helped us here to build this, the building teams, for example, the helpers and the technicians, because without these it wouldn't be happen. We have 20 stages, they all get support, and we are really happy that you're doing this. Thanks. Whoa, what's going on? Well, that's a bit fast. I don't have to talk even faster. No, I just wanted to thank our partners, our main partners, Daimler, IBM Media Convention, and the Year of Science Oceans. All the other partners, big and small. Can't do this without you. A big round of thanks for you for being here this year again. And all the new partners, supporters, and journalists who are here, hundreds of them. Use the resources. There are so many interesting people on one place, and thank you for coming. And we have prepared a lot for you. These are the tracks for you, 20 thematics, topics. We structured our program, a lot of things, and you can look into the program and our different apps, a schedule and the apps on our website. Use it. And a lot hasn't changed from last year. We have to the left the networking area, and relaxing area. Go to the cooling area on the front. We have 4 stages with a lot of artists' projects with VR and other things. Look at this, and there are a lot of corners you can find, even if you went to the 10 Republicas before. I want to look at one topic, that is reconnecting Europe.
All the topics we talk about here have something to do with how we can work together and live together in Europe in the next years. And we made a first step to go to Dublin, and we will do this again. So you know, remember this date. We're there in September, and in this year we have a next destination. It's Thessaloniki in Greece, from 11th to 13th September. And we also want to tell you, you can buy tickets now, and we would be happy if you would go on a class trip with us and to see how the digital society in Ireland and Greece looks like. So now we want to wish you a lot of fun and laugh out loud.
So, los geht's, oder?
Let's go.
Let's go!
Wir sehen uns ja.
So we'll see each other.
Viel Spaß. Tschüss.
Have fun and bye. And I'll stay here for a little while longer because I'm really happy to show you a few people from Media Board. You have seen the slideshow. We also opened the media convention in this year. Welcome.
Hallo.
So, good morning to you all. I'm standing here on the stage for the second time, and I'm supposed to open the media convention. We are again a sub-conference of Republica, and I really have to say I'm really nervous because we worked on this a few months. What can we do on media convention? Which program do we want to have? What kind of speakers do we want to have? And well, to and fro, and this and that. And now we're here, we'll present you the program, and I hope you're also as happy as we are. I also want to take the chance to thank Bertram Google, who made this project for us, Annika Plass and Chris Hohage, my team who made this possible, and of course, Alex Berlin, who are transmitting this for us, and the MEZ in Babelsberg, who also do a lot of stuff for us. And I also want to thank you because you're so great and it was so fun to work with you. So what do we do? The MABB is on stage 7 of Media Convention and one time even on stage 1. Well, we want to focus on media politics, and we think the Republica is the perfect partner for this. And we want to work together with you who think the internet is a really important room and a place that develops. We want to see what do media politics look like. Like Sasha Lobo said, how can we make it possible, even with all the hate, to keep it a place where we can move with fun? We want to talk to you and how we can cope with the old and new things. What do we do with hate speech? What's about fake news? The topics. These are the topics we want to talk to you about. Laugh out loud is the perfect motto for this. But we don't want to laugh loudly, but we also want to discuss and, think about stuff. How does the future of the internet look like? And last time here on Republica on the media convention showed me that this is the perfect place for it. I was surprised that people came to us with technical topics, with political topics, with everything that goes around that. And we are really happy that you're again with us.
Ja, Anja, vielen Dank.
Well, Anja, thank you.
Guten Morgen auch von mir.
Good morning,
Kirsten Niehus.
and from Kirsten Niehus as well, from the Medium Board Berlin-Brandenburg. We are happy to be here and to make this happen again. The Media Convention is one of the most important European media congresses and the Republica, and we did this together. And so my special thanks go to you, Andreas, because we wouldn't have made this possible without you. And also thank you to the whole team who worked a lot. And thanks to Tanja, Johnny and Markus for all the support. This is a meeting point for the national and international digital society. And we are talking about the present and the future. And I also want to remember something. We have fake news and hate speech, and we represent the media that I hear a lot for a long time. And cinema was used as for demagogues and the Nazis, and we're standing here side by side because we don't want the new media to be an instrument. And we can all help making this possible. The internet doesn't really have borders, and this goes out to the young people. It wasn't, no one could expect that this was normal, and this was God-given, basically. And I count on you as a young generation that this is not, well, the typical situation, and we need to keep the internet barrier-free and border-free. But we also have new trends. This is our job to develop new formats. We show movies and TV, but also virtual reality. We'll start on stage 6 with the German players from TV, from cinemas. Markus Wolter from Endemol is here, and Stefan Art from X-Film. And they discuss with Stefan Schnorr from the economy department of Germany to look at how new plans can look like. And we also have virtual reality. We have the mastermind behind the Matrix. We have John Gator. He will talk to us about what he's doing with Lucasfilm and Star Wars VR. John Gator is an Oscar keeper, and well, there's a pretty big highlight at 1815. We'll talk about German TV stars, for example, Jerks. That's a German series, and we have a production Blockstar that's starting on TNT TV at 9 p.m. And we have the meet the team and this first screening, and you are all invited to this.
The Media Convention and the Republika are places for debate and communication. It's far above the borders of Berlin, but it's also about Berlin with our mayor, Michael Müller, is really concerned about this, and we want to ask him on the stage. Dear makers and on media conventions, for everyone, welcome to the Republika in Berlin. Welcome back to Berlin. It's getting bigger and more diverse every year, and it's great to have you here in Berlin with all of these topics around radio, TV, internet. And I'm happy to say welcome to the digital capital, Berlin. And I hope some of you could see how we developed in the last few years with the topics of digitalization, science, media in Berlin, and that's a big role. And we put some big accents on it, put some professors into it. have new Fraunhofer societies in this area. Not far from here, there will be a city lab where the topic of digitalization, new media politics will play a big role. And we hope that these topics you are discussing in your conference, you are well in Berlin, and there are more stuff with this technical, and because we are also welcoming you in a city, Berlin, that is for liberalism, tolerance, freedom, internationalism, and these days and on this Congress, we must talk about this as well, how we can keep our values, first of all, freedom of press and communication. And these values have been natural in the last few years, but we have seen that we have to fight for these, that we have to do activism for it in our country, but with our friends and neighbors in Europe as well. And we can see that this is not a natural right. And this openness, freedom, press and freedom of press, freedom of opinion, these are societal questions that can be discussed, should be discussed in a discussion conference like this. And I think it's pretty. We have to talk about quality journalism and how media in our German society work, media and science. 4 weeks ago, we had a demonstration with 11,000 people who fought for the freedom of science that is oppressed worldwide. And we can see the same with media freedom and journalism. And Dennis Yücel is incarcerated for a quarter of a year in Turkey. And internationally, we can see how quality journalism, media freedom and diversity gets attacked. We saw it in the US, but we can see it in our country as well, with the whole discussion around the so-called Lügenpresse, fake news. You can see how hard it is under economic pressure as well to protect this media freedom and diversity, quality journalism. We can see this in Berlin as well, that newspapers get put together to save some money, but it's very important to see that these freedoms are really important. The elections this September will be a testing ground to see how we discuss with each other on this debate on Lügenpresse and fake news, how we oppose each other, and it could be a starting block as well to see how we have to strengthen political education and media competence even with children and teens. And we have also look at this reflexively, be critical with oneself, look outside of your own media bubble in the social networks, and confront other people and with other opinions with respect and tolerance. And I want to say at the end, for the politics as well, this is important to not only be ever faster over social media and not let topics press upon you, but be with consciousness, confidence about yourself, put topics forth. There are big changes that can happen in our country, and we have to use the technical, put our values together with our technical means, and we have to look at solidarity, human rights in our working world as well. This is not an old topic. This is a live discussion, and it's a really modern topic. The information and the digitalization, the free access to information, and the possibility to reflect upon it. We have to have free spaces for a good and self-steered life. I'm happy to try to solve these problems on this conference with Republica and Media Convention, and I hope you all have interesting atmosphere and interesting discussions, critical discussions, and discussions that may have solutions for all the difficulties we have to see in our future. With this, all the best. Have fun in Berlin with your conference. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Müller. Thank you for this great opening. And after a short pause, we go on with the English opening keynote. Have a great Republica, everyone. So, thank you to our listeners. I don't know how many are in this room yet, but we were Kati
And Siri.
we hope you're listening to the next talks in English. As it was said before, we are on stage 1 and 2, and in case you see that there's talks in German, just feel free to grab one of the headphones at the entrance if you want to listen into the English translations. So yeah, thank you, and listen in the next time. Bye.
möchte das, glaube ich, keiner wirklich fest. Die liegen da alle so pseudonymisiert. Aber wenn die an der Seite fest sind, ist es auch nicht rein.
Davies und Niklas sind total bemüht, aber
also vor allem das Kabel geht halt immer von der Seite dagegen, ne? Und dann klack, 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 klack.
eine Minute.
Aber welcome to the opening keynote of Republica 2017. This year's motto is Love Out Loud, and we want this Republica to set a sign against the rise of hate that we're experiencing online and offline, against the rise of populism and of fear. We really look forward to giving a lot of space on our stages for the next 3 days to many, many beautiful ideas, initiatives, and people who are driving an open, loving, and digital society. But with our opening keynote, we want to shine a light on those voices who cannot love out loud because they're being silenced. We want to dedicate this opening session to those who are being persecuted in their fight for democracy, freedom, and human rights in our neighboring countries and around the world. We are very honored to have 4 people here to represent and speak out for those who cannot, and remind us that it is up to us to fight for their freedoms and rights and for our own. Please welcome the first speaker in the session. Can Dündar is from Turkey. He is a journalist, a documentary filmmaker, and an author. He is also the former chief editor of Cumhuriyet and was accused of espionage, arrested, and tried in 2015. He is handed in revision for his charges of publishing state secrets and is currently living in Germany. Merhaba Can.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. It's a great honor for me to be here with you. You look great from here. And it's a privilege to be with my colleagues from other countries, have the same problems, suffering from the same kind of oppression. So we are sharing the same, in a way, destiny, and we have the same problems. But it's not only our problem. People from Poland, we have friends from Hungary, Poland, Egypt here, but it's not a kind of problem for the Easterners. But the Western world is partly responsible of what's going on in our area. So that's why we need to have some friends from Western world as well to join us in this kind of panels. And I know that in Germany, you found the journalists, as an ordinary journalist, found the conditions ready when they start their career. But for them, press freedom is a kind of benefit, not only benefit, but a normal life, right for them in the beginning of their daily life. For us, press freedom is a kind of utopia that we have to fight for, and sometimes even at the expense of our lives. So it's really very crucial for us. We've been giving numbers about the prisoners of Turkey, some prisoners in jail, some journalists in jail. We have 150 journalists in jail in Turkey, makes Turkey the biggest jail for journalists. But they are not only numbers for us, they are my friends and my colleagues. So today I just want to give you some examples of some personal stories, and starting from my story. And instead of giving a general view about Turkey, I'm just going to give some more micro issues, let's say. And I'll start with my story now. This is a story I made the year before. It was about the armory. You saw the weapons there. Those are the trucks belongs to the Turkish intelligence service. They were trafficking arms illegally, smuggling arms to Syria. And this was my headline, saying that those are the weapons that Erdogan says we're not. So when we published this story, our website was banned right away, and an investigation has started against us. The government didn't deny the story. The story was true, but they said it was a state secret that shouldn't be revealed. And the other day, Erdogan, in a TV show, said that the person who made this story will pay a heavy price. I will not let him go. He was talking about me as a president. So he couldn't make it right away. He couldn't arrest me right away because the elections were close. But after the election in November, the year before, I was arrested, accusing of being a spy, trying to topple the government, and aiding a terrorist organization, revealing the state secrets, 4 accusations, and I was asked 2 life sentences just for a true story, which was equal to death penalty in the old law. For one story, I would be hanged, which was a true story. So I found myself in a police car and heading to Silivri prison. And Silivri is the most famous and the biggest prison in Turkey. It's a big compound where 15,000 people were kept arrested, under arrest there, and most of the journalists are now in Silivri, including Deniz Yücel. And this is the entrance of the compound, and I was together with another colleague from our paper who published the report, an official report about the weapons. He was together with me, so we went Silivri. And behind the bars, we passed the iron doors through our cells. They put us in different cells, and we couldn't see each other. This was rather a comfortable ward, so for us, but we complained about the solitary confinement because we were all alone in our cells. So when we complained about the solitary confinement, the answer came from a pro-government paper saying that we are staying in a duplex villa, so comfortable and luxurious. And this is our cell. Now Deniz Yücel is in the same cell with this, and this is, in fact, it's a double room, very comfortable, and for a lonely person. You have 3 beds. You can choose which one you want to stay. So it was really comfortable. And this is our garden without flowers. It's all concrete and 8 steps to 10 steps. And those are 2 guys. In fact, they are lucky that there are 2 of them. Normally we were alone in this. And this is the only place that we can see the sky. But now it's closed with wires. And there's a loophole, as you see, there. And that's the only possibility that you can hear some voices from the other prisoners. So this is the only way we communicate with each other. If you bend down, you can hear some voices from the other prisoners. So I'm talking about not a journalist. Those guys are also journalists. So we are not killers or, bombers. We just made a story for this. And this is where we got our meals and letters and books. So this is the only way to communicate with the guards. And here is the visiting room where we see our families behind the window. We used to see them once in a week. And after the state of emergency, it's just once in a month now. I mean, Deniz Yücel can see his sister only once in a month for 1 hour under these circumstances. So one day, on the 5th day of our arrestment, this journalist, whose name is Mete Akyol, 80 years old, came with a chair and put his chair in the entrance of the Silivri prison and started a protest campaign just by sitting on a chair, silently. And this solidarity action suddenly have fired a very powerful reaction campaign, and the other day, those 2 ex-presidents of the parliament in their 80s came and sit there. And the next day, there were hundreds in front of the prison. And we couldn't hear their voices, but we were, reading about it just after from our paper, just the other day. And just to make us hear, they came with their instruments and sang them songs there for us. And my wife took my awards in front of the prison, and even our editorial board made a meeting in front of the Silivri prison and decided about the headline. And they sent me a lawyer to ask about the headline, and I was directing the meeting from the prison. So those are the ways to tackle with those kind of governments, oppressive governments. And this is, you know him. Yeah, Deniz Yücel was there just to protest our arrestment and turned to be on duty there without knowing that one day he'll be in this prison and I'll be campaigning for him outside of the prison. So I wrote an article for Der Spiegel. It's easy to write it by hand because we are not allowed to use typewriters or computers, but write it by hand. And it was not legal to give it to someone without the knowledge of the prison administration. But I succeeded, secretly gave it to my lawyer, and Der Spiegel took it, translated, and published it on the 18th of December the year before. I was asking the German government not making deal with this oppressive Turkish government. Of course, they didn't listen to me. But on the 22nd of January last year, Joe Biden, the Vice President of the United States, came to Turkey for an official visit, and he sent a very strong message to the Turkish government by inviting my wife and my son before meeting with Erdogan. And he told my son that he could be proud of his father, who was a hero in his eyes. So it was a very strong message, and the Turkish government took this message very seriously. And after we learned the accusations, after our indictment were announced after 2.5 months, and the complainants were the president and the intelligence service. On the 26th of November, February, we were released by the decision of the Constitutional Court, saying that our news was not an act of terrorism, but an act of journalism. So it was a very important decision, and thanks to that, we were released. And Erdogan said that he wouldn't obey this decision. And after the last military coup attempt, 2 of the judges who decided for our release were arrested. And now they are in prison, in Silivri, of course. So on March, our trial has started. The judges gave the confidentiality order, and Erdogan accused the foreign diplomats who came to observe the hearing. And after 1.5 months at the last hearing, while we were waiting for the verdict, I was attacked by a gunman in front of the courthouse, which was the most protected place in Turkey, and survived thanks to the braveness of my wife, who jumped on the attacker and tried to take the gun from him. And my wife saved my life there. Yeah. And now, this is the time for the others. Now, those are the people who were arrested at the end of October. This time, the target was my editorial team. And Murat Sabuncu is the guy who is editor-in-chief of the paper who took after me, and 12 of my colleagues, including 4 authors and one of the editor-in-chief of the paper, 3 lawyers, and Musa Kart, our cartoonist, were arrested in one morning, and they arrested even our tea maker. Here's a very interesting story. If I have time for 3 more minutes, I will take. In fact, his guilt was, in that day, he was late in his job, and because Erdogan was around and they blocked the traffic, and he couldn't manage to go to the office early. And he was complaining about that, and he said if he would come to our office, I wouldn't give him a tea. And the next morning, they were arrested him because of talking about the president. And I'm now the #1 suspect of our case of Cumhuriyet, and those guys were in prison, has been in prison for the last 190 days today, without seeing any judge till now, and their hearing will be on July. And our caricaturist is accused of making fun of Erdogan, and Kadri Gürsel is giving subliminal messages in his articles, and really ridiculous accusations. They've been kept under arrest. And today, at this hour, I'm just waiting for the decision of another court against us. I was just talking to my wife. He's at the courtroom now, and they opened another file against us, this time together with a parliamentarian. And the parliamentarian is accused of giving the video to us. And so in the afternoon, I will have another court decision. I don't know how many years more, but I have already 6 years of imprisonment from the Turkish judges. So since there's no rule of law in the country, everything is under control of Erdogan. So that's why we are in exile or in prison. We are still fighting against this oppression, and we will keep the fights going. And I want you to support us in any case. So Turkey will be a free country thanks to this brave people, and thanks to your support and solidarity. Thank you very much for listening to me.
So much. Our next speaker in the session, Márton Gergely, is from Hungary. He's the lead editor of the domestic news desk of Hungary's largest current affairs weekly, HVG. Formerly, he was deputy chief editor of Népszabadság, which was Hungary's most widely read paper until the production ended as a result of a hostile, politically motivated takeover in 2016. Üdvözöllek, Márton.
Thank you for having me. This is new for me. I'm going to read. It was 7 months ago yesterday that we finished the last ever issue of Népszabadság, Hungary's by far biggest political daily. We did not know that it would not be like the day before or the day after. It was business as usual. The next day, we learned from the press that the paper we worked for ceased to be. While the shutdown of the paper caused an uproar, the formal end of the Népszabadság story passed away without remark in the last few months. One by one, the newsroom staff joined one or the other of Hungary's remaining independent media organizations, while the company close to Prime Minister Viktor Orbán that acquired the publishing rights for Népszabadság announced that it would no longer be publishing the paper. The announcement went on to say that the brand or the associated publishing rights were not for sale. The shutdown was final. its goal to terminate the newspaper. Despite considerable efforts in the months that followed, the Népszabadság staff could not get a new project off the ground. We are here to talk about what can be done in the face of an attack on press freedom by those in power, and I feel powerless. Playing the victim is an unpleasant task, but perhaps I can help others avoid the pitfalls we did not notice in time. I have come to believe that the crisis of Hungary's press is rooted in great part in the media's failure 15 years ago to resist becoming involved in the day-to-day conflicts of Hungarian politics. I know that there were exceptions then and there are exceptions today, but too many newsrooms went into battle and gave up the core principles of our profession. The Hungarian press engaged in name-calling. News organizations turned on each other, and instead of challenging politicians, leading editors and opinion writers now appeared before the public as representatives of bitterly opposed camps, engaged in divisive disputes, as politicians quietly withdrew from direct engagement with their opponents in meaningful debate. Hungarian politicians have a bizarre notion of press freedom. For them, a free press is one where each party controls its own news organization, which toes the party line. An attack on the freedom of the press is when the other side tries to muzzle a rival party's news outlet. This pathological and deeply damaging notion could have been rejected only by a united media sector. We should have shown solidarity with each other when it mattered. We are often asked where journalists willing to write and spread government propaganda bankrolled by Orbán's oligarchs come from. They did not have to be found in a hurry. Hungarian journalists were like the frog in the pot of water slowly brought to the boil. We did not notice that we were cooked. Journalists working at government-backed press organizations covered the long road, from honest indignation to maliciously spreading misinformation. There was no scandal big enough to unite the media sector. The deterioration was continuous. It has come to be accepted with apathy that the public service broadcaster and a large segment of the nominally privately owned media are controlled by certified propagandists. To make matters worse, over the past 15 years, an entire generation of journalists learned their craft and came to prominence in a toxic environment, which for them is the norm. 6 weeks after Népszabadság was shut down, I've learned the story of the Slovakian newspaper Deník N. The colleagues in Bratislava told us and showed us how to build a new press product from scratch without compromising one's principles so as to remain true to the core values of our profession. Editor-in-chief Mateusz Kostolny and his team told us then that 6 weeks after the coup against Népszabadság, we had perhaps lost too much time to get a new project off the ground. I realized the next day that the lesson to be learned from Deník N was that we were already 2.5 years late to save Népszabadság when we found ourselves locked out of our offices. We should have taken a stand when the favorite Austrian frontman for Eastern Europe's oligarchs became the newspaper's new owner. We should have fled from Heinrich Petziner in 2014, but we wanted to trust the owner, and we had faith in our own journalistic integrity. When the first alarm bells started ringing, it hurt when a colleague speaking about Népszabadság and other Hungarian news outlets owned by wealthy partisan investors asked, what can a newsroom with a gangster for an owner expect? At the time, I was offended. I thought the colleague was judging me, but he was not talking about editorial freedom. He was talking about the folly of building on a volcano. In Naples, you can see how wonderful life is when the mountain is dormant. Indeed, Népszabadság was able to publish important and relevant content until the volcano erupted. Now it is too late. After the shutdown, we came up with a business plan. We had a motivated team, creative ideas, and yet we could not find a backer. Viktor Orbán took on the risk of a major international scandal only so that he could shut us down. This was not about money. Investors understood all too clearly. If they back us, they declare war against Orbán. I am no brave resistance fighter. I am far too hurt by our failure of the last 7 months and the never-ending fight among Hungarian newsmakers. Orbán's victory over Népszabadság became complete in the last few months, and no one took notice. A slice of Hungary's free press has disappeared, and we huddle together like polar bears on the ever-shrinking iceberg. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Rami Rauf, is from Egypt. He's a researcher and an activist dedicated to working on digital and social issues, particularly digital security issues. In 2012, he was ranked number 10 in the Newsweek magazine in the Revolutionaries list of the Digital Power Index, which is a pretty cool claim to fame. Rami provides digital security plans and strategies to NGOs and members of the media. He provides emergency response in the case of physical threats, and he supports the publishing of sensitive materials in Egypt and the MENA region. Please give a warm welcome. Salam, Rami.
In Cairo in June 2010, we organized a protest against police violence and torture. And we knew in advance in this protest we will have very few media presence to cover what's going on. So me and a bunch of techies, we were experimenting and we attached mobile phones cameras to our chest and shoulders, and we began providing live stream online to what was going on by distributing cameras and doing live stream to what's happening, and the cameras were on our body itself. On the same day, it was my first time to experience police kidnaps when they tried to snatch me. And I was super lucky to have my friends beside me to rescue Mac when the police tried to kidnap me. A couple of months later on, during the build-up for Jan 25, we established a network operations center to streamline all kinds of tech and legal and medical support for people in the square through multiple hotlines where people would send to us requests or information, and through a bunch of lawyers and researchers, we would engage with them back and forth. It happened during that time, on Jan 23rd and 5, I was running the technical aspect of this operation, and it happened that my personal mobile line was one of the hotlines of that operation. So during that time, people would send requests, and from the 23rd, there were hundreds of communications coming on very normally. And then suddenly, on the 25th afternoon, everything stopped on my mobile phone. Nothing is working anymore. I got a little bit suspicious, and then I called the mobile operator, which is a multinational company working in Egypt. And after escalation, they told me the state security ordered them to suspend services from certain activists, and they gave them a list, and my name was on that list. So they had to shut down the internet, the voice calls, all kinds of services on my mobile line. These events and many other things that happened to me and my friends over the past 5 years made me realize and understand the adversary is always obsessed about any flow of information. They always want to control any alternative narration. They want to control any knowledge that might potentially lead to any kind of social change. And among different techniques the adversary uses to crack down on people, in my opinion, are two main things that are happening right now. at least in Egypt. One is by invading people's privacy and killing any form of privacy. And the second thing is by cracking down on any form of civil society. On one hand, privacy is core enabler for people to be able to freely organize, express, build custom knowledge, and organize as they want. And for the adversary to kill our privacy, they would basically need to deploy intrusion techniques, mass and targeted surveillance with the help of different countries and different companies in different places. And we have seen this happen over the past 2 years in different ways, by monitoring and capturing our personal life as a way to punish people later on for any personal differences between us. And NGOs and human rights groups, they play a crucial role under dictatorships, not only in terms of documenting and defending people's rights, but more importantly is by presenting facts and presenting different narration that would potentially lead to any kind of change that we are dreaming of. All the time, people ask me from different places, how can we help? And in my opinion, one major instrument and way of resistance is that we keep publishing information, we keep exposing them, and we make the process for them much more harder and much more tough. The more we expose information, the more we are more effective than them, because the adversary realizes very well accumulation of knowledge will potentially lead to some kind of change. And one major instrument people in different places can utilize is by deploying Freedom of Information Acts. The way that you can help in this room is by questioning your own governments on the relationships with dictatorships on the other side of the universe. You have access to question your elected governments to understand different kind of information that everyone is trying to control all the time. The more you submit requests and question different things, the more you understand, the more you help us to understand, the more we can see the bigger picture in different places. Governments and dictatorships always are obsessed by controlling information and by shutting down any kind of information that they don't want to do. So they engage with different countries and deploy different techniques, and they lock us down. And there is always so much fear and paranoia from information. They are always freaked out by publishing information, and they feel very weak when we start exposing them and exposing what's going on. You can help us by that. You can help us by questioning your own elected governments on what's going on with other countries in different places. And FOIA request is very crucial in that. And just let me give you 2 quick examples. We found out recently, United Kingdom granted export license of surveillance gear to Egypt between 2015 and 2016. And the UK gave Egypt hacking equipment and surveillance equipment, and we only knew this through a FOIA request. Many different information like this we can't know and we can't access unless activists and journalists in different places help us and start submitting FOIA requests to different people. Another example happened from Italy. Over the last year, Italy authorities authorized a very well-known company there to export monitoring system to Egypt after some human rights groups, some pressure, and some political complexity. Later on, a few weeks ago, the authorities revoked this kind of license. FOIA request is a lengthy process. It's hectic. It's not easy. It needs so much effort and pressure. That's true. But it's a good start. It's a good start to release any kind of data sets that would help everyone understand. Because over the past 30 years in Egypt in particular, the main power balance is about information. The more they lock down information, and on the other hand, we try to release more information to inform ourselves and inform others. So I would like to encourage you to please engage with FOIA requests, submit FOIA requests all the time, question your own governments about military budget allocation, intelligence share with Egypt, any kind of exchange happening between your own intelligence and our own intelligence, how does the military aid helps, and so on. And whenever you get any response from the governments, please release them publicly online and make everything available. And don't get lazy or critical about this. It's very crucial. And even though you think any simple information might not be that important, but from our side, any information is good information. And accumulation of knowledge will help us eventually. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rami. Our final speaker in the session, Katarzyna Szymielewicz, is from Poland. She's an expert in human rights and technology and an activist, and co-founder of the Panoptykon Foundation, which is a Polish NGO defending human rights in the Soviet society with the aim of controlling back the controllers. Witamy, Katarzyna.
Hello, friends. Panopticon Foundation has been active as a watchdog organization in the digital rights area in Poland for more than 8 years. It's been a long time, and I have to admit here today that it has never been easy work for us. You can imagine that speaking to any government about mass surveillance, blanket data retention, video surveillance, whatever it is they have in mind, has never been easy. We got used to that position of watchdog that is often ignored, irritating, misunderstood by both politicians and the public. But then in last 18 months, which is the time when Law and Justice, PiS ruling party has been controlling the political scene, our situation became, in a strange way, much more difficult. Even though we haven't moved an inch from where we were standing for those 8 years, we are still speaking for the same values. We are still trying to use the same democratic procedures. We are still representing the same ideas. Somehow it feels that the ground underneath our feet is moving. It feels as if the fuses from the electric system have been removed, and what was once safe became dangerous. You can imagine 2 years ago, we were going to the parliament, sitting in those dark rooms for a long time, almost bored with how long it took to discuss certain laws, discuss technicalities of new surveillance laws. And last year, for the first time, I found myself in a position staying outside of the parliament in the cold with a little baby, being refused to enter the parliament because the debate was supposed to be closed, even for us as the audience. Then we thought, does it really make sense to try to enter the parliament and debate inside if all meaningful, real political decisions are made not in the parliament, not in that building, but in the office of Jarosław Kaczyński, who is the leader of Law and Justice, without keeping any official political position in the government. Then we still see laws being made that are extremely dangerous for human digital rights. So we want to comment on those laws. But our only chance to comment on the anti-terrorist law affecting many foreigners, including many of you in Poland and also Polish citizens, was that we got hold of that draft law in the white envelope sent to us by a whistleblower, because the draft law was never published. And our only chance to comment was to get hold of it in this surprising, strange way. Yes, we can still go to the media, we can comment those phenomena in the media, we can complain, but if we go to the public media, we have to face the real risk that whatever we say will be used against us, because public media since last year are national media controlled by the one political party and one type of thinking. Whatever we say there will be probably used against us in a form of a smear campaign or any other way of questioning our legitimacy, our agenda, who we are as watchdog organization. We can still go to courts. Courts in Poland exist, but the Constitutional Court, the one that usually discusses legitimacy of the laws and them being in line with the Constitution or not, now is fully controlled by the same party. And it's very unlikely that the final decision will be in line with what we believe to be human rights. So what would you do? Would you go to such a court, or would you declare the court non-existing? So we can still use many procedures that exist on paper, but we find ourselves in this very weird position where, yes, discussing surveillance is still possible, discussing the laws is still possible, but at the same time, the government and the media machinery works very hard to undermine our legitimacy, to undermine who we are, to cut down all the funding available to independent NGOs in Poland, to question their legitimacy and present us as foreign spies. So what would you do? Would you still pursue your own agenda? Would you believe in? Or would you let them engage you in that strange fight about yourself? I never wanted to be advocate of myself. That's not the role that I was determined to play in the country. I always wanted to be the advocate of digital and human rights. And now I'm in a position of, in a way, defending myself and my own organization and paying a high price for that. So we feel as if we are a frog boiled in a more and more hot water, same as our Hungarian colleagues. We know that, we feel that, but at the same time, it's very hard for us to draw the red line, to decide when should we change the strategy, stop playing the democratic game, declare that this is no longer the game we can play, and move to a very different position, possibly even outside of Poland. We don't see that red line, and maybe this is the point where we as movement, working together, can help each other. Maybe if you see that Poland is crossing that red line, you should be the ones telling us, being inside, that the game is changing the way that we shouldn't accept it anymore. Maybe that's the one thing we should do together. I'm very confident that we as the movement of people who are not pushed back within the national states, who are not accepting the populist concept of nation state and the nation fighting other nation, that we will survive, that our values will survive. But what we really do with those in the countries where there is more and more oppression, surveillance, and internal fights. I really don't know, but I know one thing, that we cannot stay within that beautiful bubble, that if we keep just doing what we do as the movement, it will be important, but it won't be enough. We have to move beyond, and we have to somehow reach out to those people who support those governments, who vote for them, or who sit silent when those bad things happen to people like us, and people in Egypt, and people in Hungary, and people in much more difficult spaces than Poland. Because if we don't do that, very soon countries like Poland, that is in between, and countries who might now seem quite democratic, move also beyond that red line, and we will not even notice. So we have to find a way to reach out beyond. Maybe it's love, maybe it's something else, I don't know. Help me find out. Let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katarzyna. And a big thank you to all 4 of our speakers in the opening keynote. The show starts now on all other stages. We're starting our program in the laboratory. We're starting our program at the Makerspace. It's a 5-year anniversary of GIG this year. And in a couple of minutes, we're going to start on this stage with a keynote from Caroline Emke. It's going to be in German, but I promise you it's going to be one of the highlights on the stage today. So if you want to follow it, please get yourself a headset and you can follow the English translation. Thank you very much. See you at 12:15. Willkommen zurück auf der Stage 1. Wir sind
Welcome
sehr,
back to
sehr
stage
stolz, dass
1.
Caroline
We're very
Emke dieses
proud
Jahr
that
zum
Caroline
zweiten Mal bei
Emke
uns
is
ist. Denn wir haben uns
has come here for the second time because we couldn't have thought of anyone who was a more fitting speaker for this than the publicist and recipient of the Book Peace Prize. She writes about the big topics, peace, love, death. This year she would like to talk to us about love and empathy. Well, very warm welcome for Caroline Emke. Well, hello. I really have to say, I still need to get used to the scale of this event. Good to see that all of you are here. Thanks very much to the people who are organizing this for allowing me to speak here. I was here last year already, and it was kind of a disaster, to be very honest. I had my nice presentation and had everything written down, and I brought the whole thing with me. And then right before the event, I was sitting there with a lot of Republica veterans and who were talking about how uncool it was to come here with a prepared presentation. It went okay last time, and I was very, very proud that for the first time in my life I even had a PowerPoint presentation with me that was supposed to masquerade the fact that I had this written out text with me. This year, this is different. In this year, now I know what is cool and what is not cool here. And that's why I brought another written out presentation with me. A thinking that is not worried about the direction in the first place, a way of thinking that looks for insights and would like to achieve something with language and through language. Let's call it reality. This is what Ingeborg Bachmann wrote in her Frankfurt lectures on poetry. I'm not entirely sure whether that's possible, but this is the plan that I have and the goal that I have with this talk, to think without being worried about the direction of the thinking. The idea, love out loud, we would like to look at that slowly. We would like to look at different aspects, at different variations, and we would like to look at different variations and test them. This might be a bit unconventional, but to be very honest, I really don't know what is conventional at this conference at Republica. And these days, I often understand the Republica as an opportunity to try something, to test something that is maybe not completely perfected yet, maybe not a complete theory, but something that is just a sentence yet, something that is still a work in progress, and to see what happens if you take it seriously, because everything else would be strange. As if we had this motto, and as if we didn't look at that motto, that would be strange as well. So what should and what could love out loud mean? Can I do that? Do I want it? Who would I be if I did it? Who would I be if I said it? Whom or what? Who or what would we be if we said it or if we implemented it? And who is we? And who are the others? Are they also us? Or are they others? Love out loud. I would like to try to look at it in 4 different variations. 1. As an imperative. An imperative clause is a clause that expresses a command or a plea to do something. The first thing that is interesting is the grammatical form of love out loud. It's an act of speech, an imperative that commands, that makes people, that invites people to do something. It doesn't say loving out loud. It doesn't say, I want to love out loud, or let's get loud. Is that possible? Is it possible to make someone or ask someone to love? Or is it possible to demand this, that someone loves loud?
To which imperatives can be formed? Lieb, love, that sounds strange. Love, loud and wild, that sounds like an accident. But there remains some paradox in there. The love, as faith, it has something that you cannot grasp. You cannot decide to love, no matter how much you want to. You can't decide to not love anymore, no matter how much you suffer because of love. Love, lust, is too fragile, too intimate. You cannot control it. She resides within you, but it doesn't belong to you. And maybe that's exactly the magic of love, that you cannot put it into a fixed place. Or differently, no command, no plea can bring us to find it, to love. So love and lust also cannot be restricted. No law, no government can forbid us from loving. So people don't understand that who want to sorry, mach du mal.
People who want to pathologize and who want to criminalize queer people and queer love don't understand that. They don't understand that love cannot be ended and it can't just go away. To love or not to love goes beyond every restriction, every force, being forced to do anything. In the first instance, there is some resistance to the form and the grammar of the sentence because it demands something that you cannot demand. 2, not out of shame, but not in order not to hurt anyone. I hurt my own suffering. And that's what we often do with the truth, said Richard Kronitzky in one of his poems. Now the meaning of this demand, of this request, shifts slightly when you focus on the out. So if you don't focus on the love, what is demanded of you is to articulate that love. So which love are you talking about? Is this the love to someone, to a way of being in the world, to an ideology, the love of an ideology, of a vision of a more open, egalitarian society, love of some game, to a religion, to for people like me, whose way of loving is often considered perverse, sick, demented, like less valuable, sinful, unnatural, or sometimes as godless. For us, there's a historical contingency. If we live in a state where our love and our lust are being criminalized, and for us it is a questionable coincidence whether we grow up in an area where we have to expect to be repressed by the state or non-state actors, where we need to expect officials or mobs of people who are just standing in the street come to attack us or even kill us. Even if the coincidence has made it so that we grow up in a society where there is state-organized violence, where state-organized violence against our love and lust does not exist anymore, then this practiced fear that we've practiced over hundreds of years of our love, and the fear of what others think about what we are, and the fear of what others think, this knowledge of what we are, allows them to do. This fear is still there. And this tying together, this label, of what people think we are and how this empowers others to make fun of us, to shame us, to humiliate us, to look down upon us, and this empowering for them to exclude us. This is something that is not individual, that is not an individual thing. It doesn't only happen to the people who love outside the norm. It's also formed in stories told about us, in photos, in pictures that the news and the media use when they write about same-sex civil partnerships or about Pride Parade in Berlin. You can see it in TV series and in movies where we only appear when people who are acting are actually non-heterosexual, and when people don't even think that they would be capable of acting as a heterosexual person. And tying together this stigma and this microcosm of humiliation is also in the gaps, in the things that is not being said, and in all that we find ourselves in all the places where we do not appear. We are the people who are invisible. We are the people who are shameful with a shameful silence. And we are those who children should not know about, at least not too early. And we are those who may not be warned about anymore, but who, if someone knows about us, then it's still a burden. And that's still the better way that we can be. In other places, it's even worse. In other places, we become visible, but only as the demonic other, as those that are not natural, as the opposite of the natural, normal way of being a family. This mechanism doesn't only hit or affect those who love different from the norm, but also those who look differently, those who believe differently, or who have other bodies. It also affects those who are simply poor, who don't have work, who live in precarious circumstances, and who societal humiliation also affords some guilt for the situation they live in. There are some of the older generation who are still afraid of camps and of prisons and to feel it under their skin. They still talk about the sub-letter when they talk about the love of their life. Even today, the word that they could use to describe themselves, homosexual or gay or lesbian or queer, they still can't say those words. As if using that word, by using that word, the truth that they're already living actually came into the world, actually became real and irreversible. But even some of us in this later generation often or sometimes try in many contexts to pass as something different. We try to pass. We try to change ourselves, we masquerade, we deny what we are, and we try to fit in. That's not something, it's not a one-time event. That's not just a threshold that you cross once, just like coming out and just like loving out loud. Neither is a singular act that you can just do once. It demands permanent decisions when to speak, when to remain silent, and when to resist things that are being said. This decision or these decisions to deny your selfhood or to articulate your love, and this does not demand the same of every single person, this decision. Someone who is white and Christian, someone who comes from the middle class or who has a secure income, someone who has social or economic privilege, someone like that knows that they are less vulnerable. This symbolic and institutional status is protection, and people who know that also know that they're less vulnerable to societal humiliation. The
intersectionality of personalities, when that is not considered, is an own way of marginalizing people. Of course, it's easier to make the own deviant desire known to the public if no other problems arise. Yet, maybe exactly because of that, it is necessary to be open, to not mask oneself, but to show, to reveal the masks and to show ourselves as us, as people with desires, with love, and to do that without shame and without fear. I think drinking straight from the bottle also adds something to your coolness around here. So, yeah. This showing oneself doesn't just happen in designated areas, in closed rooms, in private, as the new right demands of others, and just like the German New Right Party, AfD, also demands from oneself. Homosexuality is nothing that you can just turn off, no piece of clothing that you can just take off. But your love, your sexuality belong to you. They belong to me as a natural way of my being, just as my being right-handed. The topic desire is not always relevant. It's not even the most relevant aspect of my personality. Lately, homosexuality seems to be the most important thing to people with homophobia, just like Islam and other religions seem to be most important to people who object them. So the natural way of talking about love, queer desires, and the political mechanisms of stigmatization here and elsewhere, and the wish to keep my freedom to think differently, to form different alliances locally and internationally, to emphasize that. I want to be aware of identity movements that try to form marginalized groups and within political movements. And I don't want to try to form authentic political cultures, and I want to question our own political rituals, whether they close us off and tie us down instead of opening us up and enabling us. I want to talk about symbolic capital, and this isn't, I don't want to blame anyone, but these are questions I want to ask myself. I don't want to freeze in some form of political gesture. I don't want that I don't want the term love out loud to sort of overpower smaller political gestures. And to quote Claude Lévi-Strauss, you can move within identities, but you cannot live within identities. And so maybe this is my biggest concern about love out loud. I didn't turn queer to again be restricted within other forms of speech. And I don't want to write sentences that in turn disregard other people's way of being and other vocabulary, other terms, other expressions, other alliances, other hopes should be made possible. I also write in order to talk about the pain of people being marginalized, people who experience violence. I want to write about things that some people want to be forgotten. I want to talk about violence, and I want to slowly but surely put these things back into a space where they can be visible.
And that is something that doesn't need to be loud, but it needs some careful writing that is searching for something, seeking something. But first and foremost, you need to listen attentively. We need to be careful that we don't unlearn that we don't, because we're being loud and because we're desperate and because we know that there's political necessity and because we have pain and there's necessary resistance against the violence, that out of those necessities we only use loud and simple political diction. It's important that we don't forget and that we don't lose the dynamic, the silent, and the hidden forms of love and of desiring. I imagine that one of the reasons people cling to their hate so stubbornly is because they sense once hate is gone that they will be forced to deal with pain. James Baldwin in Notes of a Native Son. Love out loud, that could also mean resistance against hate, against the omnipresent racism, against the racism against people, against disregard of people, something that in recent years is not only happening in secret, but strangely proud, and it's being exhibited strangely proudly. This extremism that is not only a taboo, that has very much arrived in the middle of our society. This extremism has lost its shame. Hate is something that is being done where people are sure of themselves, and it is loud. This invitation of hate to take it on is something that you need to decline. So first of all, yes, love out loud against this hatred. If you respond to hate with hate, then you've already been changed. This is a success that we shouldn't afford those fanatics about religion and pure ideology. This is a success that we should not grant them. Every way of being complicit with the apocalyptic scenario of a civil war, with this fantasy of completely getting rid of our civil society, of civil kinds of behavior, if you want an egalitarian and open democracy, if you want to protect the rule of law, then you cannot succumb to this maelstrom of violence and hate. For example, the freedom of religion for Muslims cannot be protected if you say that only atheism is acceptable. If we're serious about the freedom of religion, then we cannot say that every sign of religion, whether it's Christian or Muslim or Jewish, then we cannot describe it as undemocratic or somehow backwards. Representative democracy cannot be defended by changing the rules for the German parliament just so someone who you simply don't like cannot become president. If we want to be serious about parliamentary representation, once a party is considered as conforming to our basic law, then that party gets all the same rights and the same money as all the other parties. Then we need to rely on the means and the tools that the law and the basic law are giving us. Openly demonizing sex workers is equally unacceptable, just because you can use it to supposedly make fun of your political enemies and show them to be hypocrites. It may be superfluous to emphasize this, but also putting on fire cars and destroying offices is not something that is somehow politically acceptable just because it goes against people whose political position is inhumane and denies other people's human dignity. Criticizing the essentialism of neo-Nazi right-wing ideology, this criticism is not enough. A criticism of how right-wing radical programs deny people's human dignity, if that criticism only uses its own denial of human dignity, this is a criticism that contradicts itself. If you want to go beyond those mechanisms of hate, needs to analyze the structures of hate and not attack the people who are part of those. In that sense, yes, I agree, we need something else against the hate. We need to use something that is not hate. We cannot simply oppose populism with intellectual simplicism. We can only respond to this ideology of purity with a rhetoric of impurity. There's no reason to be defensive in that. There's no reason to be shy, because this vision of an inclusive, open society is not just more beautiful and more egalitarian, it's also much more pragmatic, because within this society more people can find themselves, because it also contains different ideas of the good life, and it can contain different ideas of the good life. For this purpose, we don't need love to another or for one another. A pluralistic, heterogeneous society only works when there is not too much of a demand of love, when you don't demand too much love of others. We don't need to be loved, we just want the same rights. We don't need love, just respect would be enough. And for me, to be very honest, some polite, just indifference would also be very much sufficient. We don't need to be loved. And I personally am incapable of loving everyone and all ideas in the same way. Of course, some ideas and some habits and some rituals are more close to me. Others seem absurd to me. Others are sad. Others a bit, well, strange. Others I don't understand. Others I find funny. Others I am surprised about. And I often am not only astonished about the lives of strangers, but also lives of friends in my own life. A pluralistic society, if you really want this society, also means to tolerate and to respect these differences. Everything else will simply be collective narcissism. Respect, recognition, equal rights, those are necessary just as much as criticism and resistance to the mechanisms of hate. And not least, we need solidarity and support for those who are being excluded because they're marked as others. This means, or what this means, and what this can mean in terms of implementation, how you can implement this. Well, if someone is being hurt and humiliated and denied their rights, then these people shouldn't need to defend themselves. Someone who's being humiliated, someone who's being hurt, someone who's being attacked doesn't have to defend themselves, shouldn't have to defend themselves. There should be others who stand there and to defend the dignity of every single other person. There need to be others who resist. There need to be others who are not affected, but who feel like they're affected and who feel like they are being attacked as well. Those who help and who contribute need to ask for equality for those who don't have it. Those who do not believe need to defend the rooms for those who believe, and the other way around. A society where everyone only wants to save themselves is not a society. That's neoliberal. That's a neoliberal spectacle, nothing else. Instead, we need a discourse that is based on recognition and that can think recognition and solidarity together, where social questions are not being used to oppose political questions, and where the rights of workers and the rights of others who are marginalized because they're queer or because they're black or female, where there's no hierarchy between these different rights, as if there was some priority, as if some questions of suffering and pain were questions of luxury, where others are important. That's wrong. That's a false dichotomy. Nobody who's poor perceives that first and foremost as an economic deprivation. This poverty also goes along with political invisibility. Someone who is poor isn't simply marginalized in an economic way. This poverty is also a taboo, it's being stigmatized. And in a society where we barely talk about social class anymore, the burden and the shame of social need is on these people and is on themselves. Just like the social question is a political one, something that is closely tied to recognition, the political disregard for queer or black people is something that has economic consequences.
Equal rights, Black Lives Matter, the queer movement or other movements, they're not just about cultural or political disregard or language games in an empty room. It's about social thinking. It's about the fear of going into the streets or to school. It's about defenselessness of your own body, of your own language. It's about jobs, it's about housing, which are not as readily available to the people whose names or bodies are being neglected. Political and social questions belong together, and we will not be dictated something else. When we talk about respect or solidarity, we always have to think of both of them. Social respect, human dignity, social respect and political participation go together as an indivisible part of human dignity. It belongs to the mechanism of domination that seeing, that experiencing pain.
As is part of the mechanism of domination to ban understanding the suffering that this domination produces.
Often the people who want to dominate, mostly, no.
In most cases, the people who want to be engaged in activism and who want to help are those who are already involved. But then under those questions of what can we do and what should we do, there's something else. There's something about why are others so loud, or they are so loud we can't reach anyone anyway. Depending on the context, there's often some mentioning of how your own limited how limited your own perspective is, something that we call a filter bubble recently. The longer I listen to this, the more I am touched. And after a while, I also started to understand or to hear this feeling of powerlessness. It's also a way of disempowering yourself if you constantly ask yourself what your own activism can actually achieve. It's a bitter form of self-disenfranchisement to disregard and to devalue your own positions because you're telling yourself that they're not the position of others or the position of the majority. Majorities and hegemonic positions are something that you can work for and that you can achieve, not by simply looking at the others and perceiving them as stronger than they actually are, but by networking and by connecting with one another and by using the other utopias and testing your own utopias and ideas and visions and potentially improve them. And by developing utopias and visions of how we want to live together, it's not something that's going to be fast. It's going to take some time. It takes energy. It might demand self-criticism. It might demand to redo and rework your own ideas and visions. But that's what political action is. Once you put an idea of economic efficiency and a metric of economic efficiency to value or devalue political activism, once you start doing that, any political engagement, any political activism, any analytical thinking, any democratic way of forming opinions, of making decisions is being devalued, because then everything takes too long or it doesn't show results quickly enough. This logic of shopping is something that you cannot apply to social and political discourse or to the development of political ideas. You need patience, and you also need generosity. You need to be willing to go the extra mile. You need to be willing and to be courageous enough to speak in a quiet manner, and you need to be accepting, and you need to be generous to excuse other people's mistakes, rather than this constant hermeneutics of mistrusting others. And there needs to be some way of a more gentle way of being together. In an interview, Toni Morrison recently talked about her father. I cite, he worked as a welder. One day he told me he had found the perfect way of welding, and he had welded the perfect line. And because it was so perfect, he had put his initials next to it. I said, well, Daddy, nobody is going to see that. And he answered, well, but I know that they're there. Maybe that's what I want, and maybe that is what these reflections on this motto end with. This idea of us simply welding and us working on welding this perfect line, and that we should be proud that if we manage this line once, that then this knowledge of having done that is something that carries us, even if it's not an instant gratification, or if it doesn't provide any instant gratification, and that we then continue to work on the next line that needs to be welded. So this is what political action consists of. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you so much. If this is how it goes, then next year I'll try without a PowerPoint presentation. I think we have some time. Yeah, we would have time, maybe, if you want, potentially for questions or comments, and then we're going to make some space for the next event. Well, yeah, we definitely have at least 10 more minutes, so if you raise your hands, then we come to you with the microphones, or at least our great helpers with the yellow shirts are going to come and give you the microphone. If there are no questions, then we'll go have a drink. Well, then let's go have a drink. Well, then give another round of applause.
Ja, dann hätte ich jetzt eigentlich noch Zeit für ein paar Ansagen.
Well, now I just have time for a few announcements. Well, I'll just do them from memory. Now, on this side, we have the Relax Lounge. We'll have our lightning talks, and there will be meetups over there. Tomorrow, hopefully, there will be sun, so we have the outdoor area where you can relax. On the way other side, there's the laboratory. There are 4 different floors where we have different kinds of program. There are VR installations, there's different things happening there. There's a coral empathy device where you can feel like a coral reef and interact with it. And there's many other fascinating installations. There's documentation, like documentaries being shown. There's art installations. There's our makerspace where we have workshops right now. There's going, for example, you will be able to write interactive love letters in a while, which you can take home with you. Otherwise, there are other things that you can discover. We hope that you have some time to explore the program on different stages. I think there's like 20 of them this year. And of course, we hope that you're staying for the party tonight. Who exactly is going to be there? There will be 5 acts on stage 3, I think, and I'll tell you about that later. So I'll see you at 1:30 for the keynote by Frank Pascal.
Welcome back on stage one, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed the morning of the first day of Republica. The way that the invisible power of algorithms is shaping our daily lives, our opinions, and therefore also our behaviors is one of the key topics of the Media Convention Berlin this year. We just saw the visualization of Facebook's algorithmic universe on stage 7, and now this next session is going to focus on the effects of an automated public sphere on our societies. I am very proud to welcome Frank Pasquale as the keynote speaker of the 2017 Media Convention Berlin. Frank is a researcher, a lecturer, and advisor on the law of big data, artificial intelligence, and algorithms. He is also the author of the Black Box Society, which is a milestone in literature to make experts, as well as the newcomers to the topic, understand what can be the frightening effects of what Frank has defined as the increasingly automated public sphere. Welcome, Frank.
Well, thank you so much, Geraldine, and thank you to the Media Convention. It's fantastic to be here. And I'm just going to dive right in because I have a lot to cover today. And just to sort of put my talk into segments, the way I'm going to start is by discussing really troubling applications of big data, algorithms, and artificial intelligence to the public sphere, to politics and culture. After going through some of these problems, I'm next going to talk about 7 regulatory approaches that could be deployed in order to address the problems caused. And finally, I'm going to reflect on some situations where perhaps regulation is too late or counterproductive. So I think with that type of presentation, we'll have a balance and we'll try to understand what can government do, can it do anything to respond to the evolving media landscape that in many areas is very troubling. I want to start with sort of 4 ways in which recent developments in the public sphere over, say, the past 5 years or so have reversed the common utopian story about the nature of media online. And I would summarize this by saying that we've moved from a wealth of networks to a black box society. How did that happen? Well, it first happened because we were told that, the ability of almost anyone to set up a website, to say their own piece online, would end big media domination and would empower everyone. But what we've also found is that it's enabled a great deal of fragmentation and extremism. Secondly, we were told that the enabling of anonymity would give people an extraordinary courage and freedom to speak their mind. But what we're also seeing is that the most powerful plutocratic forces in societies can set up shell corporations. We saw that in the Panama Papers. They can set up other entities that essentially allow their influence to go unchecked and nearly unmonitored because it is so secretly funded and accomplished. A third example of the utopian version of the public sphere via the internet was the idea that all would participate, all would have a right to speak. But we've seen the flip side of that is, say, hashtag spam, where, yes, if everyone has the right to speak, then you certainly also have the right to, say, flood the hashtag Black Lives Matter with white supremacist propaganda, right? And to the extent that this is permitted, it is an almost immediate effort to strangle in the cradle the emancipatory potentials of the public sphere that we had all hoped and dreamed of 10 years ago or so. And I mean, perhaps even, to make it even more topical, the last week or so, our original conception of WikiLeaks was this wonderful tool to discredit the surveillance state. Now it seems as though it's sort of really bent on discrediting anti-fascist candidates in elections. And so when we see this type of transformation, we have to worry, and I'm going to go into some particular examples of this. The proliferation of Twitter bots, I think, is not merely a reflection of technical evolution that people like Tim Hwang were writing about years ago. It's also a reflection of a commitment to what I call free expression fundamentalism, where the idea is that, say, if anybody can code up a program that wants to speak or tweet thousands of times online, that is a natural extension of their right to speak. I think we really have to combat that because we can't just allow, say, the romantic appeal of Isaac Asimov's talking robots to influence our idea of how software and automated methods of speaking can influence the public sphere because, I can never keep up with a bot that can tweet 1,000 times an hour, neither can anyone here. And the logical endpoint of such a completely unregulated and unmediated public sphere is one where those who are the wealthiest with the best coders are able to drown out everyone else. I'd also say that fake content on Facebook is a huge fundamental challenge to the idea of a marketplace of ideas ultimately enabling good, true speech to drive out the bad speech. In fact, what we're seeing is dark ads and personalization are directly targeting certain types of content to those who are most susceptible to it, and those who would dispute it will never see this content because it's in the dark. It's one of the themes of my book, The Black Box Society, that no one will be able to see this and counteract the speech because it's simply been so slightly targeted on such a personal level. And what's really scary, I believe, about this is that we have a problem of human subject experimentation in many social media. We have constant efforts at A/B testing to see what works, what doesn't, and this can just as easily be a way of accelerating propaganda as it is a way of accelerating truth. Now, a lot of sophisticated observers will ask you, why does this matter? Who believes the fake news? Who actually believes that Hillary Clinton had 5 people killed during the election 2016, et cetera? Who would believe these other lies? Well, that does make some sense for a lot of the folks that run in, say, highly sophisticated, highly educated circles. But we also have to worry a great deal about floating voters, low information voters, voters that are marginally attached to the political process, being particularly susceptible to a lot of efforts at propaganda and online manipulation. And when we consider the possibility of low information voters being the key ones who decide an election, and I think you can think of this in your own experience. I mean, most people one knows, they know exactly what their political commitments are, but there are this sort of core of low information voters that could be really disproportionately influenced. I'd also say that, the promise of Facebook was that of a unified, national, supranational, even global public sphere where we could all talk and debate, and that still is part, say, of the 6,000-word Zuckerberg manifesto with respect to Facebook. But the problem is that a sort of radical egalitarianism as to source can lead to a total lack of educative effect or branding as to the validity of the content. So when you have a situation where automation homogenizes the presentation of information so that everything looks the same, something could be from the Denver Guardian, so-called, that was just cooked up by a couple of people in a few days, or a site like that was just cooked up in this way, could appear with the same level of authority as something, say, that was from a prize-winning newspaper or investigative team. And this, again, this idea of a sort of debased egalitarianism, a way of sort of making everything look the same, is very troubling. I also think that one of the biggest problems here is that a lot of the people that run the biggest online platforms and intermediaries, Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, et cetera, they come from the US. And the culture of the US really has culminated, at least with respect to free expression, in something that I call First Amendment fundamentalism. The idea behind this is, it's in a book called Courting the Abyss, where the strange value system is that the worse the speech is, the more misleading it is, the prouder we are to allow it, because it shows how radically committed we are to let everybody say whatever they want. The culmination of this is in things like, there's a case called US v. Alvarez called the Stolen Valor case, where the Supreme Court says the government doesn't even have a right to make it illegal for people to lie about whether they had military honors. There's another case from the Washington State Supreme Court that essentially guarantees political candidates a right to lie. It's really just that simple, saying that, we're just going to allow the candidates to lie. And when you have a public sphere that has this type of cultural, legal attitude toward free expression, of course you have viral stories that say, lies about that there are 3 million illegal votes or what have you. We also have to look at the material foundations, not just the legal foundations of this sort of automated public sphere. And I think these are really brilliantly investigated by Jodi Dean in her book, Blog Theory, where she describes the circuits of drive and the profit that is made by simply outraging people, right? Rational opinion formation and deliberation is not a profit center. Rapid sharing and engagement is. And that's one reason, for example, why even Dadaist interventions, like Ben Grosser's effort to randomly automate your reactions to Facebook posts, why these things are so popular. Because people have a sense that this is sort of an out-of-control public sphere that really is very hard to understand where it's going or what one can do to even influence it in a positive way. Academic responses have been various to this problem. So we have a situation where you have a lot of people that are trying to figure out, is there a role for regulators? Is there a role for consumer protection authorities, for media authorities, for other entities? Unfortunately, though, there's another aspect of US American centrism that I think is overly influencing the internet debate, which is a rhetorical commitment to something called, one unified open internet, or don't break the internet. And so often what happens is that when there are efforts at rational public interest regulation of internet media, a lot of those at trade authorities from the US and other entities say, if you allow different rules in, say, Germany or France or Argentina or Japan than US-centered rules, you will break the internet. And this, I think, is something to be resisted because we need culturally and nationally specific responses to some of the problems that I've just gone through. The problem also is that we have an attitude from the US Federal Communications Commission, pioneered in the 1980s, that television and now the internet, under Ajit Pai, the current FCC chair, is little more than a toaster with pictures. And if we trust the market to give us the best toasters, we can trust it to give us the best internet, the best program online. Of course, even in the case of toasters, that's not true. There are product safety commissions that actually try to ensure that your toaster won't explode in your face when you put bread in it. But nevertheless, this is one of the problems in which we have much rhetoric from the US saying, just don't regulate, it'll all work out in the end. But this is very disingenuous because essentially deregulation is a lie. Once you deregulate by the state in a given area, you essentially cede power to massive corporations to be the de facto regulators. And in our case, especially the problems that we're discussing at this conference, this convention, Facebook and Google effectively are the regulators, but they're acting in regulatory ways without the normal modes of accountability, such as due process, public comment, public responsiveness, that are the hallmark of a legitimate regulatory authority. And so as I go through 7 different regulatory responses, part of the inspiration for this is trying to figure out a way in which the de facto regulatory power of online entities could be translated into something that is more legitimate and more responsive to public ideals. This is, in a nutshell, the 7 items that I'll be going over the next 15 minutes, which are to label and monitor and explain hate-driven search results, to ban certain particularly dangerous content, to audit the logs of data fed into algorithmic systems, to allow some limited outside annotations, to limit the predation possible by online intermediaries, because I think that's a huge part of the story here, is that as you see so much money, power, and attention being sucked up like a vortex centripetally into these online intermediaries, there's so much less to go to the standard or our media forces. The right to be forgotten as one case study in this area of algorithmic accountability. And finally, a shout out for media literacy. So one example here is labeling and monitoring biased certain results. And an example that I'm sort of putting on this here on the slide is one involving the rise of advocacy by the alt-right to promote a revisionist account of the Holocaust and of history up to World War II. And what we see in this situation is that people searching on the term Hitler, on Holocaust, on the 1930s in Germany, etc., all of these types of searches are leading to extreme prominence for renewed right-wing results or far-right Nazi results. And this was revealed in a piece by Carol Cadwallader a few weeks ago. She did some empirical research, some anecdotal studies or stories of here. What's kind of ironic here is that we've actually moved backwards from where we were in 2004. I started writing about search engines and their arrangement of information back in about 2003 or so. And when I was writing some of my first articles, like Rankings, Reductionism, and Responsibility, I found this example of JewWatch, which was a Holocaust denial site that was in the top 10 results for the query Jew. At the time, what Google did is they were extremely worried by this. The Anti-Defamation League complained to them, and they had an asterisk next to it. And at the bottom of the page, they said, "We are very concerned about this result. We believe it's been manipulated, but just know that we can't really change it, but we would like you to bear in mind the potentially illegitimate origins of this result." Okay? What Cadwallader's reporting revealed in the past year or so is that there was backsliding from that commitment by the company. And it's rather ironic, right? Because if anything, Google is 10 times more powerful and more rich than it was in 2004, but it backslid. Another problem that I think is really important and what demands some responses is autocomplete bias. So we have a problem where, for example, autocompletes about certain individuals are leading to clearly biased results. Now here's one, because it's a public figure, I am less inclined to endorse any sort of intervention. But certainly when there are private figures who are having autocompletes going after them, that's clearly troubling. And secondly, when we have whole racial groups having autocompletes that are derogatory, that are troubling, that are deriding them, that is something we have to address. And I'm really looking forward to this forthcoming book by Safiya Noble, who has explored in great detail exactly what is going on in many of these algorithmic biases that show up in autocompletes, and has proposed some concrete ways in which large intermediaries can try to intervene to assure that there's not this kind of bias and influence. And certainly even governments that have anti-hate laws should seriously consider how far this could go, how far down the road we could go. I say this in particular because one of the most troubling terrorist incidents in the United States over the past 10 years or so was this man, Dylan Roof, went to a South Carolina predominantly African-American church and killed over 10 people. When asked why he did it, he said he had Googled black on white crime and saw all of these results that sort of led him to sites saying that there was an epidemic, a race war happening, where essentially there was a white genocide possible because of all of the black on white crime. Of course, these things are entirely spurious. They're all hate-driven. And so the idea is how, as society is committed to pluralism, to tolerance, and to diversity, we try to ensure that what we have committed to formally, what we commit to in education, is showing up in our online media because, to be frank, that's much more important to many people than many of the standard media educative outlets. That's how people really are connected to each other and connecting to the web. Now, another thing that I think is so important here is audit logs of the data fed into algorithmic systems. And I want to explain the significance of this with reference to a scandal that happened in the United States, or this bizarre situation, a story called Pizzagate, where essentially there were rumors based on, ostensibly based on some of the WikiLeaks releases, that there was a child sex ring at a popular pizzeria in Washington that was connected to the Democratic establishment. Again, entirely false. But one, it took some time to get to the bottom of it because the people who spread this news were savvy about sort of how they would disseminate it. If you had better audit logs, so we could better understand exactly where certain stories that are quite suspect originate, this one originated in a white supremacist tweet, this type of public regulatory understanding of the black box of these algorithmic systems could be crucial to rapid responses, responses that happen before, say, in this example, a gunman goes to the site and starts firing shots and says, I just want to see what's really going on here, okay? This is where audit logs are really helpful. And they're also really helpful because we hear a lot from Silicon Valley lobbyists and other tech advocates that the current modes of ordering information on search engines and social networks are so complicated, law can never catch up. There was actually one machine learning expert that was quoted in a recent story that said, trying to explain how Google or other sites arrange information for you, for me to, as a computer scientist, to explain that to you as a layman would be like trying to explain Shakespeare to a dog, okay? And I think it's very important that when we hear these metaphors, we push back immediately. And first we say, you know, the story about Pizzagate, that's not Shakespeare, okay? And we secondly say, you cannot adopt the sort of condescending attitude that the computational sphere is itself automatically superior to modes of human self-interpretation and human understanding. But that is precisely the core normative value in most of the deregulatory efforts here. And one small pushback against this is to say, even if we can't necessarily understand or explain in a humanly relatable way how machine learning works on thousands of variables with thousands of parameters, we can at least have logs of data that are influencing certain results that we see on Facebook and Google, and we could try to isolate and try to find suspect sources of information. Those suspect sources of information could, for example,
Und
be part
diese
of the annotations on certain posts. So if you recall the Jew Watch example I gave from the beginning about how white supremacists were gaming the search engine to lead to anti-Semitic results, that could be a much faster process if we have data from audit logs that allow us to identify, say, suspect efforts to manipulate news feeds, to manipulate search engine results, and then immediately, or very close to immediately, allow annotation of those results. And I think this is a very important step forward.
Und ich denke, dass das ein ganz wichtiger Schritt ist, wenn wir versuchen, die Wirtschaft zu regulieren. Denn wir haben uns ja schon der Idee verschrieben, dass wir zum Beispiel eine gewisse Etiketten für
What we need to take as a second step in an information economy is we not only need to have information about goods and services, we need to label, we have to have information about the information we get. Okay? We have to be able to understand that there might be certain suspect or troubling influences on the data we're getting that helps us to figure out what shows we're going to watch, what news we're going to trust, what feed we're going to follow, etc. And that's a premise of Mark Patterson's book on antitrust law and the new economy. It's an effort to sort of step to a second level of awareness and to break out of our self-imposed tutelage about black boxes, to break out, to really enlighten the public sphere in these scenarios. I also think that part of this is inevitably going to involve restoring human editors. And when I say restoring human editors, I don't mean doing this in the classic Facebook style of creating a caste of untouchable journalists who are out in a trailer somewhere that are contract workers who can be immediately removed or vetoed by anyone who's an engineer in the company, okay? We have to realize that this sort of caste system, very explicitly described in Kate Lossey's book about Facebook, is a reality about the way in which a lot of entities in Silicon Valley see the relationship between journalists and engineers. What we instead need is we need to really make sure that there is this robust and substantive commitment to respecting journalism as a profession, not merely a source of piecework, propaganda, or PR, and to ensure that human editors can, for example, look at breaking news story and just knock out ones that are clearly have no basis in reality. Google's fact-checking initiative is one small step in this direction. They have partnered with entities like Snopes.com and factcheck.org. They're trying to ensure that there are some rigid parameters to qualify those who serve as fact-checkers, to have some level of accountability and responsibility there. But I do think there are some issues. One is sort of a interface problem. So one problem here might be that, you know, even though Snopes.com is debunking the story that Pope Francis endorsed Donald Trump for president, we nevertheless have the headline is the Pope endorses Donald Trump for president. And we have to be sensitive to a world of, you know, as Hartmut Rosa characterizes it, a world of acceleration and social acceleration, that we have the ability of entities to respond to the possibility that people may only be reading the headlines. So maybe even headlines have to be sort of altered to respond to the real activity of media reception by new audiences, fast audiences. Same with the story about, you know, Clinton campaign chairman involved in satanic spirit cooking. Again, false story. Let's perhaps not require people to click to the second page. Let's have a better sense of what an accurate headline would look like. And I also want to say that the groups involved, first of all, you know, I question, are they being adequately supported by the large intermediaries? The second question I have is, you know, have we really opened it up to all potential groups, right? Or do we have a very narrow concept of what fact-checking could entail? And I think that this type of civil society initiative, trying to recognize its quasi-governmental nature, trying to recognize that there are questions of legitimacy, of representation involved, is very important, and trying to be open about that, right? And I think back even to the Google response to the right to be forgotten decision, there was not quite enough pluralism in terms of how they established a board to try to respond to that. There could be more. In going further, what I want to say is that, you know, we have to, when I talk about funding these other entities, part of that funding probably has to come from intermediaries themselves. And we had a proposal back in 2006 or so by Harvard professor Terry Fisher to assure that content was getting some share of the profits that were being made from the growing connection and internet connections of other people around the world. And he would actually had a proposal that would allow lots of access to content after having a tax on internet connections. Now, of course, I think that is far too regressive a tax. I would make it a much more progressive tax. I think that is more in line with the vision of someone like Jaron Lanier, but he also has some other ideas about how to make sure that content is actually compensated. But part of the idea here is that we have to recognize that as more and more revenue goes to the intermediary, less and less to the source that actually is enabling the intermediary to be something of value, we have to respond to that. Another example I'll give, number 6 of my examples, is the right to be forgotten. And I think that the example here is one where I know it's controversial. I know there are certainly concerns in the press about potential censorship, or collateral censorship would be a more accurate term. But I think that when we look at the demands of individuals, say, and when you have a woman who says, whenever people search my name, the first result they see is the fact that my husband was murdered 20 years ago. I don't want that to be the first result everyone sees about my name for the rest of my life into perpetuity. It seems that a humane, compassionate response to that really is for the intermediary to help that person, say, obscure the story. At least when it's a search on her name, right? It reminds me a lot of like a credit report or a dossier or a private investigator's report on somebody. They really need the ability to respond to that. And this, I think, is a first step toward assuring that we are not just sort of drifting into an artificially intelligent future, but we're drifting into a wiser future where there's some artificial wisdom that's informed by a compassionate response and a requirement under law that intermediaries be somewhat responsive to individual concerns. Can it be abused? Of course. But the answer to this abuse, I think, is better, more legitimate operationalization rather than ending the right in itself. And I think that this is part of, it fits in together with some of the ideas that I've already been talking about with respect to obscuring certain content, banning certain content, because it really is quite possible that we are on the cusp of a social media genocide. If you have the ability of individuals to spread hatred, to spread damaging stereotypes or fake news about, say, a minority group in a community, we could be very close to a scenario where that group in itself could have accelerated hatred directed against it. And we need to have mechanisms in place to try to at least retard that or slow down the acceleration of damaging content. A final example that I would give, and this is steps back from that sort of disaster scenario that I was thinking about in the earlier slide, is educating users in media literacy. One of the concrete examples here that I think is most compelling is that there are lots of people that do not understand the difference between a sponsored story on Facebook and organic content. They don't understand the difference between sponsored ads on Google and real content or content that's ostensibly organic. And just to have these basic levels of media literacy taught maybe in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, so that individuals know what are they being paid to see, what is something that is arising out of a less commercial process, although certainly a commercial process. This type of media literacy is really crucial. And it's also crucial even in the smallest settings. So for example, there are lots of scandals now in the US about celebrities promoting, not just the Fyre Festival, but promoting drugs online. And we have, like Kim Kardashian was actually warned by the Food and Drug Administration not to promote a morning sickness drug without at least acknowledging this is an ad, right? Because people should have some level more of skepticism about advertising than about organic content. Ultimately, these 7 ideas that I put out here, these 7 modes of regulation, they are something that I think would enable us to move a bit closer to a better modulated, more representative, more legitimate online public sphere. I'm not saying there's the solution to everything. Certainly there are many problems with the legacy media that I've not even touched on here to this point. I'm going to in the third of the talk. But they at least give some sense that there can be democratic will formation by a polity that is coherent and that wants to set certain rules of the road with respect to how information is disseminated and consumed online. But I also want to think about what happens in public spheres that are what I call post-deliberative. And I have on this slide 2 social theorists who I think are really, there's almost a rivalry between their thought and whose thought will most influence the 21st century in politics. And they're Jürgen Habermas and Carl Schmitt. And when we think about Jürgen Habermas's work over a lifetime, he has put forward an idea of an ideal speech situation and a public sphere based on rational will formation, on the unforced force of the better argument. And many people say, well, this is a pretty idealistic notion, right? I mean, and it's ironic when we think about the intellectual history of German social theory that, you know, he himself was almost acting to be a more realistic voice in response to the Frankfurt School. But I think it's very important to have these as regulative ideals for how we enter into political debate and dialogue. The alternative, of course, is the crown jurist of the Third Reich, Carl Schmitt's concept of politics, which is that politics is essentially a battle between friend and enemy. And we have to try to win, and we really have nothing to learn from the other. The other is the enemy. And why is this social theory relevant? Well, I think it's relevant because we should do a thought experiment about any reform that, say, is based on the concept of a filter bubble. So let's imagine that, you know, we're really concerned about Elie Pariser's concept of filter bubble, and we ensure that everyone on their news feed, all people who are identified as left, see some right-wing stuff on their news feed, and all people who are identified as right see some left-wing stuff on their news feed. If everyone is committed to a relatively Habermasian ideal of deliberative democratic politics, maybe this is going to lead us to moderation, right? Maybe this will lead us to consensus, to societal harmony. However, if we can just imagine a society where, say, liberals are, say, very open-minded, you have, say, liberals are on the left, very open-minded, and you have those on the right who are completely closed-minded, then if we iterate over time, we could imagine a scenario where there's some folks on the left, liberals, who say, yeah, you know, these sort of neoliberal or policies with respect to immigration, with respect to taxation, et cetera, maybe they make some sense. Maybe I'll move a little bit closer to the right. And then you might have a right that says, we will never move. We are here. Okay? If you have this type of scenario, it's pretty easy to imagine what happens iteratively over time, right? And I don't think this is just a thought experiment, really. I think it's actually something that's coming somewhat close to reality in the United States at the present time. And this is where I want to draw a distinction between, say, being concerned about algorithms and being concerned about, say, legacy media. In a lot of the United States, we get sort of media that is presented. So, for example, in this slide, the jobless rate for 4 presidents is compared. And we're meant to assume that essentially Trump is one of the best of the 4 and Obama's the worst because after 3 months, look, Trump's fixed all the problems. It gets even worse where you have essentially 100 days job creation figures and you have, say, Trump again looking as the best person, the others not. You know? If this is the media diet that is, say, being fed to one side of the political spectrum, and part of the filter bubble is a commitment to ensure that more and more people see this media diet, that, to me, would probably be a perversion of the fairness doctrine, right? Or at least one would not necessarily want to sign up for it. So I think we really have to think hard in the future about exactly what is the public sphere we're dealing with. Another example that I think is relatively telling, at least from the US context here, is if you look, for example, on free trade, on the left-hand side on this slide, there was a huge Republican shift on free trade. So at 2009, you know, you had a relatively stable support for free trade. Once you had a candidate who was against it, suddenly against it. It's even more dramatic if you look at the Syria strikes, where you have, among the Democrats, say, a relatively stable opposition, roughly, to getting more Middle East adventures for the US. Whereas you have, among the GOP, 22% supporting the Democratic president, 86% supporting the Republican president. So again, the problem here is one of, if your model of public sphere regulation is one that presumes rational deliberation among large portions of the polity, and it seems as though there might be, say, portions of the polity that really don't want it, that are committed to a certain way of viewing the world, you've got to think very deeply about how that is either improving the public sphere or potentially not improving it, potentially deforming it and playing into the hands of one side or the other. My bottom line for this talk is that the US and free expression advocates really should not try to stop well-ordered societies from imposing reasonable consumer protection, competition regulation. I think that the 7 items that I went over earlier, that those could be quite helpful in assuring that places that have a relatively well-ordered and deliberative political system can maintain that, and how they could be used to nip in the bud certain forms of extremism or ways of undermining the political common understanding, the imaginary of politics, to use Charles Taylor's term, that undergirds robust democracies. But I'd also say is that after a certain amount of time, in some public spheres, there's essentially a loss of this common understanding. And in those public spheres, it's relatively easy to see the regulatory bodies being captured or regulation itself being put to ends that it was never intended for. And so this sort of cultural sensitivity to whether we are in a Habermasian or Schmittian public sphere will be central to how committed we are to the 7 types of reform of the automated public sphere that I discussed earlier. And so with that, I just wanted to thank you so much, and I really look forward to questions and dialogue from this group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frank. We've left some time for questions, and I'm pretty sure there are going to be some. We have our ladies with the yellow t-shirts to come around and give the microphones to you. If you can give me and Frank a sign of hand if you'd like to raise a question or comment. There's one over there here.
Hey, first of all, thank you very much. I enjoyed it very much. And I have a question. You had this idea about information,
Yes.
like labeling the information. I was thinking while you said that, like, how would you, or what kind of thoughts have you about that people trust this label? Because there's so much mistrust, there's so much like conspiracy theories that people really believe in. What you talk about, like, what is your idea about like establishing trust for these kind of senders that label?
Right. That's a fantastic question, and I think that the problem of achieving some sort of self-reflexivity, self-reflection about the public sphere is a really critical one. I know that there are some, certainly the organization factcheck.org was widely distrusted by a lot of people who felt that it had an extremely narrow approach to public financing, for example. And so that is something where enabling many groups to be part of the dialogue should be a first step toward allowing more legitimate forms of labeling information online. I think this is going to be part of a consultative process that should be a cooperative endeavor, say, between governmental authorities and the intermediaries that are sort of would be have the most effect here. I just think that it can't be left entirely up to the intermediaries themselves, because if it is, then I certainly am distrusting, and I want to see more involvement by civil society. Now, part of that involvement could involve, say, looking at the past record applications from the group, setting up a commission to sort of go through the applications to figure out who would be, say, who's done the most work in this area, the most credible work, to allow challenges. So, for example, in the rulemaking process administratively, you have comment periods, and then you allow, sometimes there's an allowance for comments on the comments, so that can be part of the issue as well. But I also have to acknowledge that you don't want to create a situation where it's simply the person that is most doggedly interested that wins, because that sometimes you see in like Wikipedia edit wars. And so you have to be careful to sort of make sure that you're not setting up a system where it's simply about whoever expends the most effort. There has to be a somewhat more closed process, but a process that is open at the beginning, but then also allows some contestation and some renewal and some circulation too. You don't want the same organizations doing it over, say, past 5 or 10 years or something. But all of those things, I think, have been addressed by, say, intergovernmental advisory panels or other panels. And all that I'm really focusing on here is trying to ensure that these methods are recognized, that something that is like a state action is recognized as in the identity of what intermediaries are doing, that they are acting like governments, that they need to act like it. And one last example is my colleague Danielle Citron has an article called Technological Due Process, path-breaking article, where she says that when they make these decisions, there should also be due process, a right of contestation, a right to be heard. And that's where I think the worry about algorithms and artificial intelligence, I think, really bites, is because so often in tech firms, it's seen that anything that involves a human is a defect that indicates a failure of code. And what we need to do is to reverse that and say, in fact, humans are essential to governance, and involving them is a sign of the legitimacy of the process, not of its deviation from a Platonic ideal of an entirely automated public sphere. Thanks.
Are there more questions? You're gonna have to wave and make yourself very visible over there. Thanks. Right there.
Hello? Here? Over here? Sorry.
You already have, okay, then you first, please, and you after that. Thank you.
All right, I wanted to ask about, you had this little scenario that you sketched, kind of the hard right that has a clear position, and the beautifully liberal liberals that are so open,
yeah.
and that would kind of shift the whole society to the right. Now, I'm kind of part of a mixed tribal marriage. My wife's family is conservative, evangelical, Kansas. My own family comes liberal East Coast. I hear from both sides, especially after the election, I hear so much ignorant stuff on both sides. And I just don't quite buy the kind of beautiful, idyllic picture that you painted of the liberals in the United States.
Oh, sure. No, I mean, I would say certainly you could model it the other way. But my point is basically the same about the filter bubble, right? You could model it the exact opposite way, and you could say, yeah, the society could go completely to the left. Maybe that's Venezuela. I don't know. I mean, that could be the society that goes, where there's one hardcore. But I just sort of thought that was a convenient slide because it was sort of an image that I think is quite compelling in terms of rebutting the filter bubble model. The bottom line is that democracy is fragile, and that if you don't have a real commitment to openness by all the major entities in a political spectrum, you really have to worry about that, and I think that is very troubling. So that's just the point. The point is that you have to have a general, beneath political commitments, you have to have sort of a Habermasian commitment, I think, to actually listening to the other.
Over there.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. My name is Craig Fagan. I'm with the World Wide Web Foundation, which was set up to basically keep the web an open and safe space for everyone. And obviously algorithms are key. As you use the term social media genocide, it's affecting how this vision is kept alive. But in a lot of your remarks, you focused on the US, which obviously is a good example. How have you seen this play out in other countries? Because one of the things that we're very concerned about is it's very much just as you're talking about Silicon Valley driving the agenda in the US, it's Silicon Valley driving the agenda in Lagos, in Delhi, in other countries where there isn't that type of, the concerns you talk about, the filter bubble, is on a totally different scale. And there's also a thing which I think you alluded to, which is around algorithmic harm, the idea that there is a social harm being created by algorithms, so we need to do something about it, which is similar to me in the concept of where the environmental debate, where the drive of the agenda in Germany or US is not going to be the same level of what's happening, again, in Nigeria or India. So I wanted to know how you're kind of looking at this broader spectrum and to bring it back to how you see these two things playing out in the debate in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would say that one of the key messages of I think one of the first part of the talk, the ending, was that I am very worried that the US-centered view of the world is overly influencing international bodies that might misinterpret a culturally specific US idea of what free expression or free trade is in order to eliminate the possibility for many other countries to develop culturally, nationally specific responses. And just to turn the question around a bit, I guess I would say that perhaps my focus on US examples performatively embodies that attitude by indirectly confessing that that's what I'm familiar with, right? I don't read all of the German papers each day. I don't read all of the British papers each day. I certainly don't. I don't read the other countries' papers each day, but I do look quite specifically and look quite closely at what the US experience is. And I think that what it shows is that in a country with very advanced penetration and adoption of some of the most advanced automated public sphere methods, that you have a lot of opportunities for distortion. So all that my bottom line would be is, I'm trying to essentially use US parochialism against itself. I'm trying to say essentially that don't necessarily trust what is being advanced by interests largely identified with culturally specific ideas of what free expression or free trade is. Be open to other sort of experiences. So yeah, that would be my response. Yeah.
There's one more question in the front row here, and one over there.
Hello, Annette Mühlberg. I'm a member of the trade union Verdi, and my question is if it would be helpful to open the discussion more up, not only talking about filter bubble, but talking about the necessity of transparency of algorithm in all the spheres of democratic decision making, but also about security. I think we have to have much more transparency of algorithms in all the basic infrastructures. It's extremely intransparent, unfortunately, and therefore it's a security issue. But also, for example, in the trade union, we do have, talking about different laws in different nations. In Germany, we have co-decision making, and we need to have transparency of algorithms, or at least criteria, what's going on with the software, the functioning, the decision-making processes of software, to be able to co-decide what kind of technology can be introduced. So, you know, I think that there, in general, for democratic procedures and safe infrastructures, we do need much more transparency, and it's part of the filter bubble and part of other issues too. Maybe if we discuss it as a general problem of democracy and security, maybe then we have a little bit more strength in pushing it. Thank you.
Oh, I would completely reiterate that point. I think that, you know, in particular, in my Black Box Society book, I was really focused on the data brokers, the media sector, and the finance sector. And I thought particularly if you look at the crash of 2008, the global financial crisis, much of that was down to the extreme opacity of algorithms. But what's so important is that we have to emphasize that this opacity was a social construction. A lot of firms say, oh, it's just too complicated for people to understand. In fact, it's because of trade secrecy requirements, et cetera. And one thing I'm very concerned about in the European context is that the right of explanation that is guaranteed under the GDPR, that will be essentially cut down to nothing thanks to trade secrecy assertion by large algorithmically driven entities. So we really have to watch trade secrecy assertion. I'd also say, and I have to preview my next book, which is on robotics, that in the areas of medical robotics, education robotics, law enforcement, and the military, there is extreme opacity about the guts of robotic systems. And if you think it's bad when it's opaque as to how we're getting our news feeds and how we're getting search engine results, imagine when it's a robot deciding whether to arrest you or not, or how it's going to be teaching, or how it's going to be diagnosing illness. So as these algorithms power more and more parts of our lives, we're going to have to really recommit ourselves to exactly the type of commitments that you articulated. So thank you.
And let's take one more question from the lady right there, if that's okay with you, Frank. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, this was a very inspiring talk, and I look forward to following this up with your book. I'm not quite sure whether I really can put my finger on my question precisely now, but I would like you to connect what you just said to the notion of democracy, because what struck me is that a lot of what you suggested is actually very top-down. You were talking about regulation, you were talking about the old notion of gatekeepers to information, about labeling information. Now the concept of democracy says that people actually participate from the bottom up. That seems for me to be a bit at odds. And one of the good things that I think that the internet has brought about, and especially also in the context of the Trump election, is that we've been seeing a lot of grassroots journalistic outfits, startups, etc. pp. So how do you put this together? Sorry, sure. I just throw this at you, yeah?
No, it's an excellent question. And I think that part of this approach that I'm putting forward in response set 1 with those 7 proposals for regulation or for even self-regulation, it was in some of them, it really is a plea for structure. And here's how I would root this, and it actually comes from a James Q. Wilson book about bureaucracy. He's a great administrative law, sort of political scientist and used in administrative law. And he compares ideal types of how political struggle is done. And he says that and again, this is very crude, but I think it's illuminating. He says that in Europe, many decision procedures seem like they follow something like the Marquess of Queensberry rules, or it's like a boxing match. There's a fight, people contest it, there's an argument, there's a decision on a winner, and people sort of are going along with it generally. He compared that to the American political process, which he analogized to a barroom brawl. He said that the fight there, it never ends. There might be a gang that goes out of the bar and tries to get somebody else to come in and beat up their enemies, etc. And he said that's essentially what the administrative process in the US reminded him of, was this sort of complete free-for-all. And I think what my argument is that, I think that 10 years ago, say when we were most influenced by, say, a wealth of networks type of utopianism about the potential for networks online, that we thought that this would bring everybody in and that would sort of automatically conduce to democracy, to free markets, etc. It was a very Hayekian vision of spontaneous order. I think that over the past 10 years, what we've seen is that what's really happening is that there are large intermediaries that have enormous power. So first of all, it's not like regulation is intervening on or interfering with a process that is now an open-ended and grassroots one. It's really one where the process right now, the default, is one of extreme centralized corporate power. And secondly, that the sort of grassroots vision, grassroots are very easily replaced by astroturf, by fake grass, right? And so to even be supportive of a grassroots group, you have to have some concept of what's grassroots and what is, like the Twitter bots I showed, simply purchased time from very good coders or from others to manipulate the public sphere. And without that type of basic differentiation between authentic civil society institutions and fake ones that are essentially made up by manipulators, we're essentially discrediting all of civil society. It would be the same as if we allowed counterfeit money in circulation, right? Gresham's law says that counterfeit money, the bad money drives out the good. In many respects, we would have bad civil society entities driving out the good, the fake ones driving out authentic ones, etc. How do you make that distinction? That's difficult. But at the very least, entities should be extremely transparent about their funding, about how they were formed, about their governance structures, etc. There are, unfortunately, in many contexts, there's lots of think tanks that say, hey, we're just a civil society group, we're just trying to represent the grassroots. And it's obvious where the funding is coming from, but it's never noted on, say, reports, news media, etc. So this sort of self-protection of civil society demands some forms of structure. And without it, we're going to see that type of barroom brawl model of politics that really ends up in exactly where the US is right now.
Thank you so much, Frank, for your talk and for taking the time to answer our questions. Before we let you go, may I ask Ursula Weidenfeld to come and join us up here on stage? Thank you. Welcome, Ursula. Ursula, you're moderating. Yes, we can have an applause, I think. You're moderating up on stage 7, and as I mentioned in the beginning, the topic of algorithms is one of the focal themes at the Media Convention Berlin this year. You're going to take Frank right from the stage up to your stage. What's going to happen there next?
Well, I think we will have a deeper discussion about what does it mean for, does filter bubble mean for democracy, for media regulation, and for elections as well. So as Germany has elections this year, everybody is interested in what will be the impact of algorithms, of social media on elections and how they will, and on the outcome of elections. So that will be the afternoon on stage 7.
And that's going to be a panel discussion?
Three
panel discussions. Okay, great. So those of you who would like to continue the conversation together with Ursula and with Frank, please join them up on stage 7 at the Media Convention Berlin. Thanks so much to both of you.
Thank you.
We're going to continue here in 15 minutes with a keynote from Markus Beckedahl. Es gibt gleich in einer Viertelstunde den netzpolitischen Jahresrückblick, so rum, von Markus Beckedahl. Bis gleich. Thank you so much, Frank. It was a super interesting talk. Thank you so much for coming. It was, but I think that was very good. And it's always a tough room to do Q&A because there's such a distance.
Schön, dass wir darüber geredet haben. Welchen Kanal bist du überall? Ich bin auf der 4. Der 4. Wenn du was ist, ich bin auf der Dampf. Ja. Funk mich an, ich bin jetzt auf der 4. Ja, das ist ja das Problem. Für dich. Ich dachte mal, du schüttelst mir noch so ein paar geile Ideen. Scheiße, die Vorhaben.
So, herzlich willkommen hier die Übersetzung ins Englische. Englisch, 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 Englisch. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, hier. Das ist doch Käse. Hey. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, hey, ja. Eins, zwei, drei, vier, ja.
Oh, ist es schön voll geworden. Willkommen zurück auf der Stage 1. Ich habe die Ehre, mir heute die Moderation auf dieser Bühne mit meiner Kollegin Katharina Meyer teilen zu dürfen. Herzlich willkommen auf der Bühne, Katharina. Genau, du machst jetzt hier erstmal weiter. Wir sehen uns wieder zu Sascha, weil ich muss mal kurz auf die Stage 2 rüber, weil ich gleich das Townhall-Meeting mit unserer Ministerin für Wirtschaft und Energie moderieren darf.
Ja, und als nächstes zu uns auf die Bühne kommt Markus Beckedahl, Mitgründer der Republika, Gründer von Netzpolitik und aller weiteren schönen digitalen Initiativen, die es so gibt. Herzlich willkommen.
Oder wie er ab jetzt auch bekannt ist, wir haben ihn im Team selber einen neuen DJ-Namen gewählt, Markus Breakdown. Er wird nämlich auch am letzten Abend für euch auflegen. Applaus.
Juhu. Hello. For the English speakers, there's a translation available. You should check up the headphones over there in the corner. Ansonsten rede ich Deutsch. Tut mir leid. Ich freue mich, dass so viele gekommen sind um diese Uhrzeit, um einen netzpolitischen Jahresrückblick zu hören und das bei der Konkurrenz 19 verschiedene Veranstaltungen, wo ich irgendwann während der Programmplanung feststellte, dass
when I planned this, the schedule for this Congress, I found out that there were about 5 things I'd rather watch than my talk, but well, I can't help that now. Last year I talked about how you can fight for your digital rights. This year, let's look at the laws that are currently in progress. But I've got some highlights for you so you don't drown in pessimism. And I'm getting a weird message here. I disabled the internet and then it was re-enabled. I got some weird error message. I'm sorry. Last year it was this. This year it's a bit more like this. A yearly review has to talk about positive things as well. That was the best cat video I saw in the past year. The one on the cat on the right gets more, but you can count for yourself. Doesn't take long unless there's a surprise moment as well. That cat is cheating successfully as well. So much for good news, because he exists. I didn't want to talk too much about Donald Trump, but we see ourselves faced with a problem that we can't really travel to the United States anymore. When we planned this conference, we had the problem that there were certain people from the certain speakers from the United States who were scared of not being allowed to return to the United States if they came here. And that's thanks to all the people who voted for him, and suddenly we have a whole different situation worldwide. And we'll only be able to travel to the United States, not only, well, if we want to travel to the United States in the future, we won't only have to give up our fingerprints, but we will also have to disclose which accounts we use on social media, and of course provide a password as well. I'm wishing them good luck with that. I wish you good luck at the border control, trying to debate this with the not always good-humoured border officials. And civil rights don't apply to us foreigners there. The party also showed that freedom of information is facing massive problems. Reporters Without Borders said last Friday that hundreds of reporters are currently sitting in jails. Some of them professional journalists, some of them citizen journalists, and that's a sad record. And this is not only due to the fact that Turkey has built the biggest prison for journalists, it's also because many people from our communities sit in jail in countries, in other countries. We should remember not only Dennis Yücel, but also Abdel Fattah from Egypt, one of the bloggers who believed in freedom during the Egyptian revolution and got jail in return. Or Bassel Katabil, activist from Syria who is has been sitting in jail for years there, and before that coordinated Creative Commons. We have a new sad trend. More and more regions of this world simply disable the internet during crisis. Imagine if imagine if the government decided to cut off the internet 2 days before the election, and how are you going to watch Netflix? The problem is that the number of shutdown has been increasing steadily. In 2016, we've had 56 shutdowns worldwide. A sad record has been achieved by Cameroon. Recently, some parts of the country have had no internet for 3 months. Facebook is mainly affected by this, being the largest social network. And there's a talk about this on stage 3 tomorrow. You might be interested in that. But we also have the first German minister for the internet. Before that, we had 3 internet ministers. One of them has a new job. Has been replaced, Sigmar Gabriel. And after these 3 ministers, when they showed the digital agenda, the master program for internet politics, promised more and better encryption. They wanted to become the encryption country #1 in the world. And that was the only phrase from that agenda that we at Netzpolitik supported wholeheartedly. So what did they do? They created an organization to crack encryption. The CITES is a new office that helps the army with new methods of digital forensics and digital surveillance and decrypting all these new channels of communication. That's quite an achievement. Make Germany the encryption country #1 and then create an office that does exactly the opposite without doing anything at all to improve encryption in Germany. So why? You could watch this,
in the internet. No, sorry, that was the NSA committee, not that other one. And they have been working for 3 years. The government more or less boycotted this parliamentary committee of inquiry. But we have some more insights now, and that's mainly due to these 4 people. Some of the active people are missing in the picture. Sorry, dear Anne, but these 4 from the opposition, they managed to at least gain some insights, more than the grand coalition of the Christian Democrats and Social Democrats wanted to allow. And the result of this committee looking into the activities of the secret services, the result now is that we have more surveillance. Why not? All the scandals that we noted were simply legalized in retrospect. And that was before the Committee of Inquiry actually got to finish their investigation and report. So if you wanted to know more about certain scandals from the government, that were uncovered during the work of this committee, the government would simply say we can't say anything because the work of the committee is still going on. But that didn't stop the government during the committee's work to simply legalize all these scandals in retrospect using the majority of the Grand Coalition, which was about 80% of the seats. So the things that the Foreign Intelligence Service had been doing abroad are now allowed domestically as well. So surveilling internet traffic is legal. Reasons that you have to supply for surveillance. There were some very vague terms you had to put, like terrorism, but now we have reasons like threats to the interior or external security of Germany. Now, having been under initial suspicion of treason, I know the kinds of reasons that could be used there. But then could be anything that would be of importance to foreign and security politics. What could possibly go wrong there? Data retention is now available to the NSA as well. There is a kind of data retention, a new data retention law that reduces periods to 10 weeks, but the Foreign Intelligence Service can store metadata up to 6 months, and because these people are so nice, they can exchange data with the NSA as well. So the NSA is enjoying a much broader kind of data retention than the civil authorities of the government, the German government itself has. And in addition to that, there's a fourth committee overseeing our secret services. There had been 3 different committees. A fourth one supposedly to limit the bad things that they do, installed by the government itself. So great amount of control there. In addition, 2 UN special rapporteurs voiced criticisms. There was the rapporteur for terrorism and for anti-terrorism and human rights, who, in his report to the UN Committee of Human Rights, to the UN Council of Human Rights, said that the BND law, the law that legalizes all these things in its current form, is illegal. Thank you, German government. The EU Special Rapporteur for the privacy said that Germany is on the way to overtake Britain in terms of the weakest control apparatus compared to its population, the weakest control of Secret Service activity. Now, that is quite an achievement. And Germany has put in place data protection reforms and lowered protection standards, which also was kind of a masterpiece that you couldn't have thought possible, because at the European level there had been an agreement in the framework of the General Data Protection Regulation to put in place a common European level of data protection so that not every single member state would have different protections. Now, what does Germany do? The country that had the highest standards beforehand now had to adapt their own laws after the General Data Protection Regulation came into force, and they simply tried to install the weakest protections of all. That was at least what the Interior Ministry tried. Fortunately, they didn't fully succeed, but they did manage to weaken data protection laws quite considerably in Germany. So with the General Data Protection Regulation, the reform that you thought would give you more data protection now gives you easier video surveillance by private people. Data protection commissioners can no longer ask secret services about their violations of data protection. Data protection commissioners can no longer check professional secrecy professions such as lawyers, doctors, health insurers. They cannot ask them for their specifics. They can only look at their general principles, data protection guidelines. And of course, you know that principles, guidelines, and the reality in organizations are quite a different thing. Now, the EU data protection reform with that regulation and its adaptation into national law is now followed by another regulation on e-privacy. We had a directive before, which is a weaker instrument, but now a regulation is to come That is one of the EU legislative processes that no one is interested in, although all of us will be affected by it. The problem here is, on the one hand, there are great opportunities. Finally, you have more consumer rights and more data protection, particularly when it comes to tracking, advertising, the whole marketing stuff that there is on the net. You get to a website and your data is your visits are being tracked by 50 other companies, but there is also a massive lobbying effort to allow even more tracking and make us even more into a transparent consumer. Now, we want to make you deal with the privacy regulation more than you have done before. There are opportunities to have an obligation in that new regulation that says browsers must be configured to be privacy-friendly by default. But you can imagine with those different versions, different amendments, things change. Now it says users have to be asked what kind of settings they want at installation time. Now I'm looking forward to how you manage to let everyone know what kind of different options they should choose. Most people would just say, I don't care, click. So e-privacy also is about different EU states calling for backdoors in encryption and trying to put that into the regulation via lobbying. But we want to mobilize to people to use exactly the same regulation, the e-privacy regulation, to enforce safe encryption. Why are large providers not obliged to put in place the simple protection measures that protect us and our data? You should think that people should do that. Another debate that something that I had in this slide, you know, the thing when your toaster mines bitcoins to pay off its gambling debts to the fridge. So what this meme was about is, do you actually know what your digital coffee machine is just doing? Is it going to start a cyber war against France right now? You don't know. In the last few years, we had somewhat more consciousness of the fact that there are potential problems here if you put devices in your home, and manufacturers think, well, now I've sold this guy the coffee machine, why should I care about updating the software? And there was the thing in, I think, November, the German telecom network failed, and 900,000 routers had configuration problems, and that made it clear to many people that we have a problem there with digital devices being placed in our homes where we don't quite know what they do, and we get dependent on them. And that is the great challenge. How do we manage to get product liability for the devices that we buy, which we naturally have for all the non-digital products that we buy? You would never accept that you buy a fridge that immediately breaks down or starts a cyber war against France. So how do we manage to separate with update cycles when we install apps? We want to have them safer. How do we stop this mixture of security updates and other updates that make us lose control of our own devices? What we do need, but we do need those updates because otherwise the devices would be unsafe. So the clear call on the government, or the politics, is organize update cycles in a way to give us a right to always receive security updates, but decide for ourselves whether these updates entail new features or whether we want to keep the old features. A further thing is the German government is, for the third time now, trying, third time within 4 years, to solve the problem of disturber liability, the secondary liability. That is why German Wi-Fi doesn't really exist as open Wi-Fi, because you are afraid that the coffee shop operators are worrying about customers downloading new series. No other country has this, and the German government has managed to put forth a reform twice that made everything worse, really. Now, just now, the German parliament is negotiating, and technically it's possible to close these before the new election. The economic ministry has put forth some new draft, and maybe for the first time ever, we will be able to put a stop to the cease and desist industry, the lawyers that send out notices with a fee. And we didn't see the government ever getting it right, but maybe, possibly, we will at least see an improvement there, but that might come hand in hand with a EU law that would mandate router blocking, net blocking in the routers to ensure that you don't get one of those cease and desist orders. So it's not quite the ideal solution. These are gentlemen and ladies that you probably rarely see in this combination, but these are very influential people, and they have done something that I've come to later, something we have as well, but under a different name. This is the Forum of the Community of Internet Providers, the EU Internet Forum, as it's called in short. Now, the Commission had the great idea, well, we have to get together with platform operators to consider what can be done against terror propaganda. And the aim of this project is not to reduce freedom in the internet, but get more safety, more security. There were meetings, discussions at a round table with these companies here, what kind of voluntary cooperation you could have. Twitter, Facebook, Google, Microsoft was clear. Ask FM, we had to check out why they were included. But, well, apparently this platform has 160 million users. It comes from Eastern Europe. Any users around? No one knows it. Okay. But they are in talks with the EU Commission about preventing terrorism propaganda. Apparently, there's a lot of that on Ask FM. And as people were thinking behind closed doors, where we didn't even have the right to ask through internet freedom information, to EU internet information law, EU freedom of information laws, to ask what was going on, they debated for a long time what you could do, in particular with voluntary cooperation, which means that there is no clear legal rules, just voluntary cooperation. You can imagine police calling Facebook saying, well, take this down, please, and Facebook says, okay, what could possibly go wrong there? Also, we have the problem that, of course, these people all care about Islamic State propaganda, decapitating videos and such, but at the same time, the EU defined a terrorism directive that, unfortunately, is so vague in its definition of terrorism that civil disobedience could well be falling under that, or just advertising for civil disobedience. For example, here in the lignite mining sites, blocking operations there to make people aware of the environmental damage that is being made there, which seems completely legitimate to me, but this potentially could be called terror propaganda, which then the police could ask Facebook to remove, and we have the problem, and that gets me to Germany. We have the problem that politics in the last few years often thought, well, okay, maybe we'll get privatized law enforcement in light of the helpless realization that Facebook, Google, and co. are global players that are hard to regulate. So you try to cooperate with them, not always through legal means. You open task forces such as the EU Internet Forum. In Germany, there was the German task force against hate crime with Heiko Maas, the justice minister at the time, who met Facebook and Google and every year put out a press release, but then noticed that things weren't done in the way he wanted to. So that's how we now got, at the last minute in this legislative period before the elections in September, we have the network enforcement law presented in its third version now. It has gone through the cabinet and will have to go to parliament, or didn't it go? And it has three main messages. The objectives apparently are that Facebook and co. should delete more, remove more content. And I think and others think that this is the wrong approach for the right objective. We do have a problem with hate crime. We do need answers, but I don't believe that the answer should be that Facebook and Google de facto become the judges that decide how our freedom of opinion should be regulated and what is still covered by our rights to freedom of speech. That needs proper courts, and we need improved law enforcement and not obligations to providers with large fees, because that leads to those that send hate messages. When these then get deleted, they just get more intelligent and they start to communicate in a way that the threats still are understood, but they do no longer constitute an obvious violation of the law, and they circumvent deletion. These people have to be placed in front of the courts. We need more staff here and more law enforcement here, so that these things don't just simply disappear somewhere between Germany and Facebook and Dublin. We have to have people in front of the courts.
And an additional problem is that this law contains provisions for information without a judge's approval. And there are people who have a legitimate interest, victims who have a legitimate interest against networks like Facebook. But without a judge's approval, this could be abused by Nazis with their lawyers, who are just going to send a lot of requests and ask Facebook, who are these people who work against Nazis on the internet and who hide behind pseudonyms, perhaps to make it more difficult for them to be identified. But with this privilege of information, that law could be used against its intention. Another problem is that there was not really any debate on how we handle this. Heiko Maas discussed this with the stakeholders behind closed doors for years, but not with the civil society, and he also didn't show any interest in improving the process to make the law more easy to defend. Why are there no takedown processes that give us an obvious way to fight against people who are offended by deleting posts? Nobody was interested when this debate occurred on the EU level. And one more thing was all these criteria for deletion submitted to Facebook, but that list has grown quite a lot. I think there are now 23 or 24 criminal offenses that contain things that some underpaid and unmotivated Facebook employee has to decide whether something is federal treason or not, and they have one day for that. Some things need to be put in front of a court, but when we talk about fake news and hate speech, then of course we have a small minority in our society that is responsible for this, but we also have another challenge, and that is a lack of digital literacy.
And I believe that the best way to fight this, not the only way, but the most efficient way of preventing this, of healing this, is additional funding for digital literacy education in Germany. Ever since I started Netzpolitik, I hear politicians talk about how important digital literacy is. Whenever I look into the budgets of our governments, then there's nearly no money for promoting digital literacy, and that's a real problem. We have a situation where many people hoped and thought that when a smartphone gets sold, then digital literacy comes free with it, but that doesn't happen. And we wanted to find out how much money is being spent on education, and we talked to state governments, and they told us that it was between 1 and 20 cents per inhabitant, which turns out to be not a whole lot. And we'd like to get more enlightenment, more quantification. We have 16 states, we have the federal government, and there are many other budgets that are supposed to support digital literacy. But I want to get to a point where we can say 1 or 2 euros per citizen is what we can spend on digital literacy, and that should also enable us to tell whether or not there's an increase. I would be thrilled if we would move towards 1 euro rather than between 1 and 20 cents. And media education is far more than coping with the fact that all of us have become broadcasters on social networks. And of course, people used to receive a formal education on this, but nobody taught us. And this means that fake news spreads virally sometimes because many people don't understand that they should think before they post. Another alternative to this law is civil engagement, or promoting civil engagement, civil initiatives that do great work. We have Hoaxmap in Germany, or Ich bin hier, I'm here, which is a great community on Facebook, with people who are looking at all these places online where culture of debate has eroded and where people don't really want to go anymore. And I'm here, ich bin hier, they say we're the silent majority, we show courage, and we need more of that. Mimikama is a project from Austria that tries to identify fake news from German-speaking media. And all of these projects face the same challenge as many other digital projects. We simply do not have enough money in Germany to promote the digital society, to enable people to do cool things with the internet, not just cool things that you can do in your spare time if you don't have to think about earning money and supporting your family. So much on that. My thing keeps popping out of my ear all the time. Good and bad news. Günther Oettinger is no longer in charge of the internet. But there are two problems here. The one is he doesn't stick to it, and secondly, his short but impressive heritage is still working against us, partly with the EU copyright reform.
Another problem is that his successor is Andrus Ansip, who reads everything from a sheet of paper, does basically the same politics, and is about as boring as you can imagine a politician to be, and no longer so exciting as Günther Oettinger, who gave us a great new quote on digitization every day. As I have already said, we still have his heritage and his legacy, and part of that is the EU copyright reform, where he managed 15 years after it was last decided on the EU level to bring an update that keeps the same analog charm and does not pay any attention to the fact that things have changed. And this copyright reform is currently going through Parliament. There's massive pressure to change things, but there are also big lobbies who are, of course, interested in keeping the status quo, or even promoting things like our ancillary copyright. That was the law from 2013. It was brought through shortly before the federal elections that year, and it mainly means that people need to pay more money to their lawyers, and those are the only ones who benefit from that. And this is now being promoted on a European level, because if it doesn't work in Germany, then it's probably going to work on the European level, right? Another problem that this causes is that it entails upload filters. So platforms are supposed to check content that is being uploaded as to whether it contains copyrighted work. What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong if Wikipedia has to check each and every image that is being uploaded to check if they can get in trouble for publishing that, when maybe even the person uploading it doesn't know that they're committing an offense. And you remember the Aftenposten debate about when Facebook deleted this picture of the girl from Vietnam, and where Facebook didn't seem to understand that this was not about child pornography, but about the horrors of war, where Agent Orange was being dumped on large parts of Vietnam and Laos, Myanmar. So these upload filters create new problems, because we can no longer control what is in these blacklists, but they also, but I mean, there is a photographer here, and there are contents that are allowed in certain parts of the world, and all of these things would possibly be blocked by algorithms in future. So of course we need to prevent these upload filters, but we should only allow them if we can have a democratic structure of controlling them. And I'm currently not seeing that, because this phenomenon of where we want artificial intelligence to decide on whether or not something is copyright infringement or legitimate historical debate, and that we're not there yet.
In this EU copyright reform, this is where data protection and upload filtering will appear, but there are hardly any new rights that we get. For years, we're advertising to get a right to remix. In the US, it's completely legal to produce memes, and it's not just legal to produce this on your computers as it is here, but you can also publish them there for various reasons. Memes like, you probably saw the precursor image, and then this was made out of it. Or German internet is so fast. This was actually not permitted in Germany. Would have been in the US. Well, we weren't able to bury copyright and have a breakout of Marxism, but we should at least advocate for rights as part of the copyright reform, which, for example, the right of remix, and that would be an improvement. While we're on the topic, another running gag with us. I hope the internet was still working here. This is how the German government is advertising. Fast internet for everyone, everywhere. Until 2018, 50 megabit is supposed to be the minimum speed all over Germany. It's courageous, it's ambitious, and if you look to what extent they manage that, here are the statistics. It is looking good. If you are in one of the large cities, then you have a good chance of getting internet. If you're in a rural area, in one of the less densely populated federal states, it's not as good. There was quite a lot of EU funding that was spent. If you go to Berlin, and people were having their photos taken with Alexander Dobrindt, the Minister for Transport. And just by coincidence, the rural constituency of Angela Merkel received a lot of funding for improved internet. Well, a big applause, please, for the Angela Merkel constituency. Who of you comes from there? Well, the rest of you are out of luck, of course. Now, looking at the statistic, it's not about cable internet, least of all optic fiber cable internet, where Germany is at last in the European table. Now, the 50 megabit speed is LTE, for example. LTE is a great technology if you are alone in your own network cell, mobile cell, but if you share it with someone else, your internet might become slower than if you were using it via modem. Another problem, LTE has almost no flat rates. Now, if you look at a situation where you have to depend on LTE because Germany has been asleep when it came to promoting cable or fiber, and then you have to resort to mobile internet. Now, if you look at the cost for traffic volumes over LTE, again, Germany is among the worst compared to countries like Scandinavian countries where you get unlimited access for less money. So we have the German Federal Network Agency, and they did a count and tested people's internet access and counted how many private internet connections actually receive the bandwidth that was advertised, and the result was very, very sad. People that had a 50 megabit connection rarely got 50 megabits. The rule is that you buy 16 megabit and have to be happy to receive 8. Now, what kind of solutions is the government proposing? None, because, well, the poor providers and so on. So this should be solved. But there are some good news, well, or maybe not. Last year we finally managed to get clear rules on net neutrality at the European level in the EU. The problem now is that, again, there were gaps that we pointed to, but politics weren't interested. But it could have been much worse. We did manage to get good rules, better than we had hoped for, better than the ones that Günther Oettinger called for. And that was due to a lot of engagement from civil society, who managed to get tens of thousands of submissions to the European regulator, and who said that we want better rules on net neutrality and not less rules. And this was 500,000 submissions actually, and 39% of those actually came from Germany. So we managed, we made kind of the largest contribution to this rule being improved. If you now relate that to the population, Germany only gets to the second place. Ireland came ahead by a small margin as a percentage of the population. But because we have a lot of people in Germany, the contribution was substantial, and that surely was part of the reason why we got better rules in the end. Now, in the EU, we now have a law that has to be kind of fitted out by administrative rules, and the regulators then put their own rules in place. In the US, there was no law, but which meant that the Trump government was simply able to abolish net neutrality, because that was only at the administrative level at the FCC. And also in Germany, our telecom providers are finding their own backdoors. At the time that the net neutrality rules were passed, we did say that zero rating is not well regulated. Zero rating means that certain services do not count towards your traffic volume limit, and German Telecom is now investigating whether under certain preconditions you can circumvent the whole thing, and we did ask for this to be put to a test, because when German Telecom presented their packets and said everyone else can join in with these rules, we can enter into a zero rating with everyone. And we tested this, and German Telecom has to guarantee that there is no discrimination between providers here. Every provider that offers video technology must be able to enter into a zero rating agreement. We are waiting for the porn providers testing whether German Telecom will allow these providers, porn providers, to enter into zero rating agreements and become an extra service that is not counted. Also, we're waiting what kind of rejections there will be. We're running the test, and we're hoping that the German government will look at our results to prevent net neutrality to be unhinged through the back door. There are other projects. Respect My Net is a website where you can report possible violations of net neutrality, and this way get interested experts to take a closer look that could then tell the regulating authorities that some provider in the EU is trying to circumvent the rules and trying to find backdoors. Now, to conclude, let's look at all the positive things that have happened. I'm sorry to have frustrated you somewhat about all the things that didn't quite work well. Maybe because we don't care too much about certain things. This is some half-positive, semi-positive news. This strange depublication rule might be abolished. Do you know what this is about? This is the obligation to public broadcasters that we pay for with our fees. After 7 days, in most cases, there are some confusing rules here, but they have to depublish, take down their own content from the web. At the time, this was a state treaty between the federal states, so not very legislative, not through the legislation process, but there was a contract that introduced these rules. We have been unhappy with this all the time, but we didn't get it changed because all 16 federal states at the media politics level have to agree that this is a stupid thing, as we all have been saying for such a long time. But at least now there is a majority now. When we asked around the federal states, there is a majority of states that are calling for a change. So if you are from one of these federal states here that is in light gray here, ask your federal state government what they say about depublication. Also, we have the problem that we have changes of government in some states that are in dark blue that were in favor of a change, but we've had state elections, and maybe a conservative government will come into power in these states and they might change course. We hope not. Let's move on. There is more and more free content that people publish on the net under a free license. Creative Commons last week put out a report that 1.2 billion pieces of content are licensed through Creative Commons licenses. 10 years ago, we would never have dreamed of this. And about two-thirds of those are really under a free license. There are different variations. Now, if you publish, please take a look at Creative Commons and see if you can put your content under this license and make it shareable. Because that makes it possible to write texts and share images. There are more examples. One of the nicest projects from Germany, young people for one weekend come together and are locked in and can nerd around and hack around, and the result is many great things. So youth hacks, people that were kind of isolated perhaps, that because no one respected them for being nerds, and they are growing in confidence, they are creating things and show that the youth can create technology and change the world. And because the youth is so great, Youth Hacks is now promoted through German culture funding to other countries and various countries. So a big applause for Youth Hacks, please. Now, we need more of those things. We need more projects and funding for projects such as the prototype funds, where the Open Knowledge Foundation in Germany went to the Education and Research Ministry and sold them a project idea that the ministry funded with 1.2 million euro over 3 years. For projects in the field of civic tech, where people can apply with a good idea and can say, I need a few months to deal with the solution here, a technical solution to a social problem, and they can get up to 30,000 euro. Whether it works or not, the project we'll see, but just to make this possible, that's a small revolution that we've been calling for in Germany for many years. And this is one of the beacon projects with gladly support from the German government. Now, away from this civic tech thing, we have Luftdaten.info, so airdata.info. That is a great result. A workshop how you, with technical help, can measure air quality to create a German-wide map of small particle emissions and see whether you have a problem with that locally and how large the problem is, because we do have this problem in Germany. In the large cities particularly, there is far too much small particle emission, and that is a threat to all our health, everyone's health, and we need some progress on that. Another success is the Freifunk communities might become charitable. Freifunk are people that share their internet connection and build their own networks, but we have, how could that possibly be a problem? But we have certain rules that say that only certain reasons can make an association charitable and able to accept donations with tax deductions. So what do these people do? Is it about consumer protection, or is it about international understanding? So there was a problem even for progressive state governments to support Freifunk communities just by giving them charitable status and enabling them to buy hardware with tax money, for example, to enable free Wi-Fi. The problems were there to get the funding. Now, the Bundesrat, the second chamber of the German parliament, where the states are represented, have called for a change to be made to the appropriate regulation. The government has to agree, and then we could get more Freifunk and more Wi-Fi. There are other advantages in Austria. There is a net political evening now as well in Vienna. The community, at least in Vienna and other cities, can network at least once a month, and perhaps finally we will get rid of the absurdity that print is cheaper than online, because paper, of course, is more valuable to society than digital. The EU finance ministers have introduced plans to introduce the same tax rates for printed and online information. If you've ever wondered why the printed paper is more expensive than is less expensive than the e-book. This is one reason why. Another reason, another happy news, Apple finally will have to pay taxes. The sad thing is that they haven't been paying taxes up to now, even up to now, but the EU Commission seems to want to state an example, and it seems that society will get something back, not just in the form of computers, but also in the form of public money that we can then use for our own purposes. And another nice example is we are in the Council for ZDF, one of the German public TV channels. We have one of our representatives in the controlling council here. Other representatives have made it to other radio broadcasters, but he really is one of the best people when it comes to reporting on what the TV Council is doing. So simply by asking the right questions, confronting this state TV channel to open more towards the net and in the future become more user-friendly in the internet, he gets some good responses. And at netzpolitik.org, we finally get more donations. We did make a small loss last year, which we could afford because we had the treason investigation, which gave us a lot of money, and we didn't have to go to prison, unfortunately. But so we could handle that loss. But donations are rising. We have a charitable association in the background that you can donate to and keep us independent and make us enable us to report independently. And that's it. And at the end, again, we have the cats still without sound. I'm sorry. The left one will be cheating soon again. Right. Well, get on with it. Right. Now that was just to show the last image here. It's our digital society, and we can and must get involved to get our basic rights that we have in the analog world, that are not God-given in the analog world, to get them in the digital world as well. We have to fight every day to get a world worth living in the digital age. So fight for your digital rights. Have a lot of fun at Republica, and thanks for listening.
Vielen Dank, Markus, für den Talk über unser Ökosystem der digitalen Kultur. Wir schaffen leider jetzt das Q&A nicht mehr. Ich möchte aber darauf hinweisen, dass die gesamte Netzpolitik-Redaktion auch am Stand vertreten ist, ganz vorne in der Halle, und dort gerne für alle Fragen zur Verfügung steht. In den nächsten Tagen kann man vielleicht noch darauf hinweisen, dass man Markus wiedersehen wird am Mittwoch in einem Gespräch.
You will see Markus again on Wednesday in a dialogue with our Interior Minister, Thomas de Maizière, and concerning the network enforcement law, we'll have Markus Reuter speaking. And we will continue with Elisabeth Wieling on this stage in about 10 minutes. Another German talk that will be translated, interpreted, just like every German talk, I think, at Republica will be interpreted into English.
und herzlich willkommen zurück auf der Bühne 1. Das ist, weil es im Programmteam meine Aufgabe ist, das Programm für diese Bühne zusammenzustellen, mir eine besonders große Freude.
Hello, welcome to stage 2. We are translating here for you. It's translating our Siri and
Catherine.
and I guess she's reading a tweet or something. I didn't really get the intro, sorry.
Wahlkampagne in das Weiße Haus anzog. Trotz der vernunftorientierten Wähler, die es immer noch so geben scheint, handelt es sich in der Diktion der Wählenden bei Bewerbern für ein politisches Amt um eine Wahl zwischen Cholera und Pest.
Elections often seem like voting between cholera and pestilence. And a friend of mine said that pestilence would be better because it's easier to cure. And how language works in a political context. This is our next speaker is talking about. She's researching neurolinguistics, and she didn't just look at the populists, but at positive things as well, in the way political communication works. Thanks for the invitation. That's first. I'm happy to be here. There are some places left, and not really. I will talk about 3/4 of an hour, and we have some room for questions, because I like this, when you can talk about everything in the time we have here. I will do this a bit interactive. It's a bit of the cognition researcher I am. I was born in Hamburg, living in California, and do cognitive
Gehirnforschung. Ich lege Leute in Gehirnscan und gucke, was passiert da, physisch, neuronal.
As brain science, I do brain scans and look what happens when people work through political language. I do behavioral science, do experiments with people in laboratories, give them triggers and stimuli like sentences, images, and look how I can move them politically. And the third thing is my home competence from when I was young, the linguistics, conceptualization of discourse with gesticulation and language. This is what I am, so to speak. This is what I will be talking about. And now we will first close our eyes. Please all close your eyes. Because my eyes are open, I can see when your eyes are not closed. Good. Now I'll play a video for you, and you will listen to it closely. Now you can open your eyes. Here you see the young man who did these articulations. What did you hear? Just volunteers first. Ba ba, ba 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 ba. This is what you heard. Now look at it, what we had with open eyes. What did you hear now? Da da, da da, da 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 da, or something like this. This, only had time for 3 minutes. I would have talked about phonemes with you. There's a factual proof that this audio is ba 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 ba, and then there is the visual framing. It's information about how this person is talking that is telling us in our brains. The brain is activating a frame which says, look, the lips are not closing, so ba ba cannot be it. So what is next to it? Da da. That means with the visual framing in your brain, there was a framing of interpretation that includes some lip movements because your brain is clever and knows you can't do a baba without closing the lips. It changes reality to the facts from baba to dada. The really short takeaway point is we can't really look at facts rationally, not even articulations like this, because the brain works in frames. In politics, there are a lot of frames. One is, as you already know, is of the wave of refugees. The refugee wave is a framing of a situation around people who are refugees, which has a lot of associations with it that is somewhat ideologically one-sided. Before I go into details with refugee waves, I will go to the basics, and with the fact, the actual fact that words are semantic wonder, surprise baskets, so to speak, and there is much more that is speaking from the word as there is in the word, and this is framing, this is the framing semantics. Everything we know about the world to one idea is activated when we read one word, and this world knowledge impregnates on our knowledge of the situation. This is not just a lexicalical item, but also what is in it. So if you have people read these things in an experiment, these sentences, John hit the nail as his father came in the garden, versus John was looking for the nail when his father came in the garden. Then the volunteers say that people read hammer in this, but only in the first one, because the verb to hit in this context activates the idea of a hammer in the frame semantics of your brain, because both are linked in our world and both are connected and get activated. And now back to the refugee wave, with a lot of metaphorical framings in it, where people on the run, refugees, are masses of water. And, well, you can maybe not really see this as this, like refugees are streaming like a river, wave of refugees, less refugees as kind of ebb and flow, refugees streaming out of ES regions, refugees streaming, refugees are streaming, and Erdogan talks about a whole flood of refugees. You can hear this in newspapers, TV, political formats on the TV, refugee waves, refugee streams, rivers of refugees. And if you have some more knowledge about this metaphoric, you will say more neutrally, or that's what you think about a crisis of refugees.
So what do we mean when we talk about a wave of refugees? Well, we'll talk about these semantics of framing. So what do you think is part of these semantics of framing? What is contained within that? It's a question for the audience. It's you can't do anything against it, you can't keep it. Well, yeah, a flood. You need dams as a solution. Well, what is a flood? What's a wave of refugees? It's a natural force. Water doesn't run from anything. A wave doesn't hit water because someone is chasing that wave somewhere, right? So you're ignoring the causes. Water also isn't human. It's not based on empathy. There's no empathy-based politics that would generally answer to that, right? But like in your head, empathy is delinked from this. if a flood is coming, what we do is we build dams, we close everything down, we make sure that we are closed in inside. So using these semantics of framing, all of this leads to an interpretation of this political moment, and then in the next step it also leads to actions within our democratic system, which then plays into a national closing down and closing of borders. In a very concrete way, there are pictures like this. If you read newspapers sometime these next days and you see words that sound strange to you, then your best helper and your best friend is Google image search. Because if you hear the term refugee wave, if you look for that term, then you see the picture that is happening in our heads, or that we see in our heads when we read about a wave of refugees. Well, then you're maybe asking yourself, well, is framing really that important? Doesn't make that much of a difference. It may be nice if you use this word someday, another day you use that word. Maybe you want to express yourself in a politically correct way, but in the end, this is simply language. Does this framing really change our political decisions? And I think there's potentially no better example than Obama and his healthcare reform, because when he was planning this, he did polls, and in the typical political way, he was looking whether there was support for the reforms that he was making. So he gave people the facts. He was saying, we're going to implement A, B, and C, and Americans loved it. They said, yeah, we're in. We love that. This is a great idea. But then when he communicated it to the outside, then he didn't use any framing. Instead, he left the framing up to the Republicans. Well, the Republicans went in there and turned health into a product. So either you can afford health or you can't. They compared it, for example, to saying not everyone can afford to buy a great TV. So health becomes a question of economic competition, and if you haven't earned health yet, then you don't earn it. You haven't earned it. You don't deserve it. This is the framing that you got from the Republicans. The framing, it's very ideologically transparent, right? Because the Republicans, most of them really think that. They really think that the social togetherness works in this way, where Americans should be encouraged to be disciplined, to partake in a strong competition, and everything that you give to people for free that is going to be harmful for society and going to be harmful for these people. And because health is something very essential, this is a great framing, and this is a great incentive of forcing people, encouraging people to work harder so they can afford it, right? So health is a product that you need to be able to afford, and then this whole thing is turned into a question of liberty. And they said, well, listen to us, Barack Obama wants to take away your liberty and your freedom, and they want to tell you where you have to spend your money and how you have to spend it. So this is like undermining your liberty, taking away your liberty, and we all know how that story ends, right? The healthcare reform was changed massively, was only implemented in a very limited way, and it's been just never been the same since then. It's never really gotten to the same point of strength again. And that is despite, and this is really the important thing, please excuse me, I keep touching my neck because there's something with my mic. So despite the fact that all these polls before this was implemented, right, factually it was clear that Americans want these facts, they want this. But then when the framing became so important and so massive, then people followed these frames and not the facts. Well, in fact, facts only obtain meaning through these frames. We all think that we're all rational, we think about the world in terms of facts, and supposedly we're now in post-factual times where humans have supposedly unlearned how to think in a rational and factual way and are only being steered by emotions anymore and by anger, and because of that they can't see the facts anymore. So now the guilt is being given and pushed towards the citizen who's now blind for any facts, despite all of us having been completely rational about politics a few years ago. That's wrong. We've never thought about politics in an objective or factual way. We've never been able to do that because the human in itself, not only when it comes to politics, but also in everyday life,
is not capable of working with frames and understanding facts without frames. And there's no better example for this than this whole question about the glass that is either half full or half empty. If you look at this fact, and if you want to think about the fact that a glass is filled, is half full or half empty, then you need to take one of these two perspectives. Try not doing that, right? Try looking at this. It's a really simple photo or this simple everyday fact of a glass with water. So is it half? How is it? It's half. If I tell you the glass is half, then you think, oh, it's broken, but you don't think it's half full or half empty, because to do that, I need to say that, and if to tell you about it, I need to take one of these two perspectives on the fact. That's framing. So we can and we should, if we want transparent and honest political discourse, we should bid goodbye to this idea that all of us think about politics and about the challenges for our society in a perfectly rational and objective way, or that we are even capable of doing that. And in a second step, we need to think about what our framings are, what our frames are, and how we think about the world and how we can communicate that. And not only because we can't communicate without frames, but also because frames condition how quickly or how slowly, how easily or how difficult it is for us to work with facts and to process facts. So, for example, look at this grumpy frog on the right side and on the left side. If all of us left this room and went into the street and we showed a few people on the streets these photos, what do you think, which photo would other people in the streets identify as a frog much more quickly than the other? Who thinks it's picture A? And who's for picture B? Very daring. Well, I'm looking forward to, I would like to understand where that came from. But unfortunately, we can't discuss that right now. Ah, that's a shame. Very interesting. Well, of course, the majority of you and the majority of humanity would say, well, of course, the picture on the left, where it's very clear, that's much more clearly a frog. That's easier to perceive. There, I can see very clearly what is happening, but in fact, people only perceive this photo in a better way if there's already a frame in their head that is about clear sight. So, for example, this is something that was done in a study. If you give people linguistic input about bad sight, so unclear sight, someone saw an animal through foggy glasses, or he was in a foggy forest and couldn't see very well, then your brain activates a frame about bad sight. And then your brain wants these facts and works them into the frames that you already have, and is really happy that these things work really well together. So it wants facts that work as part of that frame. So it doesn't want any facts that are supposedly objective, because those don't exist. Facts for your brain are especially easy to perceive once they work as part of the frames that you've perceived or that have been activated through through the language of images or through linguistic input. So when we're dealing with facts, for example, when we talk about fake news that are not even fake, and we do that in terms of fake news, then our brain is not really keeping up. Now, you may have noticed I'm a bit willy-nilly about this, and I moved to this whole different question, which is this question that, or the fact that our brain looks at things and once it processes them, it simulates things. Well, then you may ask yourself, well, why? Why would your brain simulate bad sight? And this process is called neurocentral simulation. It means that everything we think is bodily, it's physical. It's part of our brain, which is connected to our body. And that's why our brain, when it tries to think, it uses all the bodily experience that it has saved from our previous life. This includes feelings, visual input, smells, sounds, taste, movements. So when we have someone in our brain scan and they read John takes a bite out of a Wurst bread, then in that moment where the word bite is being used, that's when the part of your brain is firing that is about biting yourself. So the same area of your brain and the same neurons are being activated, no matter whether we're actually biting or whether we only read about someone biting. It's not with the same intensity, but it's definitely the same part of your brain. So if we read John jumps onto the boat, what do you think is simulated? Well, moving your feet and legs. If John takes the fork, then it's arms and hands. So the brain simulates what it reads in order to give meaning to these words. So the brain is really happy, especially happy, when it can use very concrete experiences for giving meaning to words, because that's when it can simulate it more than usual. For example, you might get sick if you look at pension reform. Raising taxes for rich people is sick. So both of these sentences are using metaphors, and so they're using the concept of physical purity to think about morality, about good and evil. So what they mean is that pension reform is something that is bad, and raising taxes for rich people is bad. So these metaphors are used in everyday language all the time. Maybe someone has an example for an everyday expression where it's used a lot. For example, in German, there's a term of saying someone has dirty thoughts, or you are washing your hands in innocence. That's also a German saying. All of these are examples of this metaphor. We use it all the time, every day. Well, maybe not every day. Well, I don't want to go that far. It really depends on what you usually talk about, for example, today. But we use it all the time. So these metaphors and this value judgment that is part of this statement about political things or political facts, and this is understood by the brain in a way where it simulates physical disgust. So it activates part of your brain that we know are linked to physical disgust. And it activates the same neurons or neuron circles that are usually activated when the people in our experiments either smell something that smells bad, like for example fish, then they're really disgusted. Or when we show them photos of people who are vomiting or from wounds that have been infected. So yeah, they always need to sign a declaration before these experiments, traumatized as part of a brain scan. So it's the same part of your brain that is active. That is also neural simulation. So if the brain can go back to some of these experiences, then it's really happy because it can really go all out and use all the experience from experiencing the world that it knows. Then it's really closely connected to emotions. So since we're talking about political framing, I'm not going to keep this from you. The conservative brain is disgusted much more strongly than the progressive brain. So we looked at a group of really intensively conservative Americans, and then we looked at a group of very progressive Americans. And then we showed them, well, hundreds of statements and we measured what happened in their brains when they looked at these statements. Well, the conservative brain went nuts when it gets to deal with disgust. And the conservative brain, well, I call it the conservative brain. Of course, that's because the people are conservative. And so this idea of disgust is also much more closely linked to emotions in the conservative brain. So activating emotions and this idea of defense, of stress, is much stronger in that brain. That makes a lot of sense if you look at how important metaphors about disgust are in the more right-wing parts of political discourse. There's a reason why they're being used that much, but there's also a reason why they work that well in that context. So, for example, we know that if we show people these purity framings, that even if they started in the political middle, that's around 30%, then they become more conservative. So if you remind the brain that it's actually disgusted again and again and again, then you can move these people to the right.
I talked about this word, metaphor. Really, we are talking in metaphors most of the time, but our brain, because our brain learns about metaphors just after birth, even before language. One example is this disgust. Good is pure and bad is dirty. Others are, for example, less is deep and more is high. All of us are using metaphors in everyday life. It says, prices are rising into the sky. They don't go anywhere, but you think they are rising into the sky because we as babies saw a lot of codependence between quality and quantity, and the rest of our life we say, more is up and less is down. The economy goes into the basement, like a German saying, and so on. These are the primary metaphors, which are the central role for all abstract thinking, because we can get from these metaphors the maximum amount of what our brain knows about the world. For example, Flüchtlingsflut, which is a flood of refugees. You maybe didn't see a flood in person, but in TV, movies, we all touched water, we know, ran from a wave, and so on. We know directly things about flood. Refugee flood is a metaphorical framing, but not all frames are metaphoric. There are non-metaphoric framings, and we can talk about this, but people are saying, yeah, everything is metaphors, but that's not true. There are framings that don't have anything to do with that, but are really intensive and form our perception. And the word Flüchtling, refugee, is part of this. If I ask you, well, maybe you are interested in the topic, so you maybe have a feeling for that. The word Flüchtling, refugees, is that a neutral word? When you say there's something really factual before us? No. And this is because the story has three parts. I'll talk about one aspect of it. This aspect is that Flüchtling is a male word in German. We have a language that encodes gender in German. There's der, die, das. Der Flüchtling is male. In some behavioral studies, we saw if you have people from Spanish and German mother language, they have gender codes in the languages, and we have them describe things that have in the other language opposite genders, they see things in a whole nother light. The key, der Schlüssel, is male in German, and in Spanish it's female. What do you think, what Germans think about der Schlüssel? What do you think they can tell you about keys? Schlüssel. They are rough, cold, unemotional. So keys are edgy, rough, cold, stereotypically male. So not typical, but stereotypical. And the Spanish, they look at the same key, like it's the same fact, and they say this key is small, complex, cute. Like, yeah, well, women are. This is just one example how you can, the same fact, and it's really clear, but because of the linguistic experience of your language, you have the whole own reality to this fact. But it's not just that these encoded stereotypical gender markers are in our, they are not just in our perception, but our behavior as well. And we looked at how the description of tornadoes as female or male impressed on our reactions to it. People have more fear of a tornado, Harry, and not as much for a tornado, Susie, or a hurricane in this case, I think. Because of these bigger fear, Harry, for this Hurricane Harry, they evacuate faster and more people survive. This means frames, language frames don't just form how we think about the world, but also how we behave in the world and the world. Flüchtling, refugee, means we associate all the male stereotypes with the group of people on the run, refugees. We don't really notice it, it's not conscious, and we value them with this, because we can't say die Flüchtlingin, which would be the female form in German. You can say Geflüchtete, like people who ran away. If you want, you can get away from the problem. Some political powers in Germany, I would say, no, they are pretty fine with how this is at the moment. Now, there is a small problem, and it's administrating a nation. Who do we want to vote for? Angela Merkel, Martin Schulz, who has the correct ways, everything that's about administration, politics. We can't really see the nation or the administrations, we can't smell it, we can't taste the government. And that's the question. Well, what kinds of neuronal ways can our brain take just to think about politics? What can our brain simulate? What can it relate to from our world experience and calculate these abstract ideas? Well, what are our most basic experiences from being in a group and having authority in a group, meaning there are authorities? What do you think? Our primary experience with belonging to something and being in a boat with people who can tell us things. It's the family. Exactly. The family, studies have shown, is the domain of direct world experience. People are basing their thoughts in a national togetherness on in a way if it's right or wrong. And it's in the sense of not just being in the family, but also what's the right kind of education, upbringing. Now it gets a bit deep in the end. And I brought you some things from research. We can talk about all of this, but it's really important to understand these basics. And this is the thing that, well, send me an email when you want to see more of it. And we saw that in long studies over 7 years, it's taking a long time to have replicated these experiments 10 times. We saw that people who believe in a stern, authoritarian family where children are disciplined and have a strong will and obey, we do this by being strict. And these people like politics that are really clear and strict as well. And on the other hand, political positions that are more conservative, like deregulation, less like taxes, law and order, and so on and so far. Well, now you think, why less taxes? What's that to do with that? Well, paying taxes is, in this way of thinking about politics, like punishment for the strongest in the group. You are pulling together the system, the natural competition gets out of the world, and from there on, the whole thing breaks down. And on the other hand of this, there's this caring family, where values are more important, like empathy, togetherness, caring for others and yourself. These things are really important to people think who live in this campus families. And this doesn't happen by punishing children, but not by wanting them to obey, but being empathic with them. By looking at my children, how they are, and giving them abilities and caring for them. Oops. So there's goes over to the political worldview, which is being cared for in togetherness and progressive political stuff, like, for example, protection through regulation, protection through empathy. There are more or less 30% of people who are not here. That's a pretty small laser point. Who are pretty neither there nor here. They are in the so-called middle political, the biconceptual, which is the research word for that. You taking from both models of family in your daily thinking about rights and wrongs. These political middle, you can move very well, and you can see in a moment how Trump and others did it. So, family values push out political values. Everyone knows this, everyone who really looked into it know these instruments for measuring political thinking. You can see in all these experiments that because of the family values, the political values get created
Das ist jetzt für Sie gar nicht verwunderlich, weil Sie wissen, was eine Primärmetapher ist. Sie wissen, dass das Gehirn am liebsten da denkt, wo es konkret wird.
So the brain really prefers to think about where something is very concrete and very specific, and the family is something very specific where the brain likes to think about and where it likes to start. So for example, we can see that the more you are nurturing, so the more you are a nurturant parent, the less conservative you are, and the stricter you are in terms of your family ideology, the more conservative you are. Well, now you may tell yourself, oh, I often hear that, well, Ms. Willing, that's all very nice, but you missed something very important, which is that we're not in the US. In the US, it may be this simple. There's blue and red, there are Democrats and Republicans, there's the donkey and the elephant. All these ideologies may be that simple there, but it's definitely not the case in Germany. Well, so we took these studies in Turkey, Italy, Germany, France, Russia. We did for all these countries, and we found this model everywhere. But for example, in Germany, there's very clearly the same pattern. If you think about the family in a nurturant way, about the direct human togetherness, that person also thinks in a nurturant way in politics, and then after that, in the next step, takes more progressive positions. Also in questions that are not about family at all, like employment, environment, migration, integration. So I already said Trump really used that in a very good way. Trump's campaign was great. He used framings from the beginning till the end. All 18 months, everyone who says anything to the contrary is wrong. I don't know how to say that in a more diplomatic way, but those people are simply wrong. And if we had a few hours and could really dive deep into the subject, I could tell you every single piece and every single step, and I can take it apart and show you all the frames that are part of this campaign. And of course, I already told you about the neuro simulation of disgust. Do you remember how Trump made this into a really big thing, that the people who are fighting against him, who are really dirty, that Hillary Clinton is going to the toilet, it's so disgusting, he doesn't even want to think about it, Marco Rubio is sweating all the time, and of course all this stuff. Well, and I don't shake anyone's hands because I am so clean and pure, and I always wash my hands all the time, and that's why I don't shake anyone's hand. And you really need to let that sink in. He gave himself a label based on these insights, where he presented his political opponents as dirty and made himself be perceived as someone who is extremely pure and clean. Well, I actually wanted to talk about a different framing. I don't know, maybe someone has heard about this. Thanks to Trump's election as president, I won $500 because I did studies with my team before the elections on how undecided voters moved to the left and to the right based on family values. So one thing that we found was that Trump was really supported a lot by people who are strict parents or strict fathers, this idea of strict fathers. He isn't really supported by anyone who has this nurturant parent ideology. And then there are quite a few biconceptual people in the middle who are still undecided, and who maybe like both family models and think they're sensible. So what did Trump do as part of his campaign? He constantly used metaphors about families. For example, he called Hillary Clinton a nasty woman. Anyone who has some experience with a cultural context of the US, nasty, that means something. It's usually you say, you're a nasty child. So it's not usually a nasty woman. Or something else. This is, of course, going quite far. He was using posters. He had poster campaigns where he said, oh, Marco Rubio, he's like a child, and Trump is like the strict father, the source of authority that we need. And he actually, this framing, he never got rid of that framing. Just a few days ago, actually 5 days ago, to check the facts, he said something about Kim Jong-un and said he's a pretty smart cookie. That's something you say in the American culture about children. He's a smart cookie. So he really sticks to that story. Media worldwide really went for that story. Big Daddy described Trump as Big Daddy. This is something that the people, the employees of his campaign started spreading. It was taken on by media across the world. And all of this accumulated into statements where people say, well, maybe he has acted like the strict parent to a group of spoiled, ignorant, entitled teenagers, and is someone who's finally going to implement some things and is going to finally be the strict father figure for the country that we need. So Trump's team really used this knowledge about the importance of strict family values, and he used it to shift and influence the political center. It used political discourse, within this political discourse, using images and language, they created this framing of him as a father that made people understand and perceive him as a father. And the result, and by the way, this is something that still continues to this day, Trump hasn't changed anything about his framing strategies. Until this day, it was April 9th, not long ago. Big Daddy Trump tells his boys to play nice. This is typical family-based framing. And then, as part of our study, we had these undecided voters. That was 30%. That was 30% of our participants, and we showed them pictures. Please don't read the whole. We sent them texts, and please don't read the whole thing. That, for example, are about Trump being a strict authority figure that will set clear rules at home, and that's going to make sure that everyone behaves properly again. And then, in the end, in short, Trump would be the strict father our country needs right now. What do you think these participants did afterwards? Well, yeah, they moved to Trump significantly. Changed their stance right away. We did that again. Had exactly the same research design, but gave them really threatening factual statements, like, we now know that there were expert studies. If Trump becomes president, then unemployment is going to rise all the way to the sky. Or this German term, the economy is going to go down into the basement. And these people didn't budge. They didn't budge based on intensive images, factual statements, but they moved because of this framing of moving either towards a strict or nurturing family. Just so you don't think that you can only frame from a strict perspective, Barack Obama already used exactly this insight in 2008. When he was campaigning, he made the empathy deficit into an important part of the campaign. He said we lack empathy when we interact within our families, but also when we interact in the political public discourse. Empathy, empathy, empathy. Who else speaks about empathy? Well, Martin Schulz in Germany, the SPD Social Democrat candidate. That is something that we should be welcoming as a tendency. So we also confronted these undecided voters with the framing about empathy, and what happened? They all moved away from Trump again and towards Clinton. But as we know, Clinton did not have a campaign that was very much using these images and that was going into these experiences about the world. And she didn't use these images that could have made people experience these moral premises of her politics. So frames influence not only your perception, but also your action and your decisions. Another example, if you give people who are part of an experiment words like senile or pension or a tea that you drink if you have a bladder problem, and then afterwards the others get strawberry, pineapple, doesn't matter, we don't care. But here we're interested because it makes you think about old age. And afterwards you tell these people the experiment is over, you can return to campus, and you just go down this hallway, and then there is the elevator on the left. And the participants think, oh, this experiment is over, now I can go have my lunch break. And that's actually when the experiment really started, because that's when we measured how fast they walk. And those who read about all these terms that made them think about old age walked much slower than everyone who got the other words. So frames not only condition how we perceive the world in an abstract way, and maybe act in a different way, but frames really condition very directly how we move, how we act, how we behave. So, for example, there was another study where you show participants or make participants listen to an audio file, and then for a millisecond you show them either the word faggot or the word gay. Just very briefly, so briefly that you don't actually consciously perceive it, but your brain perceives it. Then you can see afterwards that these participants who saw the word faggot, who are going to be much more against and much more strongly against the right to same-sex marriage, against the right to adopt for same-sex couples, things like that. And it's just this one word already makes a difference in terms of how you act and what decisions you make. And this is how we get to the end. So if you negate frames, you activate frames. Just try. Try it. It's impossible. And you know what's interesting as well? It's not only impossible. Many of you also maybe had to think about how a bouncy castle, what it looks like. So the concept that you need to negate, you first need to grasp it. And once it's more difficult to grasp, then you also think about it more strongly, and you try much more and much harder to actually have an image of that in front of you. So we've looked at this in terms of the brain. So we showed them sentences like, for example, the man doesn't take the glass. And you all know the neural simulation. Well, of course, the parts of your brain that are responsible for moving your hands and arms still get activated. So the brain cannot not move. It thinks with you all the time, and it moves with you all the time. So, for example, when you look at the political presidential campaign in 2016, Donald Trump accused Hillary Clinton of playing the woman's card. The woman's card, for anyone who doesn't know about it, it basically means that as a woman you get somewhere because people give you extra stuff because you're a woman. And that's somehow because you're underprivileged, so people give you more. We as women, of course, know every day people are overcompensating all the time, right? This is really our main struggle in everyday life. That's the woman's card. A sexist frame, a sexist way of thinking, something that's very suitable for Trump's campaign. It very much fits into it. What did Clinton do? She stepped into she made the mistake of negating the frame. So she printed a woman card, and you could print it, and women could use it whenever they needed it, right? When they wanted extra privileges. Everyone thought that was really funny. There was a great hype on Twitter. All women were really happy that they got this woman card. And you also earned some money on the side. But the money that was earned was stood in no relation whatsoever to the cognitive territory that she lost. Because what they did was you propagated this idea, this ideological perspective that Donald Trump was driving that women who get somewhere in life primarily get to that point through presents and privileges that they're being given without having earned them. Well, now we're in 2017 and nothing has changed. Nothing has improved. Really, nothing has changed and nothing has gotten better. That's really sad and really a shame. And we're going to end with an example that is going to be very relevant, or should be very relevant for everyone here. Fake news. Who has invented the term fake news? Who's invented it? Not the Swiss. Donald Trump. Donald Trump invented it. He invented the term fake news. It's a very, very strong frame that helped him over months and maybe potentially in 4 years over years to retain influence or to influence the position and the possibility for action of mainstream media. So we're talking about the negation of frames, right? So a few days ago, the White House Correspondents' Dinner in D.C. happened, where all these media came together to talk about the important things of our times. And something that came out, one thing that happened was a discussion about fake news in terms of negating frames. So someone said, Mr. President, the media is not fake news. So that's frame negation. Our brain activates the idea of fake news, propagates everything that we associate with that idea. That idea becomes stuck in our brain, and it becomes stuck and more stuck into our brain the more often it is repeated. So Bob wasn't the only one who did that. That happened the whole night, the whole evening. Hence, most of the reporting about this correspondence dinner was also based on fake news. And it said not fake news, not fake news. Excuse me, in case you hadn't heard me, we are not fake news. That way, the media are propagating a way of grasping them as fake news. And we can see this over the time, across the month. In November, it was basically invented by Trump at his first official press conference after he won the presidential elections. And you can see how this term has really spiked in worldwide discourse over the past month. Not because it's only being used by people who really want to attack the media, but also in a very intensive way because people who actually want to negate this and who are part of this news and who want democracy and transparency, through those people also negating that term all the time repeatedly. And that's how they keep this idea awake in people's heads. For everyone who uses language in such an easy way and who, without disregard, uses this language of their enemies. So I'm going to end with the Frenchmen. They do many things correctly, like yesterday when they made the right decision in their elections. And a French philosopher said, language is never innocent. And that's very much true, and especially for political language and political fights and conflict about language. Thank you. Thanks very much for listening to the English translation of this talk. Your translators were Catherine and
Siri.
If you want to give us feedback, we would really appreciate it. If you liked the translation, if it was helpful, if you have any suggestions for improvement, feel free to tweet at us using the hashtag RP17EN for English. So hashtag RP17 for English. Have a good day.
In der Networking Area in diese Richtung oder auch im Laboratory. Da kann man sich viele schöne Kunst- und Science-Fiction-Dinge ansehen. Und auf dieser Bühne geht es in etwa 10 Minuten weiter mit Garry Kasparov und Claudio Guarnieri, ebenfalls im Anschluss an Fake News zum Thema Hacking Democracy. die nächste Session freue ich mich sehr, Geraldine wieder zu mir auf die Bühne zu holen. Die Diskussion Hacking Democracy kam tatsächlich über den Call for Paper zu uns und wir haben erst gedacht, man trollt uns, was sehr gut ins Thema passen würde. Wir haben diese Session als Programmteam gemeinsam ausgearbeitet und vorbereitet. Geraldine stellt euch die Speaker vor. Herzlich willkommen.
Hallo? Ja, jetzt. Wundervoll. Vielen Dank. So lernt man sich kennen. Thank you, Katharina. I'm going to switch back into English now and introduce our next session. So governments have always tried to influence popular opinion. State PR and propaganda are no new phenomena, and neither is the role of private corporations, mainly media outlets, in the spread of such content. It is, however, taking new shapes and forms in the digital sphere, and that is bringing up new questions. Disinformation and digital propaganda, the influencing of political decision-making through leaks, hacks, and trolling are going to be some of the topics that we're going to be discussing in this session. I'm very excited to have Garry Kasparov and Claudio Guarneri here to share their views and debate with us. A short info on the format for this session. Both of these speakers are going to give short impulse talks, and then the three of us are going to sit down for a debate, of course also opening the floor for your questions. So let me introduce both speakers to you. Garry Kasparov achieved international fame in 1985 when he became the world's youngest chess champion at 22. He held this position until he retired in 2005. The chess master is also known for his Putin-critical position and as being the founder and chairman of the pro-democracy organization United Civil Front. Kasparov has been a figurehead in the opposition of Putin's government. Please give him a warm welcome. Welcome, Garry. Claudio Guarneri extensively researched and reported human rights violations in the digital realm in many countries, including Iran, Azerbaijan, and even the USA. He works as a senior technologist and research at Amnesty International, and previously also as a senior research fellow at Citizen Lab, University of Toronto. He is also the co-founder of Security Without Borders and was selected by Forbes amongst the 30 under 30 honorees for 2016. Please give him a warm welcome. So, Garry, you're going to go first for your impulse talk. We're very excited. If you want, you can also use the pot.
Yep.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Geraldine, for the introduction, kind introduction. I have to say that I'm quite familiar with the topic we're discussing today, because I guess it was my bad luck that I grew up in the Soviet Union and then spent a considerable part of my life in increasingly authoritarian Putin's Russia. So, but also probably it was kind of a blessing because I know what is to live under constant surveillance. Now what we're seeing is that the techniques that have been part of the Soviet system and the Putin's Russia or other non-democratic countries, these techniques now are being spread around the world, and we'll talk about attempts and sometimes very successful attempts of Putin's regime or other non-democratic regimes to push their agenda in the free world by using the very technology that's invented in the free world. And before we move there, I want to make sure that we clearly understand all the consequences of governments having access to these modern, very, very powerful, very intrusive technologies. It goes without saying that the power that is uncontrolled, without checks and balances, always tries to expand. And it's more about institutions that can protect us than individuals. And those who think that it's fine for say, Obama, Hollande, or Merkel to have this access to massive surveillance programs, and thinking that it will not be okay for, say, Trump, Le Pen, and Petri. They are part of the problem, because they try to separate between individuals, not recognizing that there is the fundamental problem with flawed problem government. And having said that, I still want to make very clear that it's not just about the collection of data, but it's also what can be done with this data. And sometimes we are making general assumptions. We know that media is biased. So some media support left-wing candidates, some media support right-wing candidates, but bias is not censorship. And the surveillance, when you have a court oversight, it's not persecution. And the corporate data collection, it's not yet Stasi. And just a few slides I wanted to share with you. One is it's a press freedom map. So as you can see, green is free, yellow is not free, and red is bad. As you can see, green is not doing well. And if you recognize that, you know, it's visually is not that bad because America, Canada, and Australia are quite big. But when you look at the absolute numbers, they are quite devastating. There's a certain year's decline in the index of freedom of speech, and today, as we speak, less than 13% of world population live in the countries that have freedom of speech. So. Why it's vital? Because we all know that the freedom of speech is absolutely crucial in checking the government and offering us protection. That's not surprisingly that press is called sort of the fourth branch of power. And what is most amazing now? When we see this map, and especially if you look at this progress, or you can say decline, it has been coincided with the spread of internet. So it sounds like a paradox, because internet, you may compare it to the printing press, which in the 15th century helped to promote new ideas, and the 16th century was vital for the success of Reformation. So how come that when people have access to more information, we are all seeing that the actual freedom of speech is being declined? And the trick is that the governments from the non-democratic countries, they realize that they can use internet for manipulations, and they can actually create new tools that's being presented as tools for spreading information. They actually limit people's ability to understand what's really happening. And moreover, many of these devices, they are allowing governments to go after people, to find those who are spreading dissenting views, and eventually to prosecute them. And that's one of the big issues that I'm sure we'll discuss today is the double standard in the behavior of big corporations that are expressing their concerns about individual privacy in the free world, but at the same time ready to comply with draconian regulations in countries like Russia or China or elsewhere by protecting their business and endangering at the same time the lives, real lives of people who are relying on these technologies to spread their message. Now, just a quick demonstration how non-democratic regimes, in this case Putin's regime, use this technology to enhance their agenda. That's the botnet. And so what is interesting about this one, all these botnets are talking about the sudden death of Russian ambassador in the United Nations, Vitaly Churkin. The interesting thing is that when you look at the history of all these botnets, they have been supporting Donald Trump. Under different names like Deplorable Judy, Trump voter, etc. So it's quite amazing that these Trump voters, quote unquote, they suddenly express such a great interest in the death of Russian ambassador in the United Nations. And it's also interesting if you had a chance to follow the elections in the United States. So you could see that's the how the lines that have been first adopted by Kremlin propaganda in Russian, they have been gradually moving into the English websites or Twitter accounts or Facebook accounts, pretending that it's a massive support for one candidate, while in fact you can find out that most of these accounts they all went back to one master, and it's also interesting that's how you can the ways you can identify these accounts. Of course, if you follow this bunch of accounts and you could see that an American who voted for Trump supports Brexit, okay, supports Le Pen, okay, but suddenly the same account supports Bashar al-Assad or Putin's invasion in Ukraine. Then you ask questions, how come? If this is an American patriot, I want to see him or her. It is also important to just to remember that and I put it in on one of my very popular Twitter blogs. So the point of modern propaganda isn't only to misinform or push an agenda. It is to exhaust your critical thinking, to annihilate truth. That's a very different way to suppress critical thinking, contrary to what was used in the Soviet Union, when we had no access to information but the newspaper Pravda, called Truth, what an irony, or Channel 1. Now there's abundance of information. It could be a flood of news, but that somehow works in the opposite direction, because there's only one truth and there are zillions of ways to lie. And that's one of the classical ways how it's being used by Putin's propaganda. That's a story about MH17, the Malaysian Boeing that has been shot by Russian missile in Ukraine. And from the very beginning, it was very clear who did it. But instead of simply denying it or just presenting one story, Kremlin came up with many stories. And sometimes these stories could be shown on Russian television, one after another. For instance, one story told about Ukrainian missile, another one about Ukrainian jet fighter. Then there were stories about the plane carrying dead bodies that were dropped, to blame Russia for. But it doesn't matter how many stories they came up with. What is very important that they created a massive block of this misinformation that simply made many people unaware where they should look for the truth. So, and I think it's time for us to realize that it's something that we have to deal with. This is not something that will go away, because success, it's the best example to be imitated. And since Putin and alike saw quite successful implementation of their theories, and then eventually practical actions, first in Russia to demolish Russian opposition on the internet, second in neighboring countries, namely attack on Estonia in 2007, and then elsewhere. So that's why everywhere, including this country, you all are subject for this campaign of misinformation, and I hope that we'll realize that those are the real threats that will require combined response from the public, government, and corporations to understand how we're going to deal with the threat that might simply undermine the very foundation of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gary. Claudio, may I ask you to go next, please?
Well, hello, everyone. So I don't have any slides, but I have a little speech. As we said, the manipulation of the public opinion clearly isn't anything new. That is generally achieved by repeating over and over a specific message in the public or in the media to install a particular narrative that serves someone or someone else's interests. This commonly manifests with catchphrases which, just like in commercial advertisement, is repeated endlessly until it becomes permanent. We've seen it, for example, with the blood in his hands rhetoric that was used against Snowden. We're seeing it recently in the UK with the coalition of chaos, which is being used from the conservatives against the opposition. And we've seen it countless of times with Trump during the 2016 election, with their all locker hub and so on. So the public is fundamentally a consumer of political advertisement. And social media has become, to some degree, an extension of this, in the sense that today's internet economic incentives foster an environment of clickbaiting and instant gratification, which, while it was kind of originally leveraged for online advertisement and money making, it has clearly turned out to be also perfect for catchphrase politics, and particularly in a moment like this of a resurgence of populism. And with social media becoming increasingly a primary platform for the consumption of information, it also clearly become a field where propaganda and misinformation is played, as Gary just explained. But the internet isn't a space in vacuum. It's quite simply a reflection of society with all the goods and bads that come with it. And with much talking on fake news, which quite frankly, personally, I think is a term that should be abandoned, and on bots, social media bots, I think we're seeing a concerning trend towards a sort of techno-fatalism that finds in technology a scapegoat for significant societal issues, that as a result invokes some kind of techno-solutionism, which is quite just as problematic. For example, we're seeing some movements toward the regulation of content online, for example, in Germany, where it is my understanding that a law was passed that enforces fines of tens of millions of euros to companies who fail to enforce some appropriate filtering of content and countering of fake news. The problem is that these are complex phenomena that require a deep and dedicated study to fully understand. There is no solid indication yet of what is the measured impact of fake news and Twitter bots. And while they might very well have some, and I'm sure it does, it is imperative that before we're implementing further laws and controls, we have a good and documented view of what is the nature of these phenomena and of these problems. So firstly, these are issues that need to be analyzed also in the geographical and social-political context in which they manifest. The impact of such phenomena, as it might be fake news and false news or junk news and Twitter bots, will differ between a repressive state with serious dangers involved in political manifestation and, say, a democratic country where the effects are way less visible. And these might warrant different reactions and different countermeasures. Firstly, it's reassuring to know that humans are still leading the political debates. And on the matter of false news, for example, Facebook recently stated that and I quote, "While we acknowledge the ongoing challenge of monitoring and guarding against information operations," which is their term for false news and propaganda online, the reach of known operations during the US election of 2016 was statistically very small compared to the overall engagement on political issues. And I think that's a positive analysis. In regards to the French elections instead, the Oxford University published a paper that assessed the distribution of news over social media in the run-up to the first round, not the following, and found that, I quote again, "The largest proportion of content being shared by Twitter users interested in French politics comes from professional news organizations. Information from political parties, government agencies, and other experts is also being used. Still, 19.6% of the content being shared involves other kind of political news and information, yet the largest proportion of that content is not junk news, but citizen-generated content." And not only that, but they also state, for example, in regards to Twitter bots, that by candidate, it appears that most of the candidates have roughly the same number of highly automated accounts generating traffic about them. And yet, these automated traffic amount to roughly 7% of the total. All this is to say that we need to step back a little and look at it with perspective in order to find appropriate and proportionate solutions. A response driven by anxiety and panic is unlikely to be a constructive one, and we don't want to end up in a place where companies, instead of courts or the public opinion, are entitled to decide what is rightful content and what isn't. And by transition, we don't want to create regimes of over-censorship, because it is not by filtering that we solve the bigotry and populism that manifest these issues. Additionally, we might not realize that while implementing certain restrictions or control over some technology that might seem threatening to us, we might cause an unintended impact on the lives of others in other parts of the world. For example, a crackdown on the right to anonymity online and enforcing service providers to police that, which is something that is being discussed as a way to counteract Twitter bots, will necessarily mean, for example, that some human rights activists in another country will not be able to do their work safely online just because they're not able to use pseudonyms anymore. That said, it is important that the public is well informed and that it is not deceived. And when we get to the point where social media will in fact be the primary source of news, and by my reading, we're not quite there yet, thankfully, the real answer to these issues will have to be education and media literacy. Technology can't be trusted. Technology needs to be understood. And we need to make sure that especially generations to come will be prepared to enter in their political life with the right understanding of how technology works and how social media and media in general work and how they can be influenced, and to make sure that they're taught the value and equipped with ways to actively seek diverse and accurate information. And that is not just a response to the issue of false news, but it really is just a simple requirement for nurturing open minds. There are, however, some considerations that need to be made to ensure that the technology and the internet can contribute positively rather than negatively to the betterment of society. Firstly, we need to rethink online advertisement, which besides being a toxic market that is corrosive to the individual right of privacy, it is also a key enabler of the twisted dynamics that, that we just spoke about and that we'll continue discussing. It is online advertisement, after all, the primary cause of clickbaiting with all the consequences it brings. Secondly, we need to engage with the tech giants and require an opening of their systems of algorithmic decision-making. We just cannot rely on systems that select, prioritize, and provide information that operate in ways that are clogged by trade secrets. And even if those algorithmic decisions might not be an immediate issue right now, they very likely will be in the future. And as we know, rolling back technology which have been in place for years is extremely hard, and we rather should make sure that we build them with all the ethical and the social considerations in mind from the very beginning. Now, if I still have a couple of minutes, I just want to make one last remark, which is off from the topic of propaganda and access to information, and speak for a moment about the true hacking of elections as we technologists understand it. And that is that the hack of electronic voting machines has come again in the last year as a potential threat to the integrity and legitimacy of democratic elections. The good news is that, for example, the American elections did not get hacked. The bad news is that, particularly if electronic voting becomes more popular, future ones might very well be. And I, as many other friends from the hacker community, have always been vehemently opposed to the use of electronic voting machines, and for good reasons. Firstly, electronic voting attempts to solve a problem that just doesn't exist. With the existing structure, using paper ballots, we normally get a preliminary count in a matter of hours already. The benefits provided by a more automatized counting process are not only questionable, but they simply do not outweigh the risks the gravity of the risks that are involved. And secondly, we just don't have a voting technology that is better than paper right now. Electronic voting machines are normally proprietary and closed systems with a stack of layers that means both hardware and software, for which the integrity simply cannot be guaranteed. And again, we would have to trust that technology. Paper ballots, on the other hand, not only are extremely hard to hijack at scale, but their custody and count heavily rely on not trusting anyone by involving multiple and diverse people overseeing the process, which has been thoroughly audited for decades. Now, on top of all of this, we're starting to see discussions, and in some places even adoption, of online voting. That to me is just complete madness, for which I don't think is even necessary to spend any words on. It's just crazy enough by itself. So Germany has banned electronic voting in 2009, as I understand, and that is great. Keep it that way. This is, however, a problem that is real in many other places, and that it's a possibility that could creep back on us in the future at any time. And while it might have been presented as a concrete risk yet, it is exactly in moments like this, with populism and extremism on the rise, that we might see bigger incentives in attempting to really subvert democracy, and for that, we shall be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudio. So we have about 30 minutes left for our discussion, and I definitely want to leave time for your questions. So I'm just going to ask a couple up here on stage before I ask our kind helpers to come around and share microphones with whoever raises their hand and makes themselves visible. I'd like to start in a bit of a different place before we jump right into the topic of Russia's influence on Western democracies and the influence of trolls and other technical procedures on that. I'd like to begin in a different place by asking you, Gary, I'm sure you're familiar with the idea of linguistic relativity. It's the concept that the language you speak or the realm that you have your experience from also affects the speaker's view of the world. How do you think, assuming one of your languages is chess, how do you think that has influenced your view of the world?
I have to admit that I never think about chess being a language. Though I'm listening to your formulation of your question, I think, yes, it was a way of self-expression. So by doing something like chess, where the end result justifies the whole game and your preparation, so it's all about winning or losing, so it definitely shapes your character. I think it's not just the means of expression, which is in this case in a very specific language, but also the end result. So it's not just the process, but the final result that will eventually prove whether your decision making in the process was correct or not. So I tend to view many things in the world based on my experience. So more than 10 years ago, I came up with a book, How Life Imitates Chess, where I tried to translate my chess experience into the general decision-making formula.
I'm going to be interested to see if we can manage to tie this back at the end to see, does this have an impact perhaps on the different strategies we choose for our political activism? Claudio, I'd like to ask you the same question. Do the technical languages you speak influence your view of the world?
I hope not, in the sense that my hope is that having a good understanding of technology doesn't make you look at society through the lens of technology, but rather helps you looking at technology through the lens of society. Meaning, having like a way too technocentric approach to the public sphere and the world generally, it's not a very positive thing in my opinion. It should be kind of the reverse, where like society should influence or should like change our views of how technology should work, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. So let's jump into the topic a little bit. I'm going to use a quote that you gave, which is that chess is a game of certain rules and uncertain outcomes, whereas politics in Russia is a game of uncertain rules and certain outcomes. Putin is in a very strong position globally. So I'm going to very naively ask you the question, why this strategy that seems very often, if you follow discussions in different media, fora, we read extensive number of Guardian articles on this, that it might not seem as the most sort of refined strategy of exercising power and influence over the world.
Look, first of all, I always feel uncomfortable when people try to compare Putin or dictators to chess players. I feel that I have to, to come to rescue of the integrity of my game. Because chess is the 100% transparent game. So you could see the resources that are available for you or for your opponent. You don't know the intentions of your opponent, but at least you know what they can use to do harm to you or to protect against your threats. Dictators don't operate in transparency. Dictators prefer uncertainty. So that's why I always prefer to compare Putin and alike to poker players. Because in poker, you can have a very weak hand, but you can win the game if you bluff, if you raise the stakes, and if you have strong nerves. And all Putin has been doing, I wouldn't call it a strategy, it's a simple tactical game of survival. For him to survive, he must look strong. That's the rule, number one for every dictator. They can make many mistakes except one, because if the dictator looks weak, he is being taken over by his own cronies. Now, what can dictator do if the economy in his country is falling apart, as in Russia? Oil prices are around $50 a barrel. It will never go back to 100. So Russia is running huge deficit. And at this time, Putin is making cuts on social security, on housing, on education, on everything except military, security, and propaganda. That's a war budget. So he has made, and as a conscious decision, confrontation with the free world a core element of domestic propaganda.
So if I understood you correctly in your opening remarks, the difference between Cold War times and the propaganda that we're seeing today is the sheer mass of noise being created.
But it's not only, it's the Cold War was a fight between two futuristic visions of the future. I'm not here to defend the vision from the Soviet side. It was a fake, it was utopia, but at least it was an attempt to present something that will work in the future. That's why Soviet Union made massive investments in space program. Those are competition. Putin's Russia is not competing with the free world. It's Putin's propaganda is more like a cult of death. It's all about us being surrounded by the global evil, and only Vladimir Putin, the White Knight, can defend Mother Russia against this global conspiracy. So that's why Putin doesn't sell an ideology. Putin basically is looking for any fringe groups that can help his agenda, which is to spread the chaos, spread doubts, annihilate critical thinking, and that's why he can go equally to far left or to far right. Anything that attacks European Union, NATO, the unity of democratic countries works for him. So that's why he's equally comfortable with Le Pen and Mélenchon, with Nigel Farage and Jeremy Corbyn, or with AfD or Die Linke in Germany.
Right. Claudio, you said already that according to your research and estimations, this is not necessarily just a technological issue we're talking about, and that automated communication is just a fraction of the issue that we're looking at. Myself, like reading up on the topic, one has the feeling that it's rather the issue that we're facing an army of people rather than an army of automated technology. Is that a correct impression, you would say?
I think it depends on the context and on the country. I mean, the issue of propaganda online and bots and so on is not uniquely a Western issue. You will see it reflected in many other places, and it changes depending on which place you're looking at. Some of the research that I've read, for example, and recently, they pointed out, for instance, that while there is in some cases a level of automation, it might be circumspected to a few accounts with a large following that have been created and nurtured over the time to spread this message. And in other cases, you have a full-on automated kind of army of bots. And in other cases, for example, in China, there is some researchers that pointed out that there exists what they call the 50-cent army, which is literally a large number of people employed to spread the regime messages online and paid allegedly 50 cents per message.
Yeah.
That's where the name comes from. So it really depends.
I don't know if you're both familiar with the example of Jessica Aro. She's a Finnish, I think, journalist who's been writing about Russian politics, but also the phenomenon of Russian trolls. And she's one of these very well-reported, publicly vocal cases of somebody who was extremely attacked and has then followed, at least from her sort of also journalistic, non-technological perspective, these attacks. And when you listen to her speaking, one has the idea that there's sort of an army of people, not an army of automated bots, ready to lash out at every journalist in every country around the world in their national language. That makes also it seem a little bit crazy. Like, how big is this troll army?
No, look, it is not crazy if you look at the ratio of investment and return. It's much cheaper than than buying TV ads. And what's also very important, there's a huge amount of deniability. So you do these things, but technically you can always deny this is not us. It's fairly effective because you can simply downgrade any debate. And okay, maybe it can serve for us as a measure whether the issue we raise is important, because I know that when I put something there, so the moment I see army of trolls attacking me, and by the way, I have a good measure because I have my social both in Russian and English, and if I see similar attacks with the same lines, I understand where it comes from. But this is the way they decided to turn debate, an open debate, into a clown show. So that's why they were so successful, because it's much easier to destroy. It's much easier to debilitate the debate than make some reasonable points. And many people, good people, they see this, all this dirt there, and they just walk away. This is the whole point. And whether it's 50 cents a person, whether it's $5 a person, it's still very cheap compared to anything else that you can do with this money.
So you work at Amnesty, Claudio. It was said we need to all collaborate to overcome this phenomenon. That's always so easily said. But are there programs for people like yourself, for instance, working with people like Jessica? What are the kind of corporations between technologists, human rights advocates, and people who are the targets of such trolling activities?
I mean, the sad reality is that journalists are threatened and mobbed all the time, everywhere, regardless of whether it happens online and offline. And so there obviously exists, numerous organizations and networks that work to support them. Amnesty, Free Press Unlimited, Reporters Without Borders. There are a great number of them. The kind of new reality of these threats and mobbing happening online is that now we have to, interface with others, like with the tech companies and the tech giants and so on.
I'm asking also because you pointed out, like, at least that's how I understood, there's like a gap of research. We so often are very ready to assume, this is coming from there and this is coming from this, but in fact we have very little data to back up these assumptions. And there are many cases out there, though, that seem worth researching, just, having named one as an example.
Yeah, I mean, this is new and old in different ways, right? In the sense that the technology behind running these campaigns is not new, it's old. As I was saying, it has been existing for a while as a way to leverage online advertisement and defrauding it to some degree. So the technology itself is old. What is new, and I was saying it's understudied and requires greater scrutiny, is this new application of it in the context of democratic elections, journalism, threatening activists online and so on. And that needs more study to understand this new dimension and like what is the impact of it. So yeah, it will require, I think, quite some time before we get a good understanding of how much of a threat it is and how better to counteract that.
I'm going to open to the audience in just a minute. I'm just, what really kind of sort of struck me also reading your description for the session and a couple of other things that we talked about in preparation, that we're so incredibly stuck in this old world order. Like, I am a child of the Cold War. I grew up in West Berlin, and it just seems sometimes really bizarre to me that it seems that none of these power structures have changed, and in fact are rather even regressing, and that it would be so, like I said, Russia in a super strong position. There are a lot of common enemies, one could say, or common challenges globally, and instead we're sort of regressing into a strange...
Wait, slow down. Did I hear super strong position? I mean, I'm really annoyed when I hear, Vladimir Putin's so strong. Is he more dangerous than Joseph Stalin in 1948? I mean, you grew up in West Berlin. So when Americans and Brits opposed Stalin attempt to take over in Berlin in 1948, are you seriously telling me now that Vladimir Putin is so dangerous? Putin's Russia is a pale shadow of Soviet Union under Stalin or his successors. It's what we have today.
But yet we're here on stage discussing his influence over all our Western democracies.
Look, exactly, because there's lack of political will here. Because you don't have people who are ready to take a stand against him. If you compare 1948 or 1962 or even 1979, today the free world has the overwhelming military and economic advantage over the unfree world. So just, look, who are the Putin's allies? Stalin, and they controlled half of Europe. They had allies across the world. Who are Putin's allies today? Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, Bashar al-Assad.
So is the whole rest of the world just falling for an incredible charade?
Because it's called complacency. Don't try to cover your indecisiveness, complacency. Very often cover this by so-called strengths of Vladimir Putin. He's doing it out of desperation. He doesn't have the same military power or the same network of people. What he has a lot of money, and he has new weapons. He knows how to weaponize refugees, how to weaponize press, but that's not the same threat that was in 1948 or 62 or 1979.
And yet, why is there this confrontational approach then? Why is there not a seek for more cooperation? Why is Russia not, if it's actually in as a position, as you suggest, reaching out to other powers and creating new allies, but really alienating the rest of the world?
Because I just said 10 minutes ago, Vladimir Putin doesn't care about strengths or weakness of Russia. He wants to stay in power. He has so much blood on his hands, there's so much corruption, he has nowhere to go. He will stay there until he's being kicked out, and he knows the only way to stay in power is to step up confrontation. That's why he committed crimes in Ukraine. That's why the Russian troops committing genocide in Syria. That's why he will go anywhere to make sure that his position in Russia,
if this
in
is a
Russian, is
house
not
of
compromised.
cards that Putin is living in, what will take it to blow it down?
To show that he is weak, to call his bluff, to make him look like a loser. He lost in France, good news. He lost in Holland. I hope he will lose in Germany. He's losing now in the United States. That definitely weakens his position in Russia.
Okay, I'm going to add one more question before opening to the audience, because this is actually very dear to my heart. If you say he lost in France, I think that the suggestion of the complete undermining of our democracies is a danger in itself. We live in a day and age where people are alienated from their states and from politics, where people are disengaged and people do not care, where the majority of people do not go to vote. If we keep suggesting this idea of this deep state, these intangible powers that we cannot influence and control as citizens, aren't we moving...
Are you twisting my words?
No, I'm asking you a question.
No, it's not a deep state. Vladimir Putin openly supported Marine Le Pen. There's official loan, quote unquote, of 9 million euros, plus I'm sure millions of euros
but you said
donated
Putin
to her.
Lost in France.
That's not deep state. Yes. Fillon openly supported Putin's actions in Ukraine. Mélenchon has been arguing that the borders in Europe can be revised. So 3 out of 4 leading candidates were basically pro-Putin. So, and 1-1. So I even said that Putin bet on 3 cards out of 4,
so the point
but
that
he's
I was
running out
making
of trump cards.
Is that in your statements and also in some of the statements that I have read, the suggestion of this outer influence on our Western democracies today, I find is a very critical one, because in the end, it is still the populace of these countries making the decisions and voting. And by giving them the idea that they're being tricked and fooled and not in control, aren't you encouraging this idea that people are actually not the ones in power? Aren't we feeding into what Putin is doing in a way through that as well?
No, actually, we're bringing them in. So what's happened in Holland 1 year ago when they voted in the referendum for Ukraine that has been initiated by Geert Wilders, I'm sure, with a whisper from Moscow. 32% of Dutch voters showed up, and 62% supported Wilders. At the Dutch elections, 81% showed up, turnout, and he got less than 14%. So we saw the results. Putin was successful in Brexit, Putin was successful in Italian referendum, in some elections in Europe, and of course in the United States. Now people realize the danger. People realize how fake news, you may call it negative advertising, is working in his favor, and they are more actively engaged. I think it's good news that we see more active engagement of people. We see now America is awakening. People are paying attention to the independent judiciary, to the separation of power. American press now is really going after administration and creates a good example for the rest of the world.
Okay, let's see what you guys have to say to this before we continue the debate up here. I see a lot of hands going up, so let's have the first intervention come from, yep, you. Can we have at least 1 or 2 more people going around with microphones in the audience, because it's such a big room, please? Please go ahead. Which number? B1. Can we have the mic from B1 switched on, please? Okay, we're bringing you a new microphone. Sorry for the delay.
The mic was hacked.
Hello. Now, I have a question to Mr. Kasparov. First one is, do you think that Putin will try to influence the German election this year, and how can we as a society prepare? And the second question is, do you expect any surprises for next year's presidential elections in Russia? Thank you.
Should I answer the question?
Yes, please.
Do I think it's raining now? It's like asking public opinion. Do you think today is Monday or Tuesday? So there are certain facts. Putin has been doing it for years. And they have been trying desperately to merge Russian voting bloc here, because there are many Russian speakers who will vote in German elections with organizations like Pegida and AfD. Those are the facts. And you can look at Russian propaganda in Russia, or you can actually look at the Russian-controlled media in Germany, what they have been doing. Of course, he is aiming at Angela Merkel because he knows that she's instrumental in keeping sanctions. I very often call her the last man standing. So removing Merkel is the #1 priority, and Putin is not even hiding this. That's what Russian propaganda has been doing. Now, as for elections in Russia, I think I overheard you. There are no elections in Russia. There's a day in the calendar, so that says when people technically can go and prove what Kremlin already knows. Because, of course, results of the elections will be announced. Kremlin already said they're heading for so-called 70-70 formula. 70% turnout, 70% support for Putin.
Lady over there, please.
Thank you. Gary Kimovic, dobry wieczór. My name
I'll
is
answer
Anya.
in English, yes, of course.
My question is, we have seen young Russians coming out after Navalny was publishing, you know, the site about corruption cases around Mr. Medvedev. Is there a digital educated generation of young Russians willing to hack Russian state sites as a form of opposition?
Thank you very much for this question, because that's, that also adds to my argument about so-called strengths of Putin regime. What we saw on March 26, just a few weeks ago, massive demonstrations. And when I say massive, it's really massive, because some people here could say, oh, we saw 30,000 people in Moscow. 30,000 people in Moscow, it's more than 5 million here, because they go to the streets knowing that they can be arrested, beaten, and just something terrible can happen to them. This is not a demonstration where police protects you, it's where police goes against you. And the fact is that most of these people, about 100,000 across Russia, were young people, tells you that we have a new generation, probably millennials, that are not affected by Kremlin propaganda, by not channel 1, channel 2, channel 3, but they are following Alexei Navalny and other leaders on the internet, and it gives us hope that they realize that Putin's system offers no future. And that means that regime is inherently weak. That's what we knew already. And they're running out of funds, running out of money, because Putin has to make sure that his oligarchs' cronies are happy, so that's why he always takes money from the treasury and distributes among them. So for me, it's all the matter of Putin's still looking strong. The moment he will look like a loser, I'm sure many things will happen in Russia, because no matter how strong dictator looks like today, it's all of a sudden. I always say there are bad news and good news. Bad news, I don't know when and how Putin leaves the office. The good news, he also doesn't know.
Over there, please.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation, everyone. I had a question about diversity and inclusiveness. I guess on the two panelists, Claudio and Geraldine, I would be interested to hear more about how we can create inclusive communities to be able to push back stronger against some of the top-level state, whether APTs or other actors. Mr. Kasparov, I read that you had been quoted saying women by their nature are not exceptional chess players, and I wondered if this actually trickled down into your view of geopolitics and geostrategic relations, and if you thought that actually part of the solution is not just to push back against strong men and authoritarian states, but also to be able to have more women and a more diverse inclusiveness into the general democratic system, and to be able to maybe start fielding female candidates instead of male candidates.
I can't understand
it. Did you understand the question?
Okay, I think we're moving toward a more positive outlook. I'm just going to try to repeat what you said, Matt, and you can jump up if I'm doing anything wrong, okay? So the question to us on this side of the panel was, how do we create more inclusive and diverse communities? How do we work together to strengthen democratic powers to step up against what we're speaking here on stage? And I think the question directed to you is, shall we focus all of your energy toward this one target, or should we not try to see how we need to have other strategies, which is to build up new leaders, especially female leaders, to take the place of the ones we're criticizing today? Yeah, you're nodding. Good. You first, please.
Wait, the question was again, how do we create communities?
Inclusive, diverse, a step toward building up a power that can step up towards what we're seeing today. That's how I understood it.
That's $1 million question, man. I mean, I don't think I have a really good answer to that, in the sense that creating, effective, inclusive, and diverse communities is already a problem in and of itself. Let alone then make it so good enough to, stand against powers and defend democracy. Generally, then, I would abstract it a little and say, what I think is important is that there is, firstly, effort in abandoning some kind of apathy towards these issues, and starts dedicating, communities as exist already all around the world in analyzing these problems that we're talking about, besides just amplifying them without reason. We need to analyze these issues, being by aggregating technologies with journalists and artists and so on in communities like this, to discuss these issues and decompose them in a way that we can then understand them. After we've done that, then we can devise ways to make so that these communities can hold these powers to account. But other than that, I'm not sure I have that million-dollar answer, man.
I think I would just like to add that I think we need to stop perpetuating the idea that we are all powerless victims in the societies that we live in, and give people the feeling that they can regain agency to influence the worlds they live in, rather than build up frustration and fear and lash out at others.
I'm a bit puzzled to receive a question about sort of inclusiveness and helping females to take over political positions in the country where female leader is probably to be soon to become the longest served leader of the country in the history of modern Germany. I don't think it's about special inclusiveness, it's about conditions. It's about applying same standards to all members of the society. And it's not about Germany, it's not about France, it's not about the United States. So we should look at the global map and to realize that we should stop pretending that there are double standards. In the United Nations, where you have what? Saudi Arabia chairing the Council on Human Rights and criticizing, for instance, Israel for violating the rights of women. I think there's so many things that are just, that making many of the good world institutions simply a laughing stock. So we just have to understand that whether we like the country or dislike whether it's our ally or not, we have to look for universal rules that we'll stick to. I applaud Chancellor Merkel not to cover her head when she visited Saudi Arabia. Bingo. That's the way you have to act, because we have different rules, and we don't. But the problem is then we start making, when you use the word inclusiveness for the wrong purpose. They have different rules. Fine, but we want to spread rules that are helping all people to get in. And if some countries persecuting women for driving, we should say what we think about it without trying to pretend that there's certain national specifics that let them do so.
So we only have a few minutes left, and I definitely want to close with an off-topic question, if you allow me. So I have one more question. Seeing that it was already mentioned we have elections in Germany here, and seeing that we've talked a little bit about calling Putin's bluff, what's your call to action to this audience? Your call to action to Republika?
Look, I think in this country we are now seeing the results of Putin's years of work, and if we're talking about fake news and botnets and influence of this negative advertising on the population here in Germany. And I think it's very important that the ability of people in this audience to influence public opinion, and also to call these bluffs and to reveal the botnet operations will be vital to make sure that election will be German elections without massive interference of the third party that has a very clear agenda, and a clandestine agenda and a negative agenda, which is not just German agenda. It's an agenda to destroy European Union and to undermine the democratic process, to pretend that democracy is nothing but a cover-up, and to divert attention of people in Russia or in other non-democratic countries about their own problems, from their own problems.
Well, the last half hour has been such a whirlwind of a discussion up here on stage. I'm not sure if you feel the same, but somewhere between diverging political belief systems and wild speculations, it's been a very exciting ride. I would like to close with a completely different question, which is that next year, we always have a theme, a cooperation with the Year of Science. And this year it's the topic of submarine, and we have a lot of very exciting installations and talks about the ocean and digital technologies. And next year it's going to be the future of work. And you are one of the few human beings who has already made the experience of being, I'd like to say loosely, replaced by a robot in his job, which is a future that all of us really are facing here. So I would like to ask if you have any advice for all of us who have yet to experience this.
Look, to set up the record straight, I won the first match and I lost the second one. And yeah, And then IBM has retired the machine. So that's why it's the... No, but speaking seriously, so I just released my new book, Deep Thinking, where after 20 years, I cover the story. It's available in English. Unfortunately, it's not yet in German. So, in fact, I'm pretty optimistic about our future, because I always say, machines will not make us obsolete. Our complacency might. So it's about us. We still have plenty of things that only we can do. And when people say, oh, this is AI, it threatens our jobs, look, machines replacing all various forms of labor, it's a history of civilization. Machines replace farm animals, machines replace manual labor. Machines now are going after people with college degree and Twitter accounts. But it's the same process. It's nothing new. So, and I think, by the way, it's excellent news, because every profession must feel the pressure of being challenged. Otherwise, the humanity will cease to making progress. And I think that it will push us to do many great things that we abandoned, like space exploration, ocean explorations, great things that are very risky, but machines will leave us with no choice but to fight our own complacency.
A wonderful, positive closing statement. Any closing remarks from your side, Claudio?
I just want to say to relax, because the machines have not taken over yet. The bots have not taken over yet. We still are the ones that hold our destinies to some degree, and the functioning of our democracy still depends on us. So do not fuck it up, and at elections make the right choices. And regardless of all of these issues, they need to be analyzed and decomposed, but do not fall into the fear of it, because that's exactly the purpose that they have.
Wonderful.
Don't be afraid, be bold.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Thank you both so much. Thank you. Thank you.
next speaker, Nelly Benayoun, is often called the Willy Wonka of science. She is thinking big as a principle and is a fantastic example of modern science communication that engages and fascinates people. She's keynoting our submarine track today as well as science fiction because her bold projects often discuss space. Her compositions with International Space Orchestra already made it to orbit and back, and her newest coup is a journey to the bottom of the sea, led by the Space Viking. For a symphony of hammering and bombardment, please welcome Nelly Benayoun.
Bonjour, Berlin. Hello. Bonjour. So I am Nelly Benayoun, as you just heard. I am so happy to be here tonight with you all in Berlin. What a great day yesterday in France. We had the elections, and I am so happy we made it without Marine Le Pen. I am so happy and proud of my country. So, before we start, I need to give you a bit of a warning. As you can probably hear right now, I sound terribly, terribly French, and I must apologize. I come from the south of France, and I lived 10 years in the UK, but the accent is like old wine. It keeps maturing, it just never disappears. So, I'm French, as you just heard. We only have 30 minutes, and this presentation is going to take you about 10 years to digest, so it's going to be an absolute total bombardment. So I'm going to bombard you. It's going to be an absolute chaos. I'm going to bombard you with architecture, literature, design, music, theater, and it's going to be an absolute chaos. So chaos usually is used before a creative process, but in Nelly Benayoun Studios, we actually see chaos as a method of public engagement. That's what we believe in. So, what are we going to talk about today? So we are going to talk about the life, the sea, and the Space Viking, which is a series TV which is under development. We are still looking for funding, so if you're interested, I will show you the website later. And we are going to talk about the University of the Underground. So education, of course, because as far as I am concerned, I have been teaching and practicing at all the time. So we will talk about this a little bit later. But first, you must wonder, who is this crazy French woman talking to you right now? So I am Nelly Benayoun, and I run the Nelly Benayoun Studios, classic, studios plural, because we are everywhere, above and beyond. So what do we do at Nelly Benayoun Studios? We actually try to design the impossible. So I hate bullet points, but I thought for you tonight I would actually give you some bullet points. So she is French, that's done. Chaos, done. Designing the impossible, done. So we are going to talk about the design of experiences, the life, the sea, and the Space Viking, and the University of the Underground a bit more in depth. So what do we actually use in Nelly Benayoun Studio? We base our work on three things: critical design, theater practices, and performance of politics. So what is critical design? Critical design has been created in 1999. So on the A, you can see what critical design, product design is usually is, so problem solving. And on the B, what critical design is now, it's problem finding. That's what it is about. And it's actually really interesting for me as a designer because it creates platform for debate. Theater of Cruelty. It has been created by Antonin Artaud. Antonin Artaud, French. So Antonin Artaud believed in violence in order to connect with an audience. In order to engage with an audience, Antonin Artaud would actually vomit on the audience. So we are not going to do it tonight, except if there are any volunteers. Greek tragedy, reenactment. So reenactment is the experiences, the past experiences that we are bringing back to life. So, what we do at Nelly Benayoun Studio is we actually work with space scientists in incredible sites, like the Large Hadron Collider, where we try to reproduce the first seconds of the Big Bang. How incredible is that? We create dark energy in your kitchen sink. We create volcanoes in your living room. This project was called the Other Volcano. The Soyuz chair, in collaboration with a French astronaut. The Soyuz chair that this woman on this video is experiencing. So, sorry, it's a bit noisy. So she's experiences the 3 first stages of the liftoff of the Soyuz rocket. The Super Kamiokande, that was an experiment made in Japan, the Super K sonic boom, the micronation revolution with about 84,000 marble. The design of experiences is basically what we do at Nelly Benayoun Studio, and actually I should say the design of extreme experiences. So now let's go back to the life, the sea, and the space Viking. So, as I said it before, it's a project under development. So we are looking for fundings, and if you want to support a great life-changing cause, then please contact us. So the life, the sea, and the space Viking is based on terraforming, which is a scientific concept where we actually take life from the Earth and we try to recreate it on other planets. Actually, if you think about the Vikings were, at the origin, they were the concurrents of the Old Age, basically. And the Vikings, they conquered the entire world, they conquered America before even Christopher Columbus. And the Vikings, there is actually such a strong connection between them and the space scientists of today. And we want, in our film, to see, what if we put 8 Vikings and 8 space scientists together on a ship under the sea? What would they do and what would we find? So in our 5 episodes of our TV series, so the life, the sea, and the space Viking, that's what we explore. We are going to incredible sites and we are trying to find different signals of life. So we are going to incredible places and we are working with space scientists like Dale Anderson at the SETI Institute, at the Dry Valley of Antarctica, where we are going to go if we have the fundings, Penny Boston at the Astrobiology Institute, at the Giant Crystal Cave of Mexico, where we will go as well, Natalie Carroll, Jill Tarter. Jill Tarter, she was the former director of the SETI Institute. So have you seen the film Contact with Jodie Foster? So she was performing Jill Tarter, where she was looking for extraterrestrial signals on Earth. And actually, that's why we want to work with Jill Tarter to try to find how this expedition could connect with the young generation, how we could engage with them. Liz Taylor, Sylvia Early, Chris Mackey, Carrie Stephenson, all these incredible NASA scientists, and of course, the marvelous band Sigur Rós. So this is an image of what the ship could look like. So we actually tried to put some diamonds, if we could afford it, on it. Maybe crystals would be cheaper to make it look like the light shining of the sea. Or just like the L'Arche de Noé, the Noé Ark. This is a drawing, so the 15 would be the lab, the living room in the middle. The red bit would be where the Vikings would actually have conversation with the NASA scientists. And this is the trailer to give you a little bit of an idea of what the film could be. So we worked with so many great people, and that's the idea we could come up with. So let's watch it.
face. Yeah, but the wind could be solar wind. And with your face in space, unprotected, that's a little less exhilarating, isn't it? So that's why we need time to prepare. How can you prepare something that nobody has seen before? Well, that's true. But isn't it better to see it alive and safe? And we have a responsibility to our future nations to enable them to take part in our discovery peacefully and safely. This is the honor of our ancestors! And we need to consider what about the people we take with us.
So we've seen all of this story. So recently, I've been 2 kilometers underground in South Africa in a platinum mine where I went to look for the warmth of hell. So this video is going to show you a little bit about the expedition we went through, and you will see it's a bit dangerous. It was a bit dangerous and scary.
And so is it like the deepest mine in the world?
The deepest platinum mine.
Do you get platinum as a gift when you work in the platinum mine?
I wish.
To the walls of hell. Amazing, this is it. Let's take a picture of us. And then you can collect. Where can you see the little microorganisms?
Unfortunately, we don't have much time, so if you're interested into watching the video, please visit our website. As I said, so the Life, the Sea, and the Space Viking is it's a project under development, and we're looking for fundings. So please feel free to contact us and to visit our website. Now we are going
Nelly,
to talk
Nelly,
about
stop, please.
education
Nelly,
again.
okay.
So
Oh, sorry,
the
I'm French.
University
I'm Nelly
of
Benayoun.
the Underground.
Sorry, excuse
The
me.
University
I just come
of
back
the
to
Underground
Spain
is
to
our
holiday. It's
latest
wonderful.
project,
Spain,
and it
yes.
has been,
Oh my
it has
God,
been,
a lot of
it is
sun,
based actually
cerveza,
in Amsterdam,
playa.
in
It's very good.
London,
Nelly, wait,
and,
please.
so
Nelly.
it takes
Oh, Nelly.
postgraduate students. We picked 17 postgraduate
please,
students
please,
this year,
please, okay.
and the university is...
Please, wait. Nelly, take water, please. Okay.
wow.
Darling, it's very good. You're so wonderful, but I understand it's so difficult to be Nelly Benayoun, so
Yes.
I think I can be continue. Okay, give me that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You know
okay.
how it works?
Yeah, yeah.
and-
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Fine.
So, anyway, the University of Underground. The University of Underground is university where you can study postgrad student, where you can studies free. Yes, free.
Free always.
Yeah, yeah. It's so important. Free. It's implanted in London and Amsterdam, and in London and Amsterdam, and I manage it, Nelly Benayoun, with a lot of wonderful people, a wonderful teacher, a wonderful...
People, Nelly, as well, from the Sandberg Institute.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it's true. So, I think I should suggest to explain better the concept, the University of the Underground. I put a video, okay? So.
The University of the Underground is a postgraduate university. It provides a Master of Arts degree set over 2 years. The tuition is free, covered by a non-profit foundation that supports the university. We're looking for creative soldiers that can infiltrate the power structures of digital, scientific and other ecosystems and modify them through music, film, design, theatre practices and politics.
Yes, yes.
Our aim is to teach students how to engineer change and design experiences and events to support social dreaming, action and power shifts within these institutions. The University of the Underground is now selecting 15 students.
Yeah.
The deadline to apply is the 1st of April. Apply now at universityoftheunderground.org.
So, very good. It's more clear, right? Yes, of course. So, the University of the Underground is composed of dreamer of the day, it's so important, modern Willy Wonka, research, engineer, scientific, engineer, designer, and maker of new day. Okay, So
I mean, that's not
it
bad.
opens in
That
September.
really is not bad. But I mean, the key thing is really to
Nelly?
make sure that you
Nelly,
explain
what's
them
happened?
why.
Seriously?
You know, why are we doing this, right? Why are we doing the University of the Underground? So you should go back just a few slides before. Just make it go back a bit more before.
Go back?
Like go back, go back. Okay, here. So why did we create the University of the Underground in the first place? So it's a postgraduate university, right? And we were trying to figure out a way in which we could make sure that, you know, students can have access to education for free. So what we thought about was to actually come up with this plan. 80% made of, you know, philanthropists and donation money, so you can also donate to the University of the Underground, and 20% coming from government. So that's in itself was going to support the tuition of our students. And then we also thought that actually, you know, when it comes to design, really, it's very important to think in terms of pluridisciplinarity. You know, the work that I do, and you probably have got that from the previous project that we have just shown you, is actually, you know, it is involved in design, but it's also talking about music, it's also talking about film practices, it's also talking about all these different items. So we wanted to develop a master program in which you, as a designer or as a young generation going into design, is going to be able to actually go and learn all of these disciplines and eventually become the mythologist of tomorrow or kind of make your own jobs, right? So, you know, that's what you said as well. You know, we are very much involved with trying to figure out how we can create these networks of dreamers of the day. So we are trying to figure out a way where the young generation is going to be able to actually access public institutions, work with public institutions, and design experiences. So what is the syllabus all about in the University of the Underground? You know, we are very much concerned about the notion that, very much concerned by the notion that social dreaming should be re-implanted, re-embedded into the way that public institutions share their knowledge and share their expertise with members of the public. So for us, really, social dreaming is a fuel to social action. And the other thing that we are very much concerned about is institutions, because let's face it, we are, you know, we have institutions that have like more than 200 years old. I mean, Europe is one of them. But how do we get members of the public to feel engaged with the cause? How do we get them to actually feel really embedded and concerned by all of these topics? And what we think could bring that kind of connection with members of the public is the design of experiences. So what is the design of experiences? So for us, it very much is, you know, how you can bring together critical design, how can you bring together theatrical practices, how can you bring together film practices, music practices, and the performance of politics. And all of these things are being taught in the University of the Underground. So how do we do that? I mean, really, it is that for us. It really is how can we get the young people to actually become intelligent agents, modifying and kind of navigating through artificial systems. So let me see. So, I mean, we are a foundation, we are a non-profit, we have an incredible advisory board, which is, like I said, concerned very much by all the same topic than we are, which is basically film music, film practice. I mean, you're all, you know, like coming from many different backgrounds, so you know what I'm talking about when I'm saying that, you know, maybe in your job, you're actually trained as a tech designer, but you might actually find yourself doing music, you might actually find yourself being in the digital world, and you might actually find yourself doing film. And so it's very super important that our team is also reflecting that. We have incredible guest tutor, people like Paula Scher, who is, you know, one of the partners at Pentagram, people like Jasmina Tezanovic, people like Bruce Sterling, the science fiction author, is coming to teach in our university, Regine Debati, you know, we have as well Rachel Armstrong. And so we have an incredible team of teachers. There is us, of course, but there is, you know, like other people who come again from politic practices, again from film practices, and this is, I mean, this is quite something. So, you know, we've just picked our 17 students, and actually this young chap there sent us this video because he wanted to get into the University of the Underground. So let me just share with you this video that he sent to us, and that was his application to the University of the Underground. Right now, I can tell you, unfortunately, we are closed for application, but here is Jack giving us this sort of insight on why he wants to be a part of the university.
My name is Jack, and I want to change the world.
Stefan, can you bring the light down? Light down. No, that's it. Great.
I am process-led, concept-driven, wanna make this my profession. Here's a list of tools I use and things that I like to produce. Images, I can't get enough. Enjoy them even more when they move. Whoa, what a showreel. Typography, symbols that make up the everyday. A visual language with possibilities that are pretty endless. I want to join the University of the Underground to develop my practice, create movement and action through experimental challenging out of the box design thinking.
I mean, how great is that?
Great. That was
So,
great.
we did run the interviews just last week, and the question is whether or not Jack made it to the final, right? Because it's only 17 students on, more than 250 applicants. Unfortunately, I can't share this with you right now, but I think he might have well done it, But anyway, so where are we based? We are based in the underground of a nightclub called the Mercantile in Amsterdam, and we are also based in Village Underground, but we are also, obviously, we want to come in Berlin eventually. We only teach from down below because we actually believe that it's important for our students to actually learn that seed for change needs to take place. We are like the rats of the city. So you start as being the rat of the city all the way until you make it to become president. That's what we teach in the University of the Underground. Now, if you want to support us, you can donate us books. Right now, we have a donation scheme where you can send us some books. And I think it's very important to remember that right now we live in a world of myth, but it's not new. Right? It's not new. It's been there since 1957. There is someone called Roland Barthes, who is a French sociologist that was talking about this. And he was saying that basically the world is very much made of kind of like semiotics. The world is made of semiotics. And there is this person called the mythologist. And what is the mythologist doing? The mythologist is revealing. It's revealing systems of meaning to you, member of the public. It's revealing this system of meaning that kind of like very much are inside public institutions. Now, for me, it's very important that we start to think about how a designer is also a mythologist to some extent. And mythology, range from everything. It ranges from the visage of Cabot to doppelganger to the liquid gel of the tide. All of these things are very much myth to some extent. So for us, this is what we do in the studio. We try to figure out ways where we can reveal this power structure to members of the public. So anyway, let's keep on going because we have so much to go through, and this is pretty epic. That's it. Okay. International Space Orchestra, Total Bombardment. I mean, we did tell you that was the Total Bombardment. Yeah, it's the International Space Orchestra now. So Total Bombardment, I mean, it's very much what you're going to experience right now. I know this is probably totally epic for you, right? Totally epic. This is the way it always is with us. It's like usually it takes about 6 months to digest. So just stay with me, this is going to be like going through your digestive system, and in 6 months you're going to call us and you're going to be like, Nelly, all of what you said made sense. Oui. Anyway, right now let's speak about the International Space Orchestra. So what is the International Space Orchestra? Have you ever heard of it?
Space Orchestra.
Oh yeah.
So it's in collaboration with the NASA and with space scientists to create music to show that they have so much challenges, but that was just another challenge for them, for myself, Nelly, to create an orchestra in collaboration with the NASA. It was such an interesting and inspiring experience.
Yeah, but again, you're not telling them why it was interesting. It's like if you just tell them what it is, but you don't explain them why this is interesting, then they're never going to understand anything about it.
We have so much to go through, Nelly, I can't...
Yeah, I mean, I know, but, Total Bombardment is something that you have to kind of really rehearse. I mean, it's like, Nelly, you don't just get it just like that. Anyway. Yeah, so what is the International Space Orchestra? International Space Orchestra is an orchestra made of space scientists, like you said, and they are all very much like senior scientists at NASA. You have the head of NASA playing the gong, astronaut Gael playing the percussion, and off we go. Here they are reenacting everything that went wrong in the space program. So, of course, when I went to the agency, NASA, and I said to them, let's do an orchestra, so then we can share with members of the public the craft of space exploration through the performance of a Greek tragedy, you can imagine that they say to me, absolutely no way, right? So this is where our special come in, right? This is our special, the hammering technique. Do you want to tell them what the hammering technique is?
The hammering technique, it's just a technique where you hammer information into, your brain to just express ideas and insist on ideas.
It's something you are experiencing right now, eh? The hammering technique.
It's a no, which is never a no, and it becomes a yes.
Yeah.
So for us, when you say no to us, then the chances are that we will just duplicate and actually go back and go back and go back until pretty much you end up saying yes. So anyway, this is what we did. And so we went back and we went back and we went back until finally someone told us that yes, we could do this project. So anyway, then we got a whole great team of people to actually come and compose music for them. And then off we go performing in front of the world's largest wind tunnel. Here they are, and then eventually, because it is California and everything can happen in California, then we ended up recording at Skywalker, which is a place where they recorded Star Wars. And so eventually, because then I came back and I said, we did this project and nobody believed in it. So we made a feature-length film, which actually tells you the entire story about the International Space Orchestra. You can actually watch it online. But it's, it just tells you how we actually made this impossible project happen. Now I'm going to just tell you a bit more about how, this year the International Space Orchestra is going to party their 5th year anniversary. We've been pretty much we've been starting back in 2012, so that makes quite a while. And the way we actually designed the International Space Orchestra so it remained inside an agency like NASA was to design it like a counterculture. So if you have never heard this word of counterculture, a counterculture is a notion of developing a culture that will kind of go against the usual kind of critical thoughts of an agency or an institution. And that was something that was actually theorized by someone called Bourdieu, basically. And what he was saying that in order for you to remain inside an institution, you have to think in terms of these different capital. So what we did in the International Space Orchestra is we thought about it in terms of membership, right? You only become a member if you perform with the International Space Orchestra, so you need a membership. Then the second thing was the cultural capital. How can we actually get you to acquire knowledge? And of course, when you learn music, you learn a form of knowledge. And then the last thing to actually make sure you can create a counterculture is to think in terms of economics. And what we did in the International Space Orchestra is that for each performance we do, you get a new patch. So it became quite an elective, place, in fact. So this is typically some of the patch that we have designed for the International Space Orchestra. This is the one that we did for Beck, which is, the musicians. Here it's for Savages, which we did at the Fillmore Theatre. If you don't know what the Fillmore is, it's a place where the Velvet Underground, Janis Joplin, all these people were formed and, actually did their first performance. And then finally, lately, the International Space Orchestra actually performed with Sigur Rós in front of the Hollywood Bowl, which is 17,500 people. Yes, you can be a NASA scientist and be actually an amazing rock star. And so off we go. Here it is them. They got, standing ovation. They're getting better and better at it. And like I said, when you come from a scientific background and you actually manage to perform on stages like this is the International Space Orchestra jumping on stage with this rock band called Savages. Here they are, performing. Here we go. Let's go to the Hollywood Bowl in LA. Yes. Boom, boom, boom with the Sigur Rós. This is singing. This is excitement. We got on stage. Ah la la, yes. We never stop. The level of energy are very high. Mais oui. Are you awake? What's happening, Berlin? Come on. Allez, allez. Oui, oui, oui. Woo! That's it. That's more like it. That's what we like. Yes, yes, yes. Anyway, so that gives you an idea of what we do a bit. Anyway, it just keep on going and it never ends because, pretty much that's what we do in the studio. We just keep on bombarding. And you can see all of what we do. This is Disaster Playground. But we want to take some questions. But Disaster Playground was also a feature-length film that we did, which is basically about the chain of command which is in place if an asteroid was to strike. You probably think, because you've seen this film, Armageddon, Gravity, Deep Impact, you probably think that there is someone here who is going to save you if an asteroid was to strike. Well, let me tell you, Bruce Willis is not going to come and save us with a big drill. This is not happening. So actually, we were looking for, who are the people that will actually have to behave like Bruce Willis if something like that was to happen? And what we did is we really tried to trace them down. We traced all of the space scientists that will have something to say if a big disaster like that was to happen. So we went to find them, and like you said, we were talking about theater of cruelty before. We came with these big props, and we kind of got them involved with it. And so anyway, I'm not going to show you all of this, but anyway, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking too much. We have no more time. This was an absolute total bombardment, and now we are ready to take all of your questions. This is happening. We never ever end. Oh la la, total bombardment. Barbie, yes, we have a Barbie. Oh la la, Lego, total bombardment. Never stop. Voilà, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, any question for Nelly Benayoun?
Any question for Nelly?
Any questions for Nelly?
Yeah.
To the questions on the side of the stage because
Oh,
we're
okay.
really tough on time.
No time for
No
our
time,
question.
unfortunately.
Oh,
I'm
no.
very
Oh, la,
sorry.
la.
Oh.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh. No time
Okay.
for question. The best part.
Yes. Oh.
Bon, ben voilà.
Bon, bah,
Voilà.
tant pis, tant pis. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
Karen,
thank you.
and support the
Bye.
project.
Thank you, Berlin.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Welcome to the next talk. This is Siri translating into English. I hope you find the headphones are comfortable. Yeah, I guess we'll get going in about a minute or something.
Unser nächster Gast, Friedemann Karik, ist einer der Dauerabonnierten unter den Republikanern.
Our next guest, Friedemann Karik, is a regular guest here. His dress code is having a suit and not having a suit. He writes and he in public television and in the Süddeutsche Zeitung would be wrong to say he would have written his last book to the trend of polyamory. And I asked him, how much do you hate to read the intimate stories of celebrities on stage? And he said 8. And well, just welcome, Friedemann. Hello.
Ja, schönen guten Abend.
Yeah, good evening.
Was zu trinken?
Do you have something to drink?
Oder,
Yeah, I do.
Ich brauche eine Sekunde,
Friends,
weil sonst,
1 second,
total.
or I'll be sweating.
Ich brauche die Moderatorennotizen auf
I need
dem
the
Monitor.
moderation notice on the monitor, the notes.
Kriegen wir das hin?
Can we do that?
Ich brauche die Notizen.
I need these notes.
Wir fangen gleich nochmal von vorne an.
We start again.
Inzwischen dann was zu trinken holen, dann könnt
You
ihr sagen,
can
ja,
get something to drink.
ja, zum Beispiel.
Yeah, for example.
Da sind sie noch nicht.
These are not them.
Was haben wir jetzt oben? Du kriegst es hin, oder? Naja, dann erzähle ich euch vielleicht in der Zwischenzeit, weil das wird wahrscheinlich nur 20 Sekunden dauern, oder Stefan?
Well, I'll tell you something else in the meantime, 20 seconds or
In
something.
der Zwischenzeit mein USP für den Vortrag,
My USP,
weil wie ihr bestimmt alle wisst,
because as you all
spricht
know,
danach irgendwann ein gewisser Sascha Lobo
some
und
guy named Sascha Logo will
alle, die
talk,
meinen Vortrag
and
durchhalten, die halbe Stunde, haben
everyone
Platz sicher für ihn.
who
Das ist schon mal das
can sit through this here will have certain a place for when he gets, which is nice. And he colored his hair, which looks nice. Last year on Twitter, I read
kam dann nachher das Thema der
there
Masterarbeit
was
dabei raus. Und dann hab
a
ich
topic
gesagt,
of
das müssen wir
the
aufpassen,
master
weil wenn man über Polygamie dann promoviert, das kann für den Lebenslauf
master
negative Folgen haben. Also
finalization of your university career.
Aber wir können vielleicht schon einmal auf die Liebe
But
trinken, oder? Wer
we
hat
can
was?
drink on love. Who has something to
19
drink?
Uhr, Leute.
Oh, come on, it's 19
Die
o'clock
Republika
at
nicht verstanden. Prost.
7 p.m. Didn't understand the Republika. Prost. There we
Wollen wir
go.
noch mal ganz frisch anfangen?
Let's start fresh from the beginning.
Ich komm noch mal rein, oder?
I come on stage again, okay?
Meine Damen und Herren, hier ist für Sie
Ladies and
Friedemann
gentlemen,
Karik.
here's Friedemann Karik.
Hervorragend.
Great.
Dass das immer klappt.
This just works so good.
So, jetzt noch mal. Auf die Liebe.
Come again. On love. To love? To love.
Um die Uhrzeit, um 19 Uhr darf man das
This
ja, weil
kind of time I'm allowed to do this because at 7 p.m. it's like at 10 p.m. in the TV. It's when we can start with dirty stuff. Children are in bed. Now it's the journalists who can write what we are doing here. First, before I tell you a true love story, I'll do a little selfie because it's my first time. Ah, a dream.
So,
There we go.
wenn jetzt noch die Fernbedienung geht, Freunde.
Now, if the remote works. Ah, there we
Ich
go.
erzähle euch zum Einstieg eine wahre
I tell you a true love story
von Paul und Jelena.
of Paul and Janina. In a summer night 7 years ago, a boy meets a girl. It's late, the club is full. They are talking, dancing, drinking, and they are kissing. He asks, do you go to me, at my house? She asks, okay, but I don't want to know what your name is, and I don't want to tell you my name. Something between them, magical feeling, electrifying. That's madness, says Paul, as he sees her in his bed, and he goes through her bag, and he finds her ID. Jelena, born in St. Petersburg. 2 years later, they move into their first apartment. 2 weeks later, she's pregnant. She's too young to be a mother, she thinks. Too young for rules, so they make a pact. They want to be a dream team. Unbeatable, a dream team, but not exclusive with each other. They want to have adventures. As long as it's just sex, it's allowed, but not with friends. And we tell everything if the other one asks. And this is an open relationship. She's 21, he's 27, and their son a few months. 7 years later, they told me their story. It's a story about love and letting go, freedom, sex, love, and how these two fit together with jealousy and how not to be defeated by it, and power, of course. Maybe others will learn something about this, says Jelena. It hurt much, says Paul, but it was great. For me, it was the greatest form of love. For my book, I interviewed Paul and Jelena and a lot of other people who are loving free in some kind of way. The classical form of relationships I wrote down and I researched a bit, talked a lot of tech talks and went through strange forums stuff. I learned a lot about how and why we love and not in the other way. And I say, well, sadly, the monogamic mainstream, like me, is pretty allergical to this kind of persons. The people in the book and me has been told sick, dumb, and liars. Some nice comments. Typical reaction, big interest, but also repulsion. So it's not. There's 3 big categories of this. First, there's pathologization, like borderliners, or true love gets defined, and polyamorous people don't fit into it. Humans don't know what love is anymore, but Howard knows it. And people get excluded. And from this we have hundreds and thousands of examples. A lot of the same reactions: interest, hate. My favorite comment is the one of Tanya. It says, one man would be enough for me. This sounds funny, but I noticed this might be the answer. The most important question is, where does the hate come from, which is the topic of this conference. Why don't they care about their own bed? Why aren't they happy with their conventional relationship? And it's enough. And the answer maybe because a lot of them aren't happy. If you look at these conventional monogamous relationships statistically, you see bad numbers. 43 divorces on 100 marriages. Affairs are the most likely reason to a divorce. Half of people has done an affair. More than half saw their sexual wishes not fulfilled, which is strange, don't you think? I would love to see how this is distributed in here, and maybe turn down the light a bit, just a little bit, discretion, a bit romantic, and then let's just look at this. At Republika, just a short one, just one question. Who of you had an affair in your relationship? In statistic, more than that is 10%. Friends, this can't be quite right. Yeah, we have to say that these studies are anonymous. I can understand. If your Twitter friend is sitting next to you, let's do it anonymously. Now, I'm the study leader, and you are just the test persons, and we all close our eyes. Do it, please. Help me, please. And now I ask again, hands up, who had an affair in a relationship? Well, that's exactly double as much. Thanks. The result is the same every time. We don't really know why, but it's a catastrophe, isn't it? It's a disaster. I think if 90 to 99% want to live like this, even though 99% educate us in this direction. 99% of our stories are built for monogamy. By Shakespeare, Walt Disney's right to the big love stories of our time. Got a picture of Twilight here? Oh shit. Minne singing the Stones to who knows what the corrupt youth of today likes. We learn all the time about love. 1 + 1 = love. This is not the quite equal calculation. It's kind of religion of love. It's relatively simply. Me, as a person, I have to put power into finding the one big love, and this will be great. But it's worth like, well, okay, and we just take it for granted. And Hannelore Grant said, if we had that many divorces somewhere in air technique, airplanes wouldn't exist. Our relationships look like this plane in Hamburg. We don't know, will it work, won't it? Oh, it gets a bit... And in the end, you barely can get it going again. Very unsafe for air technology. I won't show you a video of a plane crash, idiots. But in intimate life, Anne Wagner says this individual disaster as a human is very normal, but there's still these big pains And we feel this, that this is not quite right. This is not quite just. This is not this. We can't meet this ideal. We don't really know why, but basically, we don't really know enough about sex because sex is such a shameful topic. Because many people talk about it, but nobody tells about it. And if you do, there's just a lot of hate. And maybe this thing. And this hate, maybe it's the same. Maybe the not enough of tolerance is just not enough of love. Maybe this is just a standard story of sexual discrimination. On one hand are the ones who just want to be accepted, and on the other side are those who don't want to see anything else. Maybe it's time to change something radically. Maybe have a sexual revolution 2.0. On this place, there's just one important disclaimer. There's Paul and Jelena. Now, I'm a young, white, heterosexual guy. If I talk about men and women in the first place, it's not because I want to exclude the homosexuals or whatever. It's not about these two genders and you have to fit in. It's just about that men and women are best researched in their in science. Who has problems with that? Someone had problems with that. The first sexual revolution we knew was just the high point in a long transformation of architecture and economics of love and sex. Just
Liberalisierung und Individualisierung westlicher Gesellschaften vor allem.
In a lot of liberalizations in the Western world, people burned their bras, and thousands of people went to the streets to have sex as we wanted. After women have been dictated by others about sexuality, now we are all allowed to love. And this modern architecture, everything of ideology we know since then. One song tells us of 1980.
Unfortunately, there was no pina colada here, so that's something, dear Republic, that you could improve. So what has improved with the sexual revolution? Not just the circumstances, but also my preferences determine what I find. And so how do I love? Who do I want to love? So criteria such as sexiness, attractiveness, market value gain in importance. Now, this is determined by attributes that and common features that you may find. But to find out what connects me to someone, it needs an introspection. I have to recognize myself, therefore, and realize, and then find a counterpart that hopefully will understand my weaknesses and accept them, and then you may find big love. But even then, just like a favorite song might get on your nerves at some point. Please turn the sound up. And then perhaps you look for someone new, what is on offer perhaps. And in that case, it might be in the newspaper, in this case, in a column, people searching, like this person who likes pina coladas and does not like certain things. I don't know if you know the song. The punchline is, of course, that this person meets the woman with whom he hopes for something new, and it's his own wife or partner. So this is something that we have today, so-called serial monogamy, and you think, well, was that all? And then you go off and find someone new. But at least since the sexual revolution, we, in our unbelievably privileged society, are in an unchained market for sexual preferences. But that was not the first sexual revolution. The, as it were, zeroth sexual revolution was about 10 to 20,000 years ago. And that was domestication, people settling down, or as it has been called, the worst mistake of humanity. Perhaps this was when monogamy was created, as we know today. Now, this changed from hunters and gatherers to people settling as farmers and cattle herders was the largest change of behavior of any species that was ever observed on this planet. Whole social structure, even the anatomy, changed fundamentally, and perhaps, probably also sexuality. At the time people settled down, they, from love, sex, and family, they need something else than before. People drew the plow together, literally, and had a certain economic dependency, but a psychological one as well. And then there was social sanctions and social frameworks that were to support this unit. We had something to inherit, something like capitalism came about. If I have something to pass on and a piece of ground that with hard work I made arable, I want my own children to inherit this and not someone else. And at the same time, I have to look out that my partner doesn't abscond, because without that second workforce, I may just starve. Of course, there were polygamous societies at the time, but from our Western perspective, the thing that dominated in the end was the most limited, the poorest, and there are good reasons for that. Monogamous patriarchic systems functioned well in terms of strong societies, strong nation states that fought about resources. Monogamously living people were easier to pin down. The women were bound to the families. Monogamy always was a bloody model, but it made us fly to the moon. So monogamy was the potato of relationship models. It was very practical. But how was it before, in the good old days, long before, 100, 200,000 years ago, when we were hunters and gatherers? Nobody has a time machine to flow back. There aren't even images, whether you believe it or not. And could we see what it was like in the caves? But there are pieces of evidence, there are hints. First, social structures. Groups were very egalitarian, which we can see from natural indigenous people that live quite similarly. There was no concept of fatherhood, because without genetic testing it was hard to prove fatherhood. Everyone looked after everyone's children. On the other hand, there is the accumulative pregnancy concept, which is the woman collects as much sperm as possible from as many talented people as possible, and from that ball a child grows that has all these properties. That's a bit different to the way we do it today. Of course, surely there was love, there were intimate dual relationships, but surely there was no holy concept of sexual exclusivity as we know it today. Also, our basic anatomical features are suitable to monogamous life. The sperm competition concept has to be mentioned here, that awful concept. If we consider why you have the sperm-selective vaginal environment. I'll stop with the anatomy soon, but an environment that selects quite distinctly which sperm is allowed to impregnate the egg, fertilize the egg. And on the other hand, there is this kind of competition that almost looks like a football team with attacking sperms and defending drops of liquid, and then there are bridge builders that bridge this liquid, and then so that's why we have that German football team picture here. And with a penis that functions as a vacuum pump. I'm not inventing this. Biology has known this for a long time. This in and out movement can be sucked out with it, and then we have external testicles that make it ready to fertilize all the time, quite unique. So moans of lust, orgasm, you can explain all this with polygamy, and it all makes sense only if there is another person's sperm. And if evolution is a clever concept, because the more people fuck, the more they procreate. That's quite cleverly done by nature. So there are a few effects where you realize this. This was the former American president, US President Coolidge, in the 1910s. He was in office, and with his wife, he visited a chicken farm, and he wondered how much intercourse these chicken had and how many eggs they would produce. And they asked the farmer this, whether it's always one cock with one hen, and the breeder said to Coolidge's delight, no, everyone has a whole harem of hens available to produce as much as he wants. And he then said, please tell that to my wife a second time, because she's quite against that. And since then we've had the so-called Coolidge effect, which describes that sexuality can be refreshed if you change sexual partners, and you can observe this with almost all species on the planet. And with that, you have the so-called cycle of love. Research can quite clearly determine that between 2 and 4 years, there is a high dopamine adrenaline release, the so-called, well, in love phase, the fireworks, we all know that, hopefully. And then love changes. There's more oxytocin. It's more about intimacy and closeness. Love changes. And perhaps from that you get affairs, because you are somewhat programmed by nature to find that, seek that kick again that has with that release has much in common with the cocaine experience. Scarlett Johansson therefore concluded that monogamy cannot be natural because it's so demanding. You can debate this, ask yourself, what is actually natural for us as humans? This number is natural because humans on the planet is the most dirty species around. You need about 5,000 cases of intercourse to produce one offspring, and that's the record on the planet. So, and we have the most orgasms. So if someone says you are acted like animals, that's quite wrong, because we are the greatest fuckers. But history says something different. And this number of people were hanged in the US at some late point in history for infidelity. So what is our relationship to nature? We have a lust-friendly nature and have a lust-adverse culture on top of that. So, however our sexuality was constructed, how we live, this does not quite fit. There is something that went wrong here, and there are other areas where we noticed that we as humans are built differently. We were built to run large distances every day, which we'd never run today, but then we have sport instead. Sexually, we have other tricks on our sleeve. Now, here's yeah, well, this is the electricity box with which we've all had problems. Could you have a look? Wait. Okay, but why is there the straw in the corner? Well, why are you wearing a mask? Well, just give me a blowjob then. This is a famous porn extract that went viral in Germany. So one of the famous porn extracts with which we find some kind of release. Since 10 or 11 years, we've had YouPorn, all kinds of freely available movies in Germany. If you didn't know this, no one knows, of course. And we thought that a hypersexualized generation would arise from this. And with that porn example, you can easily see how we compensate and try to live our nature, because our culture model doesn't quite allow it, and how we then find that technology might be a way out, and we exaggerate what technology can do, and we know how young people react in this technological world, and that is not the way we expected. First sex of young German people still is about 16 years. The first experience still is petting, and an important thing for young people is to have the right person. So technology doesn't seem to be influencing us that much, and that applies to online dating as well. Now, this is 41-year-old Dutch person, didn't get the name, in China, he had to go into hospital when he had been living in the airport for a long time, and for exhaustion had to be treated in hospital. Why was he there? Because of this woman, his internet love, Chang. He traveled 8,600 kilometers from Amsterdam, but she considered the whole thing a joke, and she was in another city, so he spent 10 days at the airport, didn't reach his target. So maybe he was crazy, maybe he was crazily alone, but his case shows us that we still, even with the internet and transcontinental flights, want to find, with or without online dating, someone. It doesn't matter how. It's maybe the wrong place to say this, but technology does not solve our problems in terms of love and sex. Technology is hugely overrated
Mal eine
there.
ganz andere Frage.
Very different question now.
Wahnsinnig viel erzählt
I've talked a huge lot now
was man
about
so weiß.
from this book, what you know.
Wer von euch
Who
wusste
of
das
you
denn alles schon?
knew all
Wer
this?
wusste denn 100%
Who of
von
you,
dem,
who
was
of you
ich sage?
knew 100% of what I've just talked about?
Einer.
One of the
Klar.
interpreters is raising his
Wer wusste
hand,
60%?
her hand, their hand. Who knew
ihr seid die
60%?
Avantgarde. Nicht
You
schlecht.
are the avant-garde, not bad.
30%.
30%?
Und der Rest nix.
And the rest, wow.
Gott, was macht die denn Samstagnacht? Naja.
What do you do on a
Ich war vor
Saturday
2 Jahren
night?
auch noch bei 20
Well,
bis
2 years
30%,
ago I was at
angefangen habe zu
20,
recherchieren.
30% until
Das ist
I
eigentlich
started my
komisch, weil
research.
das, worüber
And
wir hier gerade sprechen, ist mit das Wichtigste in unserem ganzen
what
Leben.
we're talking about is the most important thing in all our lives. And what kind of sexual education do we get? We have condoms being pulled over bananas, and we don't really say how we function up above and down there. And so what would we need for a sexual revolution? We need much more education, still more acceptance of these alternatives that I've talked about. We need a lot of self-confidence. We need more certainty in what we do. We have to ask ourselves all over again, what is love actually? Where is love? This is the heart of which we think that love is located. And Margarete Stokowski wrote, if we are not free above, up there, we can't be free up there until we are free down there. And the other way around too. And I think up there and down there isn't very easy to separate either. Love, a very intelligent woman once said, is a labyrinth, a maze from which you have to find your own escape or exit. I think we're still in that maze and looking at our smartphones and not thinking about the eventual outcome, just wondering how strangely complicated the hedges are cut that form this maze. The relationships I talked about at first, they're not so important. They were just an experiment that perhaps tried to get us more closer to our nature that we have tried to fight with forks and pitchforks. So this is something you may ask yourself in your mind if you don't dare. How many of you are really happy with the relationships and the sex lives that you have? Of course, everyone has to show up now. You tend to be at Republica without your partner, don't you? But it's not enough. Even if it were 99%, I think it's still not enough. And that in our incredibly privileged Western world, almost everywhere in the world, people are less free than we are and can love less freely as we can. And then we can. So I think there is a kind of moral duty here towards those that are not as free to, first of all, make that freedom available to them and then be tolerant towards others, and thirdly, just live our freedom. Instead, there is still a kind of innovation blockade in love, and as a kind of strong inspiration, if that wasn't enough, you have Coco. Coco has a boyfriend, education, she has a flat, and she has a ring around her neck, which her boyfriend can use. This is the drawer under the TV with the ropes that Coco is bondaged with, and you have those rings in their living room so that they can play, as the BDSM scene calls it. And Coco says, I'm his slave, not just in my bed, but 24/7, because that's what I want. Perhaps real freedom, she says, is to submit. Is that the logical freedom that Coco has? Is she allowed to do this as a young, emancipated, strong woman that has all those rights? Is it love or is it sick? Where does my tolerance end? And are we really as free to allow this? I was wondering whether I should use Coco as an illustration for this, because there's all kinds of perspectives from which you can say that this is not possible, that this is not right for her to submit in this way. But I think exactly because of that, this is a perfect example. The relationship model of the 24/7 slave can be criticized in many ways, but it challenges us. It makes us reflect, and it shows us what's all possible if we would experiment a bit more, perhaps without a whip. But I would want us to become a bit more Coco, all of us. I'm a bit hesitant when I'm asked how sexuality and love should change in Germany, because I'm not a sexuality advisor, and I find it difficult to tell people what they should do in bed. So I'll instead talk about myself. The so-called open relationship is not really about sex for me. It's more about being open and adjust the relationship freely as I want it, to go to the source code perhaps. And through the encounter with these people that I've found so impressive because they're strong and they dare things and they fail and they make mistakes and then go back, but at least they leave their comfort zone to change something together. After that, I had zero readiness to make people prescribe to me, culturally or otherwise, what I should do. I want as much openness as possible. I want mutual recognizing and understanding, and I want a bigger opportunity to be not in the 43% that get divorced.
Love gets banalized nowadays with advertisements where are just naked women, but it's banal. But love isn't luxury; it's the biggest source of our luck, happiness. And yeah, this is some kind of fight, and nobody wants to take some kind of model away from anyone else, but we have to look at these alternatives as inspirations and not irritations. And now is the best time for this, even just because immigration and the right-wing assholes. Because as Edward Snowden said, in times of fate, love is a revolution. If you want to ask me what happened to Paul and Jelena, who met 7 years ago, they are not together anymore. But they are best friends, they live together, they are raising the children together with their new partners, and maybe we can learn something from them. Thank you.
Vielen, vielen Dank, Friedemann Karik.
Yeah, this was the translation of the talk about the Sexual Revolution 2.0. We have been Siri, and
Sebastian
joined me later on, which is really nice of him. And if you have any suggestions, questions, any critique, we would greatly appreciate it if you wrote at us. We are on Twitter with the hashtag RP17EN.
I should point out, I wasn't planned to do this translation. I saw that Siri was being abandoned and thought I'd help out.
This is so nice of him. Yeah, again, that's hashtag RP17EN. Thanks and good night.
Hello Republica, that's the day wrapped. Great to see you all here. What a great full house for our last session of the night. And I've heard that it's been a great day on stage 1. Yes, it was. It was great fun. I miss it a bit, but stage 2 was nice as well. How was your first day? I didn't make it quite that far, just stage 1, stage 2, the makerspace. And you? I went to the Cool House and to the Connect Europe space and lost on stage 1. Anyone else go to the Cool House today? Few made it. Tomorrow then, tomorrow's the day. And what was the highlight, the empathy device? If any of you are fed up with people, there's a choral empathy device. It's a globe you put on your head, and that's that, and you're a choral. But it's an honor to introduce the final talk on stage 1, and I'm sure you know who's coming and what is coming. What would the first day be without Sascha Lobo? And he has brought a great talk today. He made an experiment on himself. He's trying to revive the discussion culture on the internet and being nice to yourself. Sascha Lobo, welcome.
Hallo.
Hello. Louder.
Hallo.
Hello.
Immer wieder sehr schön hier
It's
herzukommen.
always nice to come back here, like a family, with the stepfather who asks you why you haven't finished your studies yet. The pressure is very high for me as well. I would like to start, though, with something that's very important to me and to you as well, I hope. It has to do with everything. I want to start with this.
Free day is the hashtag for demanding freedom for Deniz Yücel, the Turkish-German journalist who's imprisoned in Turkey.
Euren eher höflich als engagiert klingenden Applaus.
I forgive your polite rather than enthusiastic applause, and I would like to add that this is not just for Deniz Yücel, but also for all others who are in prison for their investigative work. Today is an important day on several levels. Something personal first, perhaps. This is my 10th anniversary on Twitter. To the day. It sounds strange today, but back in the day I thought I was one of the very last people to join Twitter. So I know how it feels to come late to a party, and if you look, then you can see that my first tweet only got 20 likes and 5 retweets. So I know how you feel. But I'm not going to be insulting anyone. Today is a special day on several levels because today is the day of the liberation.
The day that Germany finally capitulated in the Second World War in 1945.
And I think it ought to be a public holiday. I read that Bavaria has about 47 public holidays per year and Berlin and Hamburg only 3. But this is one of those that Bavaria should have as well. I want to use this day of the 8th of May 1945 to speak about recapitulation. what happened previously on Earth, you might say. The first disturbing thing since my last talk about the state of the nation, the first disturbing thing for the world has to be that we are now living in a time where nothing, well, the only thing that needs to qualify you to become US president is your haircut, and you may find this stranger than I do. We also live in a time, to be very precise, where we're finding out, thanks to Brexit, that you can shoot yourself in the foot with a head start, which was thought to be anatomically impossible previously. And we have to be happy that only 33%, or as in France, or 49% of Austrians vote for a right-wing party. Most of you are either nerds or would like to be nerds because it's become hip. You have to imagine that. You can imagine it as if 67% of the Wi-Fi password were known. That's where we're at from my perspective, and that's my very own perspective. I'm just like you, but I'm more open about the fact that I'm egocentric and just keep posting selfies on the internet. I feel something that's not very nice. It's a tremor, if you will. Something has changed, and this change did something to me. Ever since 2014, I've thought about this process, mainly because that's when the right-wing Pegida movement that happened both online and offline was established. And in the height of this, at the pinnacle of this movement, there was a Facebook page that had 160,000 likes, and they got more than 10,000 people on the streets to protest. And they had similar things going on internationally. And ever since the end of 2014, I've been watching these movements. And it's not a secret that I've been spending time in some corners on the internet that aren't the most polite in the world. But something also changed away from trolling towards something that I would like to describe as hate speech. I'm going to quote an email that I got in that context in the summer of 2015 about an article on Spiegel Online that I wrote, where I wrote that I don't think that it's right to shoot migrant boats on the Mediterranean. I thought that would be something that many people would be able to agree on, but apparently I was wrong. This is what the email looked like. Thank you for the article. There is no better proof that we need to be able to exterminate people like you. But I'm hopeful that there's not long before people like you are going to be exterminated. Watch out, you freak, the wind is turning. That's a brief summary. I don't feel like a victim, and that may sound strange. No, on the contrary, I have quite a few privileges. One of them is the fact that I've been confronted with hate online for more than 10 years. It started with trolling and insults. Then there were people who were standing in front of my house, some of them drunk. But I know how to deal with these people. I've training, if you would. But something's different here, not just the force of the insults, but also that you can only try to understand what's behind this. And I'm not a victim. There are people who have it far worse than me and who don't have the training that I have. But it's very significant that this hate speech seems to be coming from a group, a social group that thinks that it is becoming more important. The wind is turning. There are enough people. That's what they're writing. And this tremor has intensified last year. I started dealing with this in 2015. The tremor has intensified from Pegida and the right-wing AfD party towards Austria, Brexit, Trump, Erdogan. And the tremor got stronger and stronger each time, and it got more tiring each time. What interested me a lot in this context, in the context of these last four, Austria, Brexit, Trump, and Erdogan, is that the share during the elections looked like this. It was, well, slightly idealized. It was always a 51-49 split. I always took the measures I liked. But at the first glance, you might assume that this is a maximal polarization, and that might not even be wrong. So, and the question, and what about France, that we can answer since yesterday? Why only a third in France? The New York Times found an answer to this earlier today. And the answer is there is no Fox News in France. At least partly. Another part of the explanation is that Macron's documents were leaked at a point where there was already a news embargo around the election. And that makes it interesting to watch Mr. Assange and the associations, the acquaintances he has. I had a look at when the leaks around the Clinton email started, which was exactly half an hour after Trump's grabbed them by the pussy remark. So now we have a situation that I would like to summarize thus. The New York Times says there is no Fox News in France, and therefore those leaks were unable to decide the vote. But it is interesting, whether or not you share that opinion, that all those places where media tends to join in this tabloid mentality, that there is that goes hand in hand with this polarization. And I like to assign part of the blame to social media. That's what I do all the time. But we mustn't lose focus on those on the traditional sensationalist media who like to join in this chorus.
It's exactly because of that I believe that what I'm trying here is an instrumentalization of social media in a positive sense. My talk is about from speaking in social networks, serving suggestion for strengthening liberal democracy with the help of social media. And first, to describe what I've actually done in the last year. The last year throughout, I was extremely busy. I was into the detail involved with things, had to take care of things, and at the same time, as I just said in the introduction, I did try to not leave the debate out of my sight. I have to also say in advance that there is a certain personal positioning here to be made. A positioning that in the 20th century would have been called absurd, but today everyone who is in the public eye, public focus, is really obliged to say this. This positioning, therefore, is that I consider myself a left liberal democratic constitutional patriot, a European and a globalization and digitalization profiteer, and I am trying to work for digital and social enlightenment. So everything I'm going to say, the whole analysis, is to be seen under this angle. If you ask, what is a constitutional patriot supposed to be, I would respond, well, we are in a country where our grandparents and great-grandparents murdered millions of people, so you have to respond and position yourself in some way to this. And so you don't want to be too happily patriotic, and therefore I use this concept of constitutional patriotism, where I'm proud of the Constitution and the basic principles that are enshrined in it. And every time I cheer for our national team, I do think about the Constitution partly as well. I admit that this is a very, well, far-reaching and very constructed thing to say, but that's my speciality. All those years in the internet, I saw millions of endeavors pass me by, but only in the last few years, or even perhaps particularly since 2016, I could really understand what all these quotes, all these quotes meant. The Churchill quote that said, "Democracy is the worst of all government forms, with the exception of all the others that we've tried." So Churchill, this great Twitterer before Twitter, this quote, you could see a lot next to Benjamin Franklin images, for example. And you can see this pass by and say, well, it's a funny quote, and everyone has something clever and something stupid to say, and some of these things are preserved and some aren't. But what this actually means can be found in the headline that I had here, the pain of democracy. And the pains of democracy manifested for me in what I've mentioned before, that tremor. And for this tremor, a woman found a perfect small sentence that fantastically summarizes that tremor. It's Anja Meyer, who works for Taz, the German left paper Tageszeitung, who in 2013 already, in the refugee context and Facebook, because she was working in a village in Brandenburg in the provinces, she wrote, "I thought we had progressed further." I believe that it's important to admit your own shock. I really thought we had progressed further. We went to Facebook and saw things that I never thought people would just dare to publish. This shock didn't quite hit me as strongly, I thought at first, as this kind of social impression, but the more I looked inside, the more I realized that this tremor and shock was shared by some people in my left liberal democratic media purple circuit and all the internet people that knew everything in advance, the way it was going to be afterwards. But I still noticed that this tremor said something about myself. So I went to an analysis of that tremor or shock and said, okay, Trump, yeah, you may find this not good, that's completely correct, and it is not good, but what is my own part in that shock? Where perhaps I seem to have gone a bit too far, and I held back, and I noticed that I had to admit something about my own political discourse in the last few years, because I had, in my own positioning in the last years, I was self-affirming too much, in all, or almost all, or at least many of the things I shouted out into the world, I didn't explain my position to the world, but also to myself. And I often tried to convince myself that it's really right by finding particularly hard and clear words. And that is not necessarily the way to make friends on the internet, particularly with debates that are a bit more delicate. This is an admission that not my political position was disturbed by that, but the way I dealt with these political positions. And this is one of the first things I want to point to. And then I found something else, noticed something else about me. I want to conduct a very thorough self-inspection here. I think that in a democracy, even difficult and even completely stupid opinions have to be tolerated, at least as far as they are not real hate speech. And I also believe that the borderline to hate is not easy. Can you say this is hate, or is it just very stupid? I've become less tolerant in this, because stupid would only mean stupid in my own coordinate system. It would not necessarily be the same for other people. It might even be smart for other people. And I noticed I got angry much quicker, and I asked myself why. Why am I more angry and less tolerant? I believe that this is an effect of social media. Social media as a completely mined territory. Because I think with all those opinions that you're confronted with on social media, you tend to lose patience with the hail of opinions, because other people have this unpalatable property of having different opinions. You know this phenomenon. And that has a back effect on myself. There's this anger, there's this becoming furious, and that, of course, has an influence on my own work. The work for digital society and its enlightenment. So if my approach of improving the world, if I look at that, I have to adjust it. My work for the enlightenment of the digital society has to be measured along its effects, and not just about myself. That would be a bit delusional, but also what I say, and I keep saying things with hard and clear words. It didn't quite work so well in other countries either. So, because I had copied my approach to some extent from the US, and if the effect of my world improvement methods, the enlightenment, if that doesn't work in the way I wanted, hoped for, then I use the very simple conclusion, change a losing team. And I'm trying to further the effect of my improvement methods. And it's about the effect, not the objective. I'm not changing the objective and saying I'm going to become a Nazi, although with my hairstyle you may, well, that's a different thing.
So it's about developing your method, but for that I have to start with an analysis of the problem. What is going wrong? What's going wrong in society? In January of 2016, I started conducting a private heuristic, which is a term that sounds a bit smarter than, I try to feel and to guess and to read things. How did I do this? For about 1 year, I dived into debates on Facebook, on blogs, in chats with about 100 people that I felt were on the right or extreme right part of this political spectrum, and as well as 20 people from my circle of friends who had begun doubting democracy, and I started engaging them in discussion. And this did not remain unnoticed. I had to operate a bit more clandestinely. The Süddeutsche Zeitung newspaper wrote an article about this simply because they saw that I didn't just shout back in an argument, but I actually tried to understand their position. But I also watched the Facebook group Ich bin hier, I am here, whose conduct I think is exemplary, because you can see they show which style of argument works and which doesn't. An important point in this is his wording, the wording on one slide where you may have raised your eyebrows but didn't cough strongly enough. Because I said that I engaged 100 people in discussion who I think are on the right end of the spectrum, but this is very subjective, right? But I agree that it is subjective, but I started saying not only right-wing, but also right-wing extremist, so that everybody will know the part. They can find out for themselves where they are on that spectrum. And I found out some interesting things. And the first thing is that there are not just right-wing and right-wing extremists, but also people who are simply not sufficiently immune to the right end of the spectrum. I borrowed this term. I don't know how it's properly defined. But there are people who say, yeah, okay, there's someone who thinks that we should murder all Syrian refugees when they show up at the border. And I think that's wrong, but I'm still going to go to a protest with them. So people who have a hard time differentiating themselves to the right end of the spectrum. Okay, so that was definitely the least enthusiastic applause of the evening. So these people who I think are right-wing, and I used to like to call them Nazis, but I started engaging them in discussion and tried to understand their point of view in a bit more detail. This, of course, included some very obvious Nazis and then people like right-wing extremists. But when I started engaging them, when I started to ask them why they wanted to murder people, I started to understand that this line I've been trying to draw might not be correct. But that a part of them might simply be trolls and assholes or temporary assholes. It seems to have happened a lot to me that I called people Nazis who were just assholes. Might not be easy to understand, but because it's obvious that your understanding is sometimes driven by the area in which you're surrounding yourself, and this may lead to wrong conclusions, and we are going to see that later. So in addition to these right-wing extremists and trolls and assholes who thought they were being funny, we also have people who are angry, people who are very angry, and people who are very, very angry. People who simply were not, who you simply could no longer reason with. And I think it's important to differentiate there, because I know that when I myself am angry, I say things about cats that I don't really mean. And I got to know some people who are scared or concerned with simply the wrong friends. But people told me on Facebook when I chatted with them that they simply said things because their friends liked it when they said those things. And I must also tell you that there were some people whom I simply estimated wrongly, who were simply conservative, but not right-wing extremists, right-wingers. And the sizes of the slices in this pie chart are very subjective. There's partly to do with the length of the words. It's purely symbolic. But there were also combinations. People who were very, very angry a moment ago, when I would have thought, oh, that's an obvious Nazi. But a moment later, they agreed that, yeah, that might have been a bit harsh to wish all of them dead. But these conservatives really did exist. And finally, the second group to last were the people who are simply disturbed. I don't want to call them crazy, because that's not the term I want to use. But people who were very obviously irritated or disturbed. And then lastly, there were simply people where I have no clue what the hell they were thinking. People who I thought were right-wing extremists, and then turned out to be great colleagues that you can take out for a beer and then talk about the Holocaust. No, that's not what happened. They're people who turned out to have actually multifaceted viewpoints and ended up showing things that I was actually able to appreciate as reasonable, even if I did not agree with their opinions. And I tried to understand these people, and this made
Nochmal ganz genau gesagt, dass ich häufig Leute für Nazis gehalten habe, die eigentlich nur genau in diesem Moment Arsche waren, und ich war auch schon mal ein Arsch.
Thought people were Nazis who were simply assholes, and I'm an asshole sometimes as well. And this is trying to explain this behavior, and unfortunately I've become more afraid, but I at least know how to cope with this, and I hope to find some way to fight against this.
So it's not about, the explanation is not just about what the fuck is wrong, but how the fuck is what the fuck wrong. Uproar. And as an explanation, I found a metaphor that initially I found completely convincing, but the more I used it, I found it more and more confusing, and in the end I thought it was a complete catastrophe and wouldn't use it. And then again I thought, well, okay, yeah, still, I'm going to use it. Because I was thinking at some point that the political level of liberal democracy, that is an island, the island of liberal democracy on which we are, on which we stand with our attitudes and opinions. The island simile, and that island is swimming in a brownish liquid. It's not shit, but this is the sea of the authoritarian, which perhaps is shit after all. And this island of liberal democracy and the sea of the authoritarian around it, that is somewhat related to that tremor I felt, where I thought, whoa, what is happening out there? So many people that, in cases of doubt, should have a certain amount of reason. But then I had to find that, from my perspective, this is not sustainable, but not because these people were not reasonable, but because they were reasonable in a different way to myself, or perhaps not at all in some cases. The island of liberal democracy you could regard like having political opinion A on one side and B on the other. I used the black and red flags for that. This is random political opposing parties or camps, and the thinking with the social perception and progress that we had, there should be a certain progress in society as well. I was quite, for me it was too slow, and I imagine that it was too slow for you as well, but quite obviously that doesn't apply to everyone. What is acceptable as a society, for a society, has bit by bit shifted into the liberal sphere and tends to be in the left liberal sphere. We may not see it this way, but that's what we fought for, and we fought for change, positive change. But in fact, there were mechanisms involved that didn't take everyone with them. This is a tweet from 2016, trying to make a joke that doesn't offend anyone in 2016. And if you just think about what this means about the last 20 years, you find that as late as 1997, you could vote against rape being made a crime within a marriage, as you can see from people like German politicians, including, surprise, the very conservative Erika Steinbach. That is 20 years ago, a position that these days you would consider at least right-wing radical, and even people that you would consider somewhat liberal abstain, such as even Guido Westerwelle and these others. An issue about which you cannot really have a divided opinion these days, but back then opinion was divided. There was a certain uproar, of course, and insults were traded, but this was a position that found itself reflected in Parliament. And at the same time, this is not just in Parliament, but also within the people out there. Here you can see the response when Peter made a sexist joke in 1987. And here you see the same situation. Peter tells a sexist joke in 2017, and he gets this almighty kick, I don't know what it's called, with a burning foot. Now, what is conspicuous here is the friend. I use the word friend circle in the English spelling here, because this is related to social media. The private and the public spheres mix, and what you feel to be the digital living room suddenly is underlying the rules of the big public. Suddenly you will be hit in the face for something that you said 30 years ago in the pub, you say in the digital pub now, and the sister of your work colleague sees this on Facebook and says, "Are you crazy?" and so on, and reports it to the employer and so on. So there is a lot of symbolism involved here, and exactly in those places where you said something, say a mildly sexist person, suddenly getting sanctioned in a public sphere. You see, this person seems to get crucified for this, but I said something myself. I have to delete this immediately. And don't misunderstand me. I am part of this sanctioning. I am involved in it too, and I don't think it's completely wrong. I think it's right to tell people that if they make sexist or anti-Semitic, if they post dirt of that ilk, to tell them. But the way this happens does lead to some people saying, I was able to say this earlier, and now I can't anymore without getting hit in the face. So there is a change in people's minds, and I think that is part of the problem. And another part of that problem is that this brown liquid around this island of democracy keeps rising gently through a very complicated chain of events that I didn't dare to analyze until the end. And while this brown liquid keeps rising and social progress is being driven forward, the room on the island is getting more and more scarce. You realize that you have to pull together. If you compare to 20 years ago, when a member of the Bavarian Conservatives, or well, the German Conservative CDU could vote against making rape in marriage a crime, these days you couldn't do that anymore, so it seems a bit tighter. And I, at the same time, find this very good, but also bad in some aspects, because I believe that the people that didn't quite make it along the way with our social development, that these people suddenly, because they didn't take part in the pulling in, they are partly in that brown liquid and wondering why they're getting their feet wet, and people point towards them, point their finger at them and say, well, he's over the line, he's wet. And I believe that we have to fight for this island, therefore. And that's not just my opinion, but also that of Mr. Habermas, Jürgen Habermas, who calls for a democratic polarization, because he says we need a larger island again. So opinions that are far apart, but still compatible with the basic rights in the Constitution. So there is not just a polarization of 51-49 that I was talking about earlier, the wrong kind of polarization, but it seems that there's also a right kind of polarization. And how do you fight about that, for it, by going to the marginal areas, the things that sound kind of yucky but still are okay. So we're fighting at the margins. And for this fight, I have a kind of, well, a small communication theory that I came up with, kind of a, well, banal communication theory. I'm not a scientist, I'm just an observer of phenomena. So the communication scientists, I asked them to form a proper theory out of my oh well kind of theory. But when I looked at this communication, I noticed that in contrast to earlier communication, social media happens on a stage all the time. You're not debating in a usual way. There's always an audience around. And there has to be an audience, and that audience can be global, of course. So you talk, if you notice this, and everyone does, you talk not just with the person in front of you, but also with that invisible third person, those friends. Everything I say is not just directed at the person in front of me, but also to some extent at your friends. And that leads to that self-affirmation. And everyone that's ever responded to a strange or dumb comment has no other target, no other objective, but to get a few likes from their friends. And that is the opposite of the discourse that I really wanted. And that is actually being researched on intensely these days. Someone in Nature published third-party punishment as a costly signal of trustworthiness, which is meant to say that the essence is that it seems to be the case that towards your own groups, you appear particularly trustworthy when you invest a lot of time to fight those and condemn those that behave badly. The second point about social media in my theory is the hyper-emotionalization. Because social media, they call it engagement, but they lead to emotions. And this hyper-emotion can be exhausting to individuals. This rhythm that you hear about so much, it does lead to things being pulled to the front that are the most emotional things, and that has an exhausting effect on me too, particularly on me. And in heterogeneous groups, it can lead to dissent. And these feelings in a social context can lead to people starting to be trolls. We've seen that troll element, temporary assholes, and it does seem to be the case that out of a bad mood you can start to troll, kind of shoot against what you don't like, and when the discourse seems to be getting out of hand from your point of view, you tend to lose it, then trolling can be the countermeasure. And finally, as the third part of this OL communication theory,
richtig ein Abwehrsystem sein. Ich lehne diesen Begriff Shitstorm tendenziell ab.
Hyper-emotionalization and disgust can escalate, and this hyper-emotionalization, the fact that the most emotional thing gets pulled to the front, and those storms of indignation, disgust, outrage, they can escalate. And I looked at this, and I was using Twitter to observe this. A person that sees something's happening, person one says, oh, and what is this about? Occasion X. Someone who's confused about some political events, some utterance, and the same hashtag then, if you are on Twitter, leads us to someone else who is much more emotional. Hatred, 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 go dying, you worm. Again tagged with the same hashtag. So far, so normal that there are people that voice a certain irritation and others voice a very strong irritation leading to outright hatred. But now you see that indignation from outside, and this is how it looks. You have person 2 at the top. Down below you have person 3 who finds this all nonsensical, but person 1 who felt quite harmless at first, suddenly, from an external point of view, combined with these others, the illusion has been created that person 1 was taking part in a storm of indignation as well. I've perceived this on myself too. You may not have known this, but I have been in the center of one of those storms of outrage. In 2009, for example, I was hugely offended when my appearance in an advertisement of mobile provider Vodafone had a strong effect on people that I considered friends, and they started hacking or attacking me, and these were people that I didn't expect to do this at all. And some people I immediately blogged about, but some of these simply had joined the hashtag, and I saw them as part of a huge storm and considered them participants from outside, while from an inside point of view, it wasn't like that at all, because the interior view is that person 1 says, oh, what is this about? And then someone as person 4 comes along and says, I know this guy. You, of all people, are taking part in this. Are you stupid? Aggression levels are rising, and person 1 now asks, how aggressive are you? And you see the social linking there, and the inside versus the outside view, leading to an acceleration. And all that engaged me so much that I couldn't avoid making a video with the Docklights company to be shown on ZDF Neo, a side channel of a public broadcaster in Germany. So this is where, what is TV? It's like being on YouTube, but someone else is selecting for you. A small extract. Liar press, liar press, liar press. I went to a demonstration here where exactly these people that I had only been debating with were actually present. It looks a bit threatening at first sight, but actually there were police people around me. Traitor, someone's shouting. No, this is what I'm telling you about today, but I'm going to tell this to the normal TV audience, and there will be a debating website about the movie. Manipulated is the English translation, so manipuliert.de. And this is where you have to take part. And this is the task I'm setting to you that will lead to me maybe overdrawing for 2 or 3 minutes, because the old dream, finally, that all of us who are interested in a liberal democracy, the internet people, we can all improve the world from the couch in our pajamas or not wearing trousers at all, which is optional, by the way. And the motto is talk with the right wing against the right wing. So why exactly, you can ask? Can you actually talk to Nazis? But around that, as we've seen, there are many people that perhaps or perhaps not always aren't Nazis. And that I've been able to find out really is the case. But still, why should you talk? Just to talk, just to find out whether they're Nazis or not, or just wading in that brown sauce? And this is what Megan Phelps-Roper has something to say about. A woman that grew up in the Westboro Baptist Church and had these posters, banners, God hates fags. The grandchild of the founder, by the way. Those were the people that went to gay soldiers' funerals to shout out there that they thought that gays deserve the death penalty, but not just gays, but Jews as well. Westboro Baptist Church has a very strong anti-Semitic streak, or they have a lot of anti-Semitism, strong anti-Semitism. Because what I'm showing here is a talk from early this year by this Megan Phelps-Roper, who started to discuss on Twitter with people that did not believe that gays deserve the death penalty. And she got into closer communication with some of these people, and she grew up in this unbelievable hatred. But at some point, both partners noticed, she and her communication partner began to perceive themselves as human beings, each other, and that changed the way they talked, and that sowed a doubt in her. And I think this doubt can be sown in our heads. We may just be 3,000, but you can carry this on, and out of these conversations sow more and more doubt, and you can find out how exactly this happened. That's what I tried. How can someone from a hatred-filled opinion transition to one of these dirty and perhaps slightly wet opinions in that brown sauce? How can you shift them back onto the island? What I don't think is correct is this approach. I respect Dunja Hayali a lot. We have to talk, she says, but that doesn't mean talking with the functionaries and the heads of the parties. And there is a simple reason for that, and that is normalization. Normalization is a clear trap in this endeavor. to say at some point we'll have to talk with everyone, even those that propagate hate, after asking 3 times and excluding that they're just temporarily angry. There is a very bad, very black, very dark joke of the American left about the debate in the US media, and this is how it goes. A Nazi yells, "Kill all Jews." A left one says, "No." The presenter says, "Now these are the 2 extremes, and now we'll find a balance, try to find a balanced medium position." Now this trap of normalization is something you can fall into if you don't talk to the people themselves, but put yourself on a stage in a too symbolic way to kind of as good as "Ich bin hier, I am here" is, and you should all become a member, is not just an insignia of those that hold out against. It's also an invitation to ignore. The people that see this hashtag no longer see what's happening inside. So I think we need a new strategy. Surprise, we are many, and if you are many, you have the big advantage that you can reach a common goal without everyone having to do the same. And that means this Merkel must go demo rally that I went to and then went to the right-wing rubble. There was a counter demo, of course, as well. And next to the debate that you have to have, there must be the countering as well. It deserves all the love in the world. It's extremely necessary. And why? Because I think we need a pincer kind of approach. On one side, a clear position and no debate, and on the other side, people that do extend a hand and try to discuss. So I'm not talking about calling for everyone to, get into an understanding mode. We have to do both. There was a counter-argument from the audience, and very slight applause. So I think the demarcation that I've tried myself didn't work that well, and because the pincer strategy is so important, I'll first look at the obstacles for debates before I look at the instruments. For one thing, there is the mistrust in media, which I consider an immunization against pluralism. The people that say liar press are basically giving themselves the freedom to conduct selective perception. So this is correct. So the censor was sleeping, and this is not correct. That kind of thinking. Selective perception, how that works has been shown by the Washington Post in late January, because they showed photos, these 2 photos to people in the US. One of those from the Trump inauguration and the other from the Obama inauguration before that. 40% of the people that voted for Trump said photo B is, of course, the Trump photo, because there are so many people more there. I don't consider that much of a problem. If someone says, well, Trump surely had more people because Trump said that, that's how you might get to that opinion. The much more problematic thing is the 15% that said, yes, photo A is from the Trump inauguration, but there are more people on it than in photo B. People actually said that. And that, to me, is a sign that this mistrust in the media goes much deeper. The question, people have tried to scientifically resolve this. Why do Trump supporters believe so many things that are crazy and wrong? The interesting thing is that scientific research exists about this by a man called Dan Kahan, a professor from Yale, who has the Cultural Cognition Project, who runs it. And the interesting thing here is that these people share information from social media not because they're right, but because it makes them present themselves as member of some group. They want to show, hi, I'm a good member of this group. And for this social function of news, it doesn't matter at all whether they're correct or not. The second obstacle, the big obstacle, is cognitive distortion, perception mistakes and social media. Perception mistakes that have an effect on us all, not just on right-wing and right-wing extremist people, but perception errors that down to the detail change our perception of the world. A short overview of the effects of just tagging along, error of attribution, the error of putting things into group and attributing a lot more activity to the membership of a group.
And most decisive for recognition of things is the framing effect, the truth effect, the blind spot, Maslow's hammer, this correlation of illusion, and it just goes on and on. Loads of psychological effects and fallacies that change our perception all the way down to virtuality. I think it's still dramatically underestimated how much the distance provided by a screen changes our perception, and how little of those midtones is carried through, even though we now have emoji. But what now? Now what? We see all these mechanisms that get in the way, and if it doesn't work like this, if you have to consider these things, then how does it work? I found 5 points that I want you to take home. The first of them is, unsurprisingly, the same thing you can see if you watch Ich bin hier. It's the tone and mechanic, the way of arguing is crucial. You have to be polite and patient. You have to wait, even though the general heat. You have to ask genuine questions, because once you do that, you give your opponent the opportunity to reposition themselves. They have to be genuine questions. You have to separate opinions from the people who have them. So you shouldn't say you're a Nazi. Instead, you should say that opinion seems to be the opinion of a Nazi. I'm exaggerating a little. And you have to show understanding for people's reasoning, and that's difficult. Just as an example, you might say, yeah, that's your opinion because you're a temporary arsehole. And you also have to acknowledge your own weaknesses. And this leads me to the second point, that you can try to use in the strategy to drag people back onto this island. It's partial encouragement. Blaise Pascal said something that seems very obvious from to us today, but it was actually revolutionary in his time. And it's that if you say you're wrong, that people react defensively. If you instead say you're completely right in 9 out of 10 points, but in just this one where you say that we should murder everyone, then that might not be quite right. And you have to try to separate the good point from the bad by praising some things that are just tangentially right. Like it may seem weird to say, yeah, great spelling in your Holocaust denial, but if you acknowledge that there's simply a difference in the way you approach solutions, then that gets you quite far. The next point that I might also call the second point is facts and their discussion. In 1975, there was this interesting experiment that worked in a very simple way. Two groups of people were given suicide notes, so notes from people who were supposed to have committed suicide, and also faked suicide notes. And one group was told, wow, out of 24 notes, you classified all 24 correctly. You're a genius. And the other group was told, oh, sorry, you were dreadful. You didn't even classify 10 correctly. That's even worse than chance. And then the researchers told these people, this was all just made up. It's not right. Your solution was wrong. And simply in stating that, almost nothing changed. The people were still convinced that they were either very good at separating genuine from fake suicide notes. So simply stating this was not enough. What was enough, instead, was the discussion. When the researchers started engaging subjects in debate, and also told them how they started faking these notes. And finally, as my fourth fact, encourage empathy and awaken doubts, and this works surprisingly well. The simple call to try to understand other people and to allow others to identify themselves was encouraged scientifically last year in this piece of research on transphobia. They conducted discourse that lasted for less than 10 minutes, but in only 10 minutes, these researchers brought about a decade of change. And in this direct exchange, people were encouraged to doubt their own positions. They were convinced to be less rejecting, and this lasted for months. And the fifth is a type of immunization. This is a paper I found on the subject of climate change, and we've seen an armada of misinformation on this subject. And the researchers wanted to find out how people can be vaccinated against this misinformation. It was conducted by Sander van der Linden, Anthony Leiserowitz, Seth Rosenthal, and Edward Maybach, and their hypothesis was that immunizations that opinion vaccinations and health vaccinations against illnesses work in exactly the same way. So you don't only have to conduct debunking, but also pre-bunking by spreading weakened misinformation before the actual misinformation has time to spread. So apparently you can use fake news against even worse fake news by pointing out the mechanics of fake news on a weakened example. And I want to use this to show you the screenshot from 2014, where I spent a lot of time arguing with somebody from my circle of friends, somebody whose name I'm never ever going to disclose, and they wrote something that actually caused me to shed a tear. It really did. And this came in the midst of all my efforts, and it's not faked. Because I spent so much time being annoyed, I think our argument has prevented me from tipping completely towards the right. It all stays complicated, but thank you. No, thank you, my friend, for having managed this. I don't know if we can actually change something. I have a suspicion that we might, if we simply go out and start arguing, engaging people in discussion, but I can't guarantee it. But if we have learned, if the past months and years have taught us something, then it's that there's a certain power of the word. It was obvious how some debates tipped towards the right with almost nothing but words. We've seen, and this is also the rise of the authoritarianism, that words have a power, debates have a power, and if this is the only good thing that this rise of authoritarianism has brought with it, then it's the acknowledgement that words have power. So I call upon you to reverse this change, just simply to go out and engage people in discussion. If each of us only gets one of these bits of feedback, then this may be enough to make this island of liberal democracy that it fits most people. Thank you for listening.
Sascha Lobo.
Sascha Lobo. Well, I suppose there's going to be a Q&A, so right now I'll say thanks for listening to our interpretation. And we were Sebastian or Sebalis and Philip. Yes, and we'd like to hear from you. Hashtag RP17EN, because we're only translating into English this year. That is an appropriate hashtag. Is there going to be some more on the stage? Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a lot of fun. Yeah, the same from us in the translation booth.